napasya na to.
Ako po, si Enrique Rafael, magsasaka at magbububuyog. Kasama ko po sa grupo ang aming mga kasamahan. Kaya nga, ang grupo namin ay tinatawag na 3G Farm. Hindi lang sa akin, and may mga member kami. Nung kabataan ko, halos 3 lang ang alam ko sa mga bubuyog. Unang-una, ang sakit, paano mag-sting ng bees. Pangalawa, yung takot habang ina-attack ng libu-libong bees. Pangatlo, yung sarap ng lasa ng honey kapag na-harvest na ang honey. So yun lang ang alam ko. Tumagal yun sa aking pagkakaalam ng napakahabang panahon. Ang pagkakaalam ko na hanggang 3 lang pala ang tungkol sa mga bubuyog ay biglang nabago nung maimbita ako sa isang pagpupulong na ginanap sa CBSUA, Central Bicol State University for Agriculture, noong 2003. Doon ko nakilala si Dr. Mustoles at si Professor Ruiz. Sa kaganapang yun, doon ko nalaman na hindi lang pala 3 ang dapat kong malaman sa mga bubuyog. Hanggang sa yung mga pinag-usapan doon sa seminar na yon, isinakatuparan ko at nagsimula akong mag-aral ng pag-aalaga ng bubuyog. May potential pala na pagkakitaan ang pag-aalaga ng bubuyog. Kahit na nga ang pinag-usapan doon ay yung mellifera or yung galing sa ibang bansa, sinubukan kong i-adapt sa ating native na bees ang teknolohiya sa
hindi ba na kami? So good morning, everyone. And welcome to today's webinar, the first international conference on agriculture revolution and sustainability, ICARS 2021, with the theme Greening Agriculture, an Approach to Future-Proofing the Agri-Food Sector. And to formally start our conference for today, let us have a prayer to be followed by singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Tuto na kamoy ang noodles kung gusto nindo. Kuya, ano to? Ito. Hanapin niyo doon Rose. Ako yung nag-friend request akong Rose.
Rose, ano?
Abunda. Iyon na ni si Tugang ni katong ay kaklase.
Stop share.
I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I see you, Lord, in sorrow and in happiness. I see you with the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I pray. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I see you, Lord.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y bumay. Lupang binirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa gagatak, tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay tinatap tula kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitingin, ang pituwin at araw niya kailan ang hindi magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng kay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Okay. For the acknowledgement of the participants, we would like to acknowledge the participants. So we'll start from the Philippines. So we have from Camarines Sur, province of Camarines Sur, from Catanduanes, Sorsogon, Camarines Norte, Benguet, Bataan, Albay, Bulacan, Cagayan, Cebu, Davao de Oro, Davao del Oro, Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, Samar, Iloilo, Laguna, Leyte, Quezon, Masbate Province, Manila, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, Romblon, and Tarlac. We do have also different agencies, partner agencies and institutions from this said different provinces of the Philippines. We do have the Bicol State University of Agriculture and Forestry, Barcelona Fisheries School, Bataan Peninsula State University, BICARD, Bigito Veo y S. DepEd, Benguet State University, BIPSU, Biliran Campus, BISCAS, BISU, Bonifacio D. Borrero High School. We do have also representative from the Bounty Fresh Found Incorporation, BPO, BS Agribusiness from the CBSUA, BSA from the Animal Science, Agronomy, and we have also from different state colleges and institutions. Also, we do have participants from international, USA, Korea, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Fiji. So before we formally start, I guess we have to have this. I'd like to go over a few items so you know how to participate in today's event. The webinar etiquettes, the do and don'ts. So participants can join every session of our Zoom meeting or webinar 5 to 10 minutes before the start of the conference. For virtual environment, kindly use the virtual background sent together with the program and together with the program evaluation form during your registration. Also, kindly rename the registered participants' names, country underscore organization or affiliation underscore your surname. For example, PH underscore CBSUA underscore De La Cruz. And then the audio and video or camera of all the participants will be off during the session except for the Q&A part after the speaker's presentations, where you can unmute yourself and speak only when it's your chance to speak. So be polite and do not interrupt. You may open your cameras right after the Q&A of each resource persons for the photo opportunity. And for the fifth one, if there will be questions or clarifications, participants may write or send them at the Q&A board. After the discussion and input from the resource persons, questions, clarifications from the Q&A board will be answered. Certificates will be issued only to the registered participants who will accomplish all the post-webinar evaluations that is already attached in your confirmation email. And also, please double check the submitted information, as the organizer committee will not be responsible for any incorrect data submitted. Participants who will accomplish the post-webinar evaluation will be cross-validated using the list of officially registered participants. And e-certificates will be sent to your email, to the participant's email of the validated participants 3 to 5 working days after the webinar. So for the schedule of the training of our conference, so we will be having, after the house rules etiquette, we will be having our the welcome remarks of our president, CBSUA president. Next, we will be having our first topic, from waste to energy enhancing agricultural productivity and sustainability using small-scale biochar technology. to be followed by a Q&A, then beyond technology transfer, a new perspective for agricultural extension and advisory services, followed by soilless culture media for horticulture, their properties, usability for different crops, and how to prepare them. And for corn sprouts as nutritional supplements among the dairy cows in transition period. And for the last topic for the morning sessions, we have a response to pandemic and ensuring food security through innovative pest management and Pacific Island countries. So every after the discussions of the resource persons, there will be a Q&A and where your questions or clarification will be answered by the respective resource person. And for the afternoon session, we have farming. We will be having our lunch break, of course. Then for the afternoon session, we will be having farming systems, then comparative genomics among Alternaria species to gain insight into pathogenicity, and then to be followed by a plant pathology. And the last topic would be how to write a resume that stands out, a guide to fresh graduates. Then next is the closing remarks and other announcements given by the committee. So yeah, okay. So this webinar will serve as a productive exchange of new ideas and strategies about the green agriculture from our different specialists and scientists across the globe that can help the students and the public in general to rewire their thinking about the food production and consumption. Also, it aims to foster collaboration and establish linkages and networking between among the various stakeholders. So without further ado, for the welcome remarks, may we have our dedicated, passionate, and hardworking SUC4 President of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippines, President Alberto N. Naperi.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. How are you today? I hope you are okay despite the situations that we are having here in Bicol region. It's a rainy morning, but despite, as I've said, we still have this activity. First and foremost, I would like to thank our invited resource speakers for this activity. To Dr. Gilbert C. Segua of the United States Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Research Service, Florence, South Carolina, USA. To Dr. Philma C. Calalo of the College of Agriculture and Food Science, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. To Dr. Misael T. Diputado Jr., Open Polytechnic of New Zealand, Wellington, New Zealand. To Dr. Manuel D. Gakutan Jr. of the Department of Animal Science, Visayas State University, Baybay, Leyte. And to Dr. Leslie Ubaop of Agriculture of Food Technology Division, University of the South Pacific Samoa Campus, Apia, Samoa. Dr. Romeo B. Labios of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Studies and Research in Agriculture, Los Baños, Laguna, Philippines, and Mr. Reynaldo If Jokton IV, Institute of Plant Breeding, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and Dr. Nordalyn B. Pedroche of the Department of Plant Pathology, Benguet State University, La Trinidad, Benguet, and Mr. Brian Carlo A. Hipólito, Human Resource Department, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Beijing, China. To all of you, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture for collaborating with us, for sharing your knowledge and skills in order for us to develop our youth of today to become the leaders of the future. This is the first international conference in agriculture, revolutions in sustainability, spearheaded by the College of Agriculture and Natural Sciences Department of CBSUA, headed by Dean Marlene Balderas. This is also a part of the program on our implementations of on-the-job training that the College of Agriculture and Natural Sciences has developed an innovative idea on how they will deliver these competencies required to our students on the OGT. So they conceptualize this activity, and we are here now implementing the program. So to the CANR, as I've said, head by the Dean, Dr. Marlene Balderas, and to the rest of the team, my salute to the team and to the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources. You know, we are having this activity just for us to live of the university philosophy to provide quality educations for sustainable human development. And therefore, it is only right and fitting that the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources will provide this kind of activity in order for our students to get the competencies required before they graduate. So on this note, I would like everybody to welcome to the first international conference on agriculture, revolutions, and sustainability. Welcome to Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Welcome to the province of Camarines Sur. And we hope that once this pandemic is over, all our invited resource persons could have the time to visit face-to-face our university. And I'm looking forward on that maybe next year. So to everybody and to our honored guest, thank you so much for recognizing Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Magandang umaga po sa lahat, and God bless and keep safe us all. Thank you po.
Thank you, President Naperi, for the warm and very inspirational remarks you have shared to us. Next, may we proceed now for the first topic we have today, from waste to energy, enhancing agricultural productivity and sustainability using small-scale biochar technology. So our guest speaker for today is a nationally and internationally recognized authority in agronomic, soil, and environmental quality and management. Throughout his career, he has consistently demonstrated outstanding originality and creativity. for finding solutions to complex agricultural problems by convincing and successfully conducting research projects in multifaceted scientific areas and diverse project management on protection, soil fertility, management, and sustainability of natural resources and water resources systems in the USA and other countries such as Brazil, Japan, Cambodia, Ethiopia, and the Philippines. His also scholarly achievements, expertise, and status have been widely recognized through the numerous national and international awards. As a testimony to this, he was recently awarded with major awards like Fellow of American Society of Agronomy, the ASA, William F. Fulbright Fellow, and the Japan Society for Promotion of Science, the JSPS Fellow, and the Department of Science and Technology. So without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Gilbert C. Sigoa.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that nice introduction. Uh, yes, this is Gilbert Sigua. I'm a research soil scientist with the USDA Agricultural Research Services located in South Carolina. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to make a loud shout out to my former student, Dr. Lorena Ferrer Hernandez. She's one of my best students, and as a former teacher, I could not be happier or else knowing that one of my students are really successful in her chosen career. So with that, I will be talking with you the current research that we're doing related to sustainability using small-scale biochar technology, converting waste to energy. So for the outline of my presentation this morning, I will start with the take-home message, some definition of terminologies. I'll talk about the waste management, recycling of agricultural waste, and the biochar technology, the small-scale production, beneficial uses of biochars, and I will be sharing with you some overview of our biochar researches done in the United States, improving crop yield, soil health, and also in mine spoil reclamation. And I will end up my presentation with some concluding remarks. So briefly, these are the take-home message that I would like to share with you at the beginning. Biochar production using pyrolysis technology can utilize most of the waste, agriculture, forestry, biomass, etc., and many other recycled organic materials for improving soil quality and for soil remediation. Small-scale production, the drums versus the large-scale biorefineries would be explained in this presentation. And it is therefore appropriate to propose a small-scale biochar technology, not only for enhancing agricultural productivity, but also a strategy for waste disposable management. So what is a biochar? Biochar is a carbon-rich product which occurs when biomass, such as wood, manure, or crop residues, is heated in a closed container with little or no available air or oxygen. Another terminology that is kept floating in the literature is the designer biochars. Briefly, designer biochar is a way of tailoring how the biochar is being produced depending on the needs of your research or production. And emerging biochar technology. There are many different ways to make biochar, but not all of them involve heating biomass with little or no oxygen to drive volatile gases leaving carbon behind. The simple process is called thermal decomposition, usually from pyrolysis or gasification. I don't know what happened. Okay. So this is basically the how this biochar is produced. You have feedstocks in the form of biomass. It goes into a closed container, at a very high temperature, in the process called pyrolysis. And you have different byproducts here. And one of the byproducts here is the solid component of what we call biochar. It looks like I'm having a problem here. All right. Can I minimize some of this? Okay. I'd like to start working on setting the stage on the basis of biochar production. I would like to start talking about waste in terms of solid and agricultural biomass. As we know, the solid and agricultural biomass wastes are everywhere. Maybe, we have a very population is booming or exploding, and there is a good study that the waste produced is correlated with the number of people living on Earth. So the waste generation from 1900 to 2100 has dramatically increased and significantly increased. Looking at the world distribution of waste, as you see on the slides, the European community produces the most, 44%, while the South Asia here is only 5%. So you look at the difference between the rich country and the developing country here in terms of waste production. And the agricultural waste in the Philippines, as we know, Philippine nation is rich in agricultural biomass. This is an old literature, but in 2006, the country produced enormous amount of biomass. Sesame, rice straw, rice chaff, sugarcane bagasse, and coconut shell. These are some of the snapshots of all the agricultural crops that we have around the world, and these are contributing to agricultural waste. And in developing countries or in developed countries, you have several processes wherein you can recycle or reuse these different agricultural commodities or agricultural crops in terms of biomass. And this is a solid waste, which is very typical in the Philippines, at least where I grew up in Nueva Ecija. You can see all this waste solid disposal everywhere, left and right. So why I am showing all this garbage? Because garbage waste is, they're everywhere in the Philippines because of the way the living condition there. There's no design way of managing our waste. And this is the very essence of designing a technology where you can recycle some of this agricultural waste. So as shown in this slide, you can have hydrolysis or pyrolysis, and you have the digester here for the and then the biogas, and then you have the solid components part of the recycled, and this is what we call the biochar recycling. And this is the overview of the biochar production. This is not something that is written in stone. This can be designed. That's why I'm presenting this, especially for students interested in waste management. You can design your own small scale, but the only thing that is really very important here, the very important thing is to understand that oxygen should not be present in the system. Uh, in my early days in the Philippines, my father and I will go to the mountain and gather some of these woods. And then later on, we have this little uh, thing here for charcoal production. So basically, the biochar technology owes, the very foundation of this biochar technology that I'll be presenting to you is very much related to how our charcoal being, produced in the Philippines. But over the development of technological advancement, there are some of these other mobile components on how you can make biochar production. And this is an example of biochar production around the world. In Africa, you just use a drum here where oxygen, totally enclosed. And then different kinds of technology is being developed in order to produce biochar.
Hello, Sir Gilbert. I guess there is a technical difficulties at the end of Dr. Gilbert Sigoa. So maybe we can our organizer committee can communicate first to Dr. Gilbert Sigoa. Okay, so I will trying to call. We're calling Dr. Sigoa right now. Um, have questions or some clarification with the previous slides that was presented by Dr. Gilbert, you may just type in our chat box, and we will be answering those during the open forum or Q&A part. Thank you. Okay, so while waiting for Dr. Gilbert, so we have already contacted him, so there were just a technical difficulties from his end. May we just have for now our moderator, Assistant Professor Presbel Presto, for some.
Thank you so much, Miss Kay, our MC. So good day, everyone. So I am Prespo and I will be your moderator for today. So before, since our speaker was cut off, I would like to first give you a few reminders for the open forum. So first, our lecture would last for a maximum of 30 minutes. And right after the lecture, we'll be having, we have allotted 15 minutes for question and answer or for open forum. So since we'll be having an open forum, if you can pose your questions in the chat box if you are admitted in this Zoom meeting, or you may also raise your hand and directly ask the question to our speaker. For those who are watching over FB live streaming and those who are also watching over YouTube, you may post your answers through the comment box. So we would be entertaining your questions for at least 15 minutes. And right after 15 minutes, we would be cutting off the question and answer portion. And for those questions who will not be answered during the lectures, so you may, we will be getting your questions, and this will be answered by our lecturers, and we will be posting the answers in the ICAR 2021 webpage. So thank you very much. So maybe while waiting for Dr. Sigua, we can show the rest of the video. I'll just show the rest of the video. Okay, let's wait for the video. So since we're running out of time, we have to proceed with the second speaker. So I'll turn you over to Miss Kate for the introduction of our resource speaker, our second lecturer. Miss Kate, take it away.
Thank you, Ma'am Presbel. And for our second speaker for this morning session, we have to tackle the Beyond Technology Transfer, a new perspective for agricultural extension and advisory services. So we have our resource person is assistant professor in the College of Agriculture and Food Science, University of the Philippines, Los Bañas, where she handles both graduate and undergraduate courses. She has worked with a wide range of development projects and has also been engaged extensively in research on a variety of areas such as biodiversity, agriculture, education, impact assessment, development planning and integration, project monitoring and evaluation, dissemination and uptake of agricultural technologies and innovations, among others. He is also concurrently director of the University of the Philippines Professional School for Agriculture and Environment, the UP-PSAE, an off-campus subunit of the UPLB Graduate School established in Mindanao for the purpose of building the human resource capability of the industry sector, higher education institutions, government and non-government organizations, local government units, and civil society in the region. She also serves as a technical assistant of the Asian Association of Agricultural Colleges and Universities, a network of higher learning institutions in Asia and the Pacific. She is also has a PhD in extension education with strategic planning and policy studies, a subspecialization from UP Los Baños. She earned her BS and her MS degrees in development communication, also from the same university. So without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Filma C. Calalo. Dr. Filma. So while waiting for Dr. Calalo, allow me to again remind the participants. So for virtual environment, kindly choose a background that is pleasant and neat. So you may also use the official background sent together with the program and evaluation forms during your registration. Also, audio and video of all participants will be off during the session except for the Q&A part after the speaker's presentations. You can unmute yourself and speak only when it's your chance to speak. Well, during, of course, the Q&A or open forum. So let's be polite and do not interrupt, especially when the resource person is discussing his or her topic. The participants' names during the training should be country underscore organization or affiliation underscore surname. Example, Philippines underscore CBSUA underscore De La Cruz. So if there will be questions or clarifications, participants can write or send them at the Q&A board. After the discussion and input from the resource persons, the questions or clarifications from the Q&A board will be answered. Certificates will be issued only to registered participants who will accomplish all the post-webinar evaluations, which can be accessed in the Google Classroom. Please double-check submitted information as the training organizer will not be responsible for any incorrect data submitted. Participants who will accomplish the post-webinar evaluation will be cross-validated using the list of officially registered participants. E-certificates will be emailed to your respective email to the validated participants after 3 to 5 working days. So while waiting for our resource person, again, you may change your name to your country underscore your affiliation or organization and underscore your surname. Thank you.
100 years ago, Mount Isarog witnessed the start of today's celebrated history. It was 1980, the year when a farm school was born at the heart of the Bicol region. Celebrated history. Then known as Camarines Agricultural School, young Bicolanos began learning agriculture as a science and as a way of life. The students fed their minds on modern farming and worked with their hands in massive lands.
Ang estudyante na marunong magtrabaho. Whereas pag lazy ka, wala kang place.
The students undergo farming, planting rice, vegetables, corn, fertilization.
Work is manual labor.
Lalo na kung harvesting corn, ako, harvesting rice, planting rice, o maong gani kung may class mo. Kada ngayon, leksyon, corn, pag leksyon talaga yan. Trabaho yan talaga the whole day.
You will farm 1 hectare before you graduate. Yan ang requirement ng principal noon. 1 hectare rice field. Ikaw ang mag-aararo, ikaw ang lahat.
You have to be industrious. You have to study very well. And then at the same time, you have to grow yourself as a student.
Through the years, the school has grown and made names in Bicolano households. It has become a place where young men and women from across the region come together and call it their second home.
Throughout Bicol region,
Represented yan.
may taga-Sorsogon, kung saan-saan.
Lalo itong mga masbati, may mga darayan bulpin siya.
Apart from learning and self-discovery, the school also became a place to make friends and fun memories. A place where everyone belongs as brothers and sisters in one community.
A sense of community, as if we are brothers and sisters. Mga balo, katong ano na lang din.
As an academic institution, the school exemplified leadership in research and instruction while helping nearby communities. As the school has made progress, so did the people it serves.
Every Saturday, lahat ng teachers dito po, ang teachers are giving their extension services sa kanilang barrio, sa barangay nila. May mga summer classes kami na ino-offer. Kaya interested persons may enroll at 10 pesos per subject.
We expanded our horizons and shed hope to even more constituents. As one community, we develop shared learnings and shared values.
I have to learn with the students. The students learn from me, and I learn from them.
I learned researching, I learned extension, I learned quality teaching.
The professors are hands-on. They really live up to the expectations of the students. They teach the students to be resilient, to be adaptive, to be competitive and hardworking.
The value of hard work. Wherever you go, you will be known for hard work.
Well-rounded sila, pati sa trabaho, pati sa isip.
Year after year, the institution has produced outstanding graduates who rippled learnings and values to their countrymen. It has become a training ground for future leaders and catalysts for social change.
Dahil sa mga tinupdo na hali sa CBSUA, sa mga nanugtan po, dahil kung nagkaaraw kayo na magkaigwaling sa dirang negosyo, na mapagayon din ang pagbuhay niyo, bilang sarong paratan.
bukod sa mga subjects na kailangan mong pag-aralan, natuto ako na gumawa ng garden, natuto ako magtanim, gano'n, natuto ako mag-alaga ng hayop. So, malaki yung naitulong sa akin para ma-develop yung aking pagmamahal sa agriculture.
The institution has stood the test of time. We made triumphs and we suffered from downfalls, but we never stopped the quest for excellence.
Okay. We have now, okay. Dr. Filma Calalo is with us right now. Okay. Hi, Ma'am. Hi, Dr. Calalo. So,
Finally, I also apologize, for the disconnection. It's kind of a bad weather we have had lately, and I'm not wondering kasi kung yung sa taga-America nadi-disconnect, how much more tayo, no? Okay, so I'm going to get this done over with. So baka mamaya ma-disconnect na naman, so mag-apologize na ulit ako in advance. Very unstable ang ating connection lately. Okay, so again, thank you very much nga pala for the introduction. That was very kind of you getting information just to get me introduced to this webinar talk. Okay, so allow me a minute for screen sharing, which I hope I will be successful. Please let me know if you are seeing my PowerPoint already. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my topic for this morning is quite different from the range maybe of the topics that have been identified or defined for the webinar. It is very social science. The rest are very technical, so you have to bear with me for the next 30 minutes. And so for today, I will be talking about agricultural extension, siempre, because that is my field of specialization. And I suggested to the organizers that maybe it would be nice to talk about a phenomenon that has been persistent over the decades or so, and that is technology transfer. And how is it now? How do we look at technology transfer in the current decade, no? So my title for this morning is Beyond Technology Transfer. And let's give it a new perspective for agricultural extension and advisory services. So what you will see this morning is some sort of an evolution of extension and advisory services over the years. And we are going to look at from technology transfer to enabling change in the context of agricultural extension, of course. Okay, so extension has grown to what probably may be the largest institutional development effort the world has ever known. Originally developed around the goal to provide information, advice, and education relating to the many facets of rural life and its improvement, the characteristics of extension have evolved through historical developments and adjustments to the prevailing economic, institutional, and political circumstances of the times. In the very early years, agricultural extension practice in developing countries mirrored the traditions of the former colonial powers. Like other agricultural support services, agricultural extension was geared towards production and marketing of export commodities. Accordingly, commodity-oriented extension programs and technical advice were common. Many of the weaknesses of public sector extension in developing countries can be traced to the colonial and post-independence era, when the policy of resource extraction, first to satisfy the economic interests of the colonizing powers, and subsequently the National Development Agency of the newly independent nationals. This meant that the concerns of farmers were often ignored in deference to more pressing national goals. It was the concern by the developed countries of the West for the agriculture of the developing world that dominated much of the development initiatives of the early 1950s. In the third world countries, the development of agricultural extension was generally perceived post-World War II phenomenon aimed at the rehabilitation of war-torn countries like the Philippines. Agriculture then was a sector with little growth potential and very little scope for technology, further reinforced the notion of backwardness and limited potential of agriculture, as posited by many economic models during the time. The typical discourse then was that the small farmers could modernize the rural sector and increase their income by raising the efficiency and the resultant productivity of their own family-based agriculture. To many early development planners, the agriculture sector was hoped that it could at best achieve a holding action, whereby per capita food production could be maintained during the period required for achieving industrial growth. So it was that the rate of growth of agricultural output and productivity accelerated owing to the high degree of confidence in the ability of the Western agricultural technology to solve the needs of the poor in the developing world. The phenomenon came to be known as the diffusion of innovation, of agricultural development. This because the emphasis was placed on the diffusion of technologies directly from Western countries. In this model, the process was conceived as a hierarchical, unidirectional process, providing new technology to traditional agricultures, which then were delivered to farmers, usually by departments of agriculture. In the context of the time, the transfer of the technology model was very much to the fore as the correct institutional model for agricultural development. In fact, the technology transfer model became the engine of the Green Revolution era. The simple package of inputs, which included seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and other support services, lent the Green Revolution to top-down dissemination, thus constituting history's greatest success story of government-led agricultural growth. Its chief characteristics were the belief in the existence of scale economies in the research and development process, a faith in the scientific method as the main source of improved technological practices, but relatively little attention was paid to the tacit knowledge of farmers and local preferences. Agricultural extension, however, played, or nonetheless, a significant role in bringing about the Green Revolution through the strategic introduction and promotion of high-yielding varieties of wheat and rice, as well as in the use of farm inputs. In the early 1970s, there came about a better understanding of the importance of technological innovation in the process of agricultural development. At the same time, there also developed a sense that there was a backlog of technology yet to be delivered to farmers. This perception stemmed in part from the desire to maintain the rapid progress in food grain production that was experienced in the first flash of the Green Revolution. Also, it stemmed in part from an overestimation of the robustness of existing technology under conditions faced by many farmers, particularly small ones in resource-poor areas. The problem then was assumed to be one of passing the technology on to our farmers. Most important, however, was the fact that this view was consistent with the unilinear, sequential, center-periphery view of agricultural technology development and dissemination. It therefore followed that increasing the intervention capacity of extension through more staff, more training, more buildings, more motorcycles was necessary, not unexpected, was the conclusion that to move this backlog of technology out to farmers would require increased discipline in managing extension personnel. As a response, the World Bank's training and visit approach to extension management evolved. The TNV system was designed to address some of the weaknesses in the previous extension approaches, such as weak linkages with research and limited training of field extension workers. As the name suggests, TNV, the basic premise was training or instilling professionalism among extension agents and regular visits to farmers by these extension workers. The aim was to energize extension and turn a cadre of poorly supervised, poorly motivated, poorly trained extension field agents into effective agricultural extension workers. Despite reports that the TNV system was not able to achieve all of its objectives, however, the TNV was very instrumental in bringing a new and different focus to the importance of professional services and the need for the information and strengthening of agricultural extension. In the 1980s, it became evident that the world's less favored agricultural regions had been largely bypassed by the Green Revolution. By the early 1990s, this top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to agricultural research and extension had run out of steam. However, in the same period, 1980s, the farming system
Okay, I guess another technical difficulties from the end of Dr. Calalo. Okay, so let's wait for a while. Maybe she'll be back in our room in a jiffy. So for the meantime, again, may I ask the participant to please change your name or rename your name in your Zoom to from for the participants' name during the training. Please do change your screening right now from country underscore organization or affiliation underscore surname. Example, Philippines or PH underscore the CBSUA underscore de la Cruz. So for those asking how to change it, facing your icon, there is in the upper portion, there is a three burger icon. Then you may click it. Then after that, you may change. You may click the rename. Then you may type your country underscore organization or affiliation underscore your surname. So again, while waiting for our resource person, please do rename your name your screen from country or affiliation under such as DH underscore CBSUA underscore de la Cruz.
Okay, good day once again. So I have here the questions for Dr. Gilbert C. Sigua on from waste to energy, enhancing agricultural productivity and sustainability using small-scale biochar technology. So sadly or unfortunately, Dr. Sigua has a problem with Cisco. I guess it's with the router in the US. So it's not only happening to us, but it's also happening in the US. So what we're experiencing right now, he's also experiencing it in the US. And there are three questions which was addressed to Dr. Sigua from our Zoom account. The first question is coming from UPLB Lamano. I guess this is Dr. Ronald John Lamano of SESAM, UPLB. The question is of Dr. Lamano is, can biochar increase crop production, or is it just increasing the carbon content of the soil? Then the follow-up question is, provided that pyrolysis is one of the processes in producing biochar, are there no adverse effects to air quality? So this was answered by Dr. Sigua through a message from Messenger, from FB Messenger. So the question, the answer for the question, he has a very short answer. Sabi niya, he said, you can improvise considering, but you have to consider two critical things. So what are these two critical things that you have to consider? So, you have to consider oxygen-free and source of heat to cook the biomass. So this is the answer of Dr. Sigua to Dr. Lamano. So there are the second question. So I guess we could not, we can ask a follow-up question, Dr. Lamano, and this would be answered again by Dr. Sigua. Can have a follow-up. Okay. For the question, there's another question on, this is coming from another question from from a faculty member from an SUC, I guess, in Visayas. So from Ma'am Nora Kenya, the question is, biochar can biochar be used in cosmetic products like soap? So the answer of Dr. Sigua is, just go back to the slide. So we would be providing you with the slides, and I guess he was not able to present the slide on this and how you can make use of biomass for a biochar for soaps. Okay, and there's another question coming from so there's another question on, is there an equipment that can be used to produce biochar, or can you improvise an equipment for biochar? So if there is an equipment, how much is the equipment? So the same answer was given by Dr. Sigua. It's on the slide. It's on the incoming slide. So we will just be posting the presentation of Dr. Sigua in our website, in the ICAR 2021 website. So thank you so much. So we have to turn you over again to Kate, or to Ma'am Kate, for the continuation of the lecture of Dr. Kalala.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you, Ma'am Creswell. So we have again Dr. Kalalo. So Dr. Kalalo, you may resume your presentation now. Thank you.
Yes, again, thank you very much, and really very sorry for that. Well, it's a reality. We're in a developing country, so internet connectivity is really very uncertain. Anyway, let me get through this very quickly, so that at least I can again. Okay, so where was I when I was interrupted by the disconnection? Okay, I was discussing with you that during the 1980s we already had the emergence, of the FSRE, and other rural development models also emerged during such period, like the integrated agricultural and rural development, as well as together with the TNV and the FSRE was the integrated agricultural and rural development. So all of these models witnessed the major infusion of capital and management restructuring in many developing countries' extension systems. There were many controversies, regarding the cost benefits of the investments provided in these models, in the TNV and in the IARD and the FSRE. But there is no question, that these initiatives gave extension services in many developing countries the much needed visibility. Each in its own way, these models represented a bold attempt, successful or not, to focus research and extension activities on the technology needs of our resource-poor farmers. The 1990s showed a shift, in focus in extension ideology, away from the very unilinear, unidirectional model of technology transfer towards extension methodologies that emphasize adult learning principles, effective information and communication flows, and of course, farmer participation. Participatory approaches emerge as a response to the continued failures of the technology transfer model. The major shift in orientation occurred when the enhancement of farmers' capacity to develop and diffuse new technologies and techniques themselves became accepted as the foundation of agricultural development. The human resource development of farmers and their social units, their communities, became the main target. No? It also changed the roles of the insiders and the support of the outsiders substantially. The Farmer Field School, or the FFS approach, is a very excellent example of a participatory extension approach, relying on participatory training methods to convey knowledge to field school participants and making them confident pest experts, self-teaching experimenters, and effective trainers of other farmers. While the goal of agricultural extension service continues to be at the transformation of the rural sector and the improvement of living conditions of farm families through increased farm production, agricultural extension is believed to take a new dimension because of global movements for reforming national extension systems in many developing countries. This started in the 20th century, where learning needs of farm communities emerged as the world entered into globalization, modernization, privatization, and decentralization, affecting farmers of both developing and developed countries, albeit in different ways. There is a fresh and firm resolve worldwide to fight the menaces of hunger and rural poverty. So whether where extension workers are, may they be in government, in the private sector, with NGOs or with farmer associations, the extension remain a formidable force, no, in this fight against hunger and poverty. Extension in the developing countries indeed has a very new role to play and there needs a serious attention for policymakers for meaningful reform and modernization. From this, extension trend gave impetus to newer approaches which depart from the traditional model that may be viewed as induced institutional innovations and reforms, often pluralistic in nature, where specific design features reflect attempts to overcome some of the weaknesses inherent in the traditional technology transfer model used by many public extension systems. This diagram, expanding bubble of extension, neatly summarizes the evolution of extension from the technology, from the shift from the technology transfer paradigm up to the current approaches where we promote for participatory, farmer participatory approaches, or we give importance to the knowledge and contribution of farmer clients. So at present, extension takes on a new meaning, no? So extension is often merely seen as a vehicle for spreading scientific and technical progress and technology transfer. But this is a narrow and highly unsatisfactory definition. The dissemination of knowledge is not a one-way street from scientists to producers, from research to extension to farmers. Farmers' own knowledge must be collected, analyzed, capitalized on, propagated, disseminated. And producers need more than just technical information. There is rarely, they say, a one-size-fits-all solution to address the mix of technical, economic, commercial, social, and environmental aspects that farming problems consist of. Farmers need information on markets, credit facilities, and consumer demand. But simply making information more readily available is not enough to ensure that it is used effectively. On the various levels of their activities, farm and local community, including industry sector, producers must themselves be able to analyze the constraints, seek out and test solutions, and make choices from an array of existing service providers. The essence of agricultural extension, which now takes new key functions and new key qualities, is to facilitate the interplay and nurture synergies within a total knowledge and information system involving many actors, multi-stakeholders, agricultural research, agricultural education, and a vast complex of information providing businesses. By building producers' capacity to take individual and collective initiatives, facilitation makes available technical solutions that are more relevant to farmers' constraints in the short term, and in the long term provides a framework for ongoing innovation. Therefore, agricultural extension activity facilitates direct exchange between producers, our farmer clients, as a way of diagnosing problems, capitalizing on existing knowledge, exchanging experiences, disseminating proven improvements, and even fashioning common projects. It also facilitates relations and relationships between producers and many extension service providers. As we know, extension service delivery is no longer the domain of the government or the public sector. Now there is what we call pluralistic extension system, where we expect other stakeholders to provide extension services, like the private sector, farmers associations and NGOs, and even us in the academe, higher educational institutions. Towards the end of this discussion this morning, I would like to bring you to the definitions of agricultural extension. And from these definitions, you can already see how the concept and the conceptualization of extension and extension practice have evolved over time. In the 1960s, where the technology transfer model became in vogue, extension was simply defined as putting useful knowledge to work, as given by Paul Liggins, one of the prominent authors, practitioners, and professionals in the field of agricultural extension. But over the years, when you look at the different extension definitions, you will see how it evolved into something that is more facilitating. Swanson and Clark defined extension in 1980s, an ongoing process of getting useful information to people and then assisting these people to acquire the necessary knowledge, skills, and attitudes to utilize effectively this information and technology. There is still a hint of the technology transfer mode in this definition. In the 20th century, extension now became or has been recognized of providing other aspects of facilitation. So here in this definition from the Neuchâtel Group, extension remains a technology transfer service, supporting farmers to improve their ability, supporting farmers to solve their own problems now and in the future. And they started to recognize that it has now, extension now has a facilitating function, supporting farmers to become more actively embedded in the agricultural knowledge and information system. And of late, extension is now defined as a system that should facilitate access of farmers and their organizations and other market actors to knowledge, information, technologies, etc., etc. Facilitate interaction with partners. You have research, education, agribusiness, and other relevant institutions. And facilitate, assist them to develop their own management skills, practice. So technology transfer in our midst, but extension has already gone technology transfer function into more facilitating
Dr. Calalo, excuse me for a while. Please do unmute your mic, please. Thank you.
So you can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear na po. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm on my last slide because I'm concluding already. The meaning of extension has changed, no? From problem-based technology transfer to the process of enabling change in individuals, communities, organizations, through improved facilitation and communication, including capacity building. Okay, that ends my presentation this morning, my on and off presentation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filma C. Calalo of UPL. So, Ma'am, there's a question here coming from one of our faculty members from CBSUA, from Ma'am Wenelin Nilo. So the question is, pang Miss Universe, Ma'am. The question is, amidst the pandemic, what is the best method that you can suggest to disseminate modern agricultural technologies to small and marginal farmers in the Philippines? So this is our dilemma these days. How would you transfer technology in the midst of the pandemic?
Okay. Well, this is not actually the first time that extension delivery services have been disrupted, no? In the past, the to address the problem of prevention services during calamities or pandemics like this.
Yes, Dr. Calalo. Dr. Calalo. While waiting for our participants, while waiting for the internet connection of Dr. Calalo to stabilize, you can ask questions through our chat box. Ma'am, you're here again. Dr. Calalo? So while waiting for
Yes. Okay. Yes.
would it be
I'm back.
okay if you
Okay.
Ma'am Calalo, Dr. Calalo, would it be okay if
Yes, I'm back.
you could stop your video so that we would have more a more stable internet connection? We'll just listen to your voice. Would it be okay?
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, of course. Okay. Yeah. As I was saying, it's amazing because sa atin sa Philippines, we have been able to come up with innovative way of delivering services, extension services to our farmer clients. If you have heard about the relay extension service, I have heard about that from Benguet State University, and it was agricultural. We give credit, no, to the Agricultural Training Institute in the Cordillera for coming up with this very innovative way of delivering services. It's relay. You know very well the sport relay, no, where there you pick up. You pick up from your partner, the what do you call this? Parang parang he hands you something, a baton or whatever, and then it's your turn to finish the run. I don't know anything so much about sports. Anyway, but you are familiar with relay, no? So ganun yung ginawa in the Cordillera, because we know very well, there are LGUs which have very restrictive ang pag-enter mo sa kanilang mga territories. So extension workers cannot get into the LGU. So they just stay in the boundary, and another extension worker from the LGU sa kabila is there waiting, and the extension worker will just hand in, products for delivery to our farmers, or any information that doon nila sa boundary ng LGU pinag-uusapan, at doon sila nagdi-discuss, so that the LGU, the receiving LGU, would know what to bring to their farmer clients. Way of delivering extension service, kasi yung issue ng territoriality because of this pandemic, hindi tayo nagkaroon ng break in terms of information dissemination, kasi meron tayong sender and at the same time meron tayong receiver at both ends of the boundary. And I believe that Filipinos are very innovative. Sooner or later, we will be able to develop more innovative ways of delivering our extension services. But then of course, the more traditional way of delivering services remain for as long as health protocols are being observed. I hope I answered Winnie's question.
Dr. Calalo. So now we have a raised hand coming, a virtual raised hand from Dr. Sally Binoya, an ag extensionist also, and a retired professor of Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Dr. Sally. Dr. Binoya.
Sally. Sally is there?
Okay. Yes. Yun. I was not unmuted. Okay. So, regarding the question of when, no, actually, the best thing that we can do is to really adopt the flexible type of extension delivery, where we can adopt actually virtual. Kasi kami, what we're doing is we have organized groups of women and farmers, no? And then meron kami may na-organize kaming people's farm, and then we have a livelihood activity for our women, no, in Camarines Sur, specifically working on mga scented candles. Hi, Filma. And ang ginagawa namin is we organize a chat room. So meron kaming messenger chat room. And then this chat room is updated with new information, technologies. Doon din kami nagkakandak. So may mga virtual seminars din. So actually, yung mga farmer leaders provide ng group, yung Tabang People Movement ng cellphone, no, para at internet connectivity. So they get up-to-date information about how to operate the farm, no, how to operate their business, and how to manage people. So ganun yung ginagawa. And yung mga training naman ay kino-connect naman namin sa ATI, at saka at the same time, may connection din sa ating mga learning centers, which are also being funded by TESDA and ATI. So, maraming paraan, especially in this time of pandemic. We have some limited face-to-face interaction with the farmers, pero to make the group active, to make the interaction active po yung aming mga chat rooms. So, maganda yung we really do flexible type of information dissemination. Sabi nga kanina ni Doc Filma ay marami talagang paraan. So, hindi na lamang basta putting to action the important knowledge, the most suitable technologies that are available for the farmers, but really it's a big deal in our extension delivery systems now to really engage the farmers from needs assessment to project conceptualization to implementation to analysis of problems, and then evaluating results, so that they know sila mismo yung gumagawa ng mga decisions about how to improve farming systems and what to do with the farm. No? So the more we engage them in the whole process of information delivery and making technology work for them, with their active participation, mas marami tayong magagawa sa extension. So wala na nga talaga yung traditional na paraan, but kahit naman ngayon sa pandemic, pwede pa rin naman yung limited face-to-face kasi paminsan-minsan we visit them, we have to inspire them. So kung pinupuntahan namin sila, then we bring in really people who are knowledgeable of the business, of the technology, and then at some point we bring them, actually yung training farm nila ay yung Carmel Farm, no? Yung Carmel Farm, which is also hindi naman siguro byproduct, pero Carmel Farm is owned by a former professor of CBSUA, no? So kumbaga, naging training farm na siya ng CBSUA, especially in extension, but now that it's on its own naman, we still continue to tap them to provide learning to the farmers. Continuing pa rin sila. But ang importante lang is the health protocols of the AIEF is strictly followed in the process of all of these extension delivery systems. So, pwede pa. Actually, our extension systems, Tabang Bicol Movement is actually providing services to the whole of Bicol, but we are maintaining two groups of farmers, women, and then farmer groups, no? We engage them in livelihood activities, but ang importante, in the extension part is uh, that the information is provided either face-to-face or online, no? Mas maganda po yung mas hindi siya asynchronous. No, mas marami yung interaction doon sa Messenger, sa FB, no? Para lahat ng araw-araw na problema ay naa-address agad-agad. So, I think even in this pandemic, extension is still alive. No? Salamat sa maraming naitulong na information. Doc Filma, I'm happy to see you again, no? Even in the virtual conference man lang nakita kita. So salamat po. Just a short rejoinder po doon sa lecture ni Doc Filma. Thank you, thank you, President, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sally, for sharing what we are doing in our own locality here in Camarines Sur and in the Bicol region when it comes to our response or how we do about technology transfer in the midst of the pandemic. So now, Ma'am Dr. Filma, do you have any
just
additional?
Just add to Sally.
Dr. Kalala is still in the room. So she's still in the room. And I guess she would just be thanking Ma'am Sally. So I would be turning you over to Ma'am Kate or Dr. Kalalo. She's here again, Ma'am.
No, I was saying a while ago, well, thank you very much, Sally. Nice to see you again. And I hope, the initiatives of the Bicol region, CBSUA specifically, and maybe the LGUs in the region would be able to document all of the innovative ways of delivering extension services. When the pandemic started, we also started to look into innovative practices by LGUs on how they deliver extension, and we could only include practice at the time. We believe LGUs were there clients, and it's been a year, and we're happy here. Is
Dr. Kalalo? I guess Dr. Kalalo is acknowledging the efforts of the LGUs when it comes to responding to technologies transfer in these times of the pandemic. So I now turn you over to Kate for the awarding of certificate. Ma'am Kate?
Okay, so for this, so let's have the awarding of certificate of appreciation to Dr. Filma C. Calalo for having served as resource person during the first International Conference on Agriculture, Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability 2021, ICARS 2021, with the theme Green Agriculture, an approach to the future proofing and the agri-food sectors held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by SUC President 4 of CBSUA Philippines, Alberto N. Naperi, DPA. So thank you, Dr. Calalo, for the very informative topics that you have shared to us. Before we proceed to another resource person, let me have this few reminders for those for the questions for those asking us, for those attending via FB Live. You may type or comment your country underscore organization or affiliation underscore full name, and this will serve as your attendance to the webinar or conference for today. And also, as a request from the organizing committee, may we remind the participants to kindly use English language because we have here international participants so that they can understand too what we're saying or what we're talking about. Again, thank you. And now, may we proceed to before moving to New Zealand on 2008, he was a lecturer, researcher, and academic program manager of the SIAS State University, where he taught undergraduate and graduate courses in horticulture sciences, handled research and extension projects on sustainable crop production, particularly for resource poor farmers in Leyte, and published various scientific papers, articles related to his field. He is an experienced learning facilitator with a demonstrated history in higher education and a strong human resource professional with a Doctor of Philosophy in Horticulture, specialized in crop philosophy from Massey University of New Zealand. So without further ado, may we have Dr. Misael Diputado Jr.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. And good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon in New Zealand. So, I understand that the main participants of this conference are agriculture students. I was told by Dr. Anna Vibandor that most of these students are junior college students. So I thought of presenting a more practical topic because I thought this will help our students. If I'm not mistaken, most of the participants are students in agriculture. But anyway, I will try to also inject some science behind the practices that we do regarding this topic. So, and also, I think the best thing that can happen to students in horticulture after they graduate is maybe to become to do business using the practical knowledge that they have learned while in college. And one of, for example, establish their own garden centers. And that is, I think, the best way to apply the knowledge that they learned in college. Let me start sharing my slides. Sorry. Just a minute. Right. So the specific topic that I'm going to discuss today is about soilless growing media in horticulture. And I'll begin by defining and differentiating soilless media from the usual soil that we know of. Soilless media is making use of materials that are not usually the soil. Because when you say soil, this includes sand, silt, and clay. And any material used as a medium for growing plants which are not the usual soil is the soilless media. And this soilless media is used for propagation and for growing vegetable seedlings, indoor container plants, and ornamental plants in planter bags. Now, for hardwood cuttings, for fruit trees, for large ornamentals like palms and deciduous trees, the soil media is used because, soilless media is a bit expensive, and this may not be suitable for this kind of plants. And in New Zealand, we have all sorts of soilless media fit for the purpose. For example, we have a soilless media specifically for bromeliads, some specifically for succulents, but they come with a price. They are very expensive. And so if we are able to formulate our own potting mix using locally available materials, then you drastically reduce the cost of the materials. So let me show you some of the common soilless media materials which are often combined to create a specific formula for particular crops. You have, for example, pumice. I think this is one of the most common, and I'll be talking a lot about this when I discuss about the different mixes for different plants. There's also vermiculite. This is actually a result of the weathering of a mineral called biotite, and peat moss. And peat moss also is a very important ingredient for soilless mixes. In fact, I'll be showing you how to prepare a peat moss based propagation mix. Okay, and there is also perlite. Perlite is often used in the industry as an industrial material, but this can also be useful in horticulture, particularly when you're dealing with hydroponics. Now, sand is also acknowledged as one ingredient for soilless mixes. One can argue that sand is actually part of the soil, but when it comes in pure form, it is no longer similar to the usual soil that we know of. And so it is acknowledged to be part of the soilless media. And sphagnum moss, I think the Philippines has a lot of this material. Okay, now the properties of the soilless media, these are the properties that we are after. For instance, you have aeration. Your media should contain air. In the air, there's oxygen, and you know that oxygen is very important for a physiological process called respiration. Without respiration, your roots will die and the whole plant, will suffer. The plant is not able to absorb moisture. So oxygen must be there. So therefore, your media should be porous. It should contain air or oxygen. And that is related to drainage, because when you apply water, and if you're not able to drain water, water will take the place of the air. And so the soil becomes waterlogged, and then oxygen is excluded. And then the medium should be able to hold enough water. For example, if your medium is pure sand, then it will not be able to hold enough water. That's why you add other materials to increase the water holding capacity of the soil. But at the same time, it should be also able to drain. And your medium should also have a bit of weight. And that is because for anchorage and support purpose. Okay, and some chemical properties, you have to think about the capacity of the medium to hold nutrients for plant growth. Okay, most of the soil mixes are devoid of nutrients. That is why incorporating or adding fertilizers or source of nutrients to the medium is very important. And you should also consider pH balance, because we know that optimum growth occurs when the pH is from 5.5 to 6.5 for most plants now. And there is also the biological property. Is my medium free of pests or pathogens? Or does it contain some beneficial microorganisms or other organisms that can help the plants grow well? Okay, so let me describe to you some of some soilless media ingredients, which are very common. And I think these are also present in the Philippines. You have compressed peat moss, high water holding capacity, high nutrient holding capacity, and it is formulated such that it is free from microorganisms. So that you won't have to worry about fungal and bacterial pathogens. And then the pH and nutrients are customized for particular crops. By the way, this peat moss is actually mined from the soil. You know, there are some areas which are swampy, and when plant or other vegetation are incorporated into the soil, they're not fully decomposed, precisely because the soil is waterlogged, or there's not enough oxygen to decompose the plant materials, and with time this accumulate as peat. So these are being mined from the soil and processed and made into peat or peat moss. And because this material is only partially decomposed, the pH is very low. It has a pH of 4 and below. And that is why when you use this as ingredients for your soilless mix, you need to add some lime to increase the pH to the optimum level of 5.5 to 6.5. So that's compressed peat moss. And in a little while, as I've said, I will try to present the procedure on how to create a good potting mix with peat moss as the base. And then composite pine bark. This is a renewable resource and purely organic material. And it has high water holding capacity. It is very porous. And it has high nutrient holding capacity. It is inert, meaning it is unreactive. And it is highly stable. And pH is constant at 6.5. And there is no nutrient content, or close to zero nutrient content, and it is sterile. Sometimes it's very important that your medium is free of nutrients so that you can fully control the amount of nutrients that you can add into your mix. Okay, so that's composite pine bark. And then you have the coconut fiber, or the what we call as coconut coir dust. And of course, this is highly available in the Philippines now. So this is renewable and purely organic. It has high water holding capacity. It is very porous. It holds nutrients well, but the problem is they can break down with time. And it has no nutrient content, and it is sterile based on the preparation. But it can sometimes contain some salts, like salt, sodium chloride, and this will not be good for the chlorine sensitive plants. But I know that they can be processed so that the soluble salts and tannins can be removed from it, making it an ideal ingredient for soil potting mixes. Now, pumice is non-renewable also because this is mined from the soil. It is non-organic resource. It is very porous, so it has good drainage. It can be reused after washing and sterilization. It has no nutrient content. It is also sterile, but it has risks of fungal infection with time. Rock wool is not a very popular ingredient. It is man-made mineral fiber from basalt rock. But it wets easily, but does not remain water soaked. It drains well and also sterile. And rock wool is particularly used mostly in hydroponics. Okay. Now, perlite, this also occurs naturally. This is actually a volcanic rock from a mineral called obsidian. Okay, this is used as a soil amendment or alone as medium for hydroponics. It is light, porous. It has low water retention. It prevents soil compaction. So the only benefit we get from perlite is to increase the porosity of your medium or make it lighter. Okay, but the thing is, perlite is quite expensive, so it is not as common as other materials like pumice. Okay, and vermiculite. This also occurs naturally. This is result of the weathering of biotite. Okay, it is mixed with other materials such as peat or bark, and helps retain air, plant food, and moisture. Now, sand is a very important component of soilless mixes because it adds weight to the medium, and we know it occurs naturally, and it is mixed with other materials such as peat or bark, and it adds porosity to the medium for air retention, and as I've said, it adds weight to the soil. And now, aside from these main ingredients of mixes, there are some additives that are very important. Of course, you have fertilizers because most of the ingredients, as I have said, are devoid of nutrients. And some mixes like the peat moss is acidic, so that's why you need to have lime additives. Now, also, wetting agents can be very important because to start with, some materials like peat moss is very dry, and when it's very dry, it becomes hydrophobic. So you need surfactants to initially cause the peat moss to become absorbent of water. And I'll show you this one later on. And there are some additives to improve the water holding capacity of your medium, and one of which is the crystal rain. But if your medium is already very retentive of water, there's actually no need for this one. Now, sometimes you may have to add pesticides or fungicides just to make sure that your plants will not be infested by some pests or infected by fungal and bacterial pathogens. So these are the additives. No, that is the saturate, that is the surfactant that I mentioned, and this is the water storing crystals. So now there are also problems with soilless media. Number one, with time it can dry out very easily, particularly if you're using peat moss. But if you make sure that you water your plants regularly and you will not allow it to really dry, then this should not be a problem. Okay, and when it dries, it becomes difficult to re-wet. Okay, and some would break down too quickly, like peat or your sphagnum moss. It can be costly. Okay, and you have to be accurate in the proportion of ingredients, particularly when you add your fertilizers or your lime. Later on, I'll show you a recipe of how to make this peat moss based medium. Now, so this is the one, formulating peat moss based medium. This is my most favorite medium because I can use this as the base material for formulating other medium to suit other crops. So this is the peat moss, and this one is the container that I use. Okay. So if you can see, it is sold initially as a dry material. And you will notice if you add water into it, it will not absorb the water. It becomes hydrophobic. Okay. So the thing to do is to add the surfactant of the saturate and mix it with the peat moss. And if you add water, it will absorb it. You know, it is now very easy to re-wet, and you will have to leave it overnight. And the following day, you have this hydrated peat moss. But as I've said, peat moss has an acidic reaction, so you have to add some lime additives. Okay. So this is the standard container mix formulation. You have peat moss plus pumice. The ratio of 9:1. If you don't have pumice, you can actually use river sand. By all means, do not use the sand from the sea, no, because it has a lot of salt, which can damage the plants. So it's 9:1. Prepare 100-liter medium. It would be 90 liters of peat moss, 10 liters of pumice. Okay, and here are the fertilizer plus lime additives. Calcium nitrate, 2.9 grams per liter. Potassium sulfate, 1 grams per liter. Single superphosphate, 2.25. Dolomite, that is your lime, with magnesium in it. That's 2.25 grams per liter. Garden lime, 2.25 grams per liter. And you have trace elements. That's 0.4 grams per liter. This includes all the micro elements that your plants need. By the way, calcium nitrate is preferred over urea because urea has acidic reaction. Calcium nitrate does not make the medium acidic. So you can prepare any volume of the container mix, and by ratio and proportion, you can just adjust the amount of this fertilizer and lime additives. Okay. So here I measure the respective amounts of the different fertilizers and lime, and then I mix it with the medium, including the coarse pumice. Mix them all together. Some nurseries have their own mixers, no? A machine that would automatically mix all of this to make the medium more homogeneous. Okay, and the whole bag of peat moss that I've shown you earlier can make up to 100 liters of the final potting mix. So now I have a potting mix, and I can use this 100% for crops like vegetables and some ornamentals. But for specific crops, this is just a base, and you will have to add other ingredients to suit the particular crop. Okay. For example, propagation mix for cuttings. Okay, because I have a mini nursery at home, and I propagate a lot of cuttings, and I use 80% pumice or fine river sand, just 20% of peat moss based medium, just to improve the water holding capacity of the medium. You know, when you're propagating plants from cuttings, the medium should be free of nutrients, no? Because your purpose is just to promote rooting of your cuttings. By the way, this is percentage by volume. So I have here my setup for the propagation of cuttings. These propagation trays here contain the medium and the cuttings. And this is sitting on top of the plant raising panel, which is which has electrical cables inside that would heat up the panel to 20 to 25 degrees centigrade. A combination of cold air temperature and high medium temperature is the key to promoting rooting in cuttings. I have also added some rooting hormone to induce rooting. So this is a close-up view of one of the trays inside this panel. And 1.5 to 2 months, I am able to repot the cuttings. The whole setup can contain about 300 cuttings, all in all. Okay. Now, for seed raising and seed production mix, I use 35% fine grade bark. I use 35% peat moss based medium, and then 30% fine river sand, or the propagation sand that I earlier mentioned about. And then I use also controlled release fertilizer. I think you've heard about Osmocote. And this is formulated to last for a certain period. So if you can buy one that can last for 8 weeks, that would be good for the seed raising or seedling production mix. Okay, so I have here my tomato plants or seedlings growing well in 3/4 poly bags, and I use the medium that I mentioned earlier. Now for bromeliads, I use 40% fine grade bark, 40% pumice, plus 20% of the peat moss based medium that I prepared, and controlled release fertilizer good for 6 months. There are some controlled release fertilizer that can last for 6 months, and then you only fertilize after 6 months. So in 1 year, you will only fertilize twice. Okay. So that's a photo of some of my bromeliads sitting in my front porch. And then for orchids, particularly Cymbidium, I use 50% coarse bark, 30% coarse pumice, 20% raw peat moss. And I use raw peat moss because Cymbidium orchids like acidic medium, from 5 to 5.5. And as I have said, that peat moss has a acidic reaction, so that would serve the purpose. And then controlled release fertilizer, good for 6 months. These are the two of the Cymbidium varieties that I have, at home. And we also have a formulation for succulents. We have 30% fine pumice, 30% fine sand, and then 40% peat moss based medium, and controlled release fertilizer that is good for 6 months. You will notice that it contains a lot of pumice and sand because succulents do not like too much water. So if you add more of pumice and sand, then it drains well, and it will not cause rotting in the roots of your succulents. These are some of the succulents and cacti now that I raise in my garden. Okay. Now, so those are so far some of the formulations that I use for different plants. As I have said earlier, you can actually buy from the market medium that are already formulated for particular purposes, like you have a cutting mix for propagation by cuttings, and you have seed raising mix for raising plants from seeds and producing seedlings, and you have the general potting mix. And then you have medium for cacti and succulent, but that includes, I think, bromeliads. And they have a medium for orchid, particularly for Cymbidium. But the thing is, this specially formulated medium are quite expensive. No? So if you are able to formulate your own using the raw materials, it can become less costly. Okay. Now, some of the materials here may not be readily available in our country, in the Philippines, but I'm sure there will be a lot of things that you can use as substitute. Cocoa coir dust, for example, uh, can be used, or you can just get some river sand, maybe sterilize them, so this can make good substitutes for the ingredients that I've mentioned. Okay. Now, so actually, that's all there is, to my lecture today. And I do, one of the fun things that I do actually is to prepare videos and publish it in YouTube. And I've got quite a good number of videos already. Now, I have videos on soil-rich growing medium and about plant propagation. And I have here the links to my videos. And if you can just search easy gardening, how to propagate eugenia, simple way of propagating plants by stem cuttings, or soilless potting mixes, and some common components of soilless plant growing medium. You can try to visit this on YouTube, and it will explain in a bit more detail the things that I've mentioned in this lecture. So, so this is my happy place. When I take a break from work, I go inside my tunnel house and do a lot of things like propagating, removing weeds, and so on and so forth. And so that's all. And I do thank you for the opportunity of giving me in sharing the things that I do and the things that I also share with my students here in Wellington. Because you see, I'm also into education and training. I'm connected with the Open Polytechnic here in Wellington. And I do conduct workshops, although most of the lectures are given virtually now. And it is actually right before the pandemic, we have ceased doing the workshops, but we've turned to online education 100%. Okay. So that's all there is. And thank you very much. And if there are questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. And I'll be sending maybe a copy of this PowerPoint presentation to Dr. Anna Vibandor, my former colleague in VSU. And if you're interested, you can just write to him and request for a copy of this PowerPoint. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diputado. So here is a question coming from Daet Camarines Norte. It says, I am formulating my own potting mix, and the most abundant and accessible to me is the sawdust from cocoa lumber.
Okay.
But I am worried about its acidity. Is
That's
there
right.
a material that I can add to make the cocoa lumber more palatable for the plants?
Yeah, as far as I know, no, this sawdust has a lot of tannins and some other things that are not very good for the plants. Also, when they decompose, they become very acidic, as you have said. So I think there is a need for a lot of experimentation first, no, to be done. Maybe we can give our students for research. I understand your students are doing thesis. So maybe this is something that they can experiment on. No, try to add lime additives to counteract the acidity given off by the sawdust, and just try to find out whether or not they can be useful as ingredients. So for now, I cannot really say with confidence that they are good components of the medium. They have to be studied well, and I haven't done any study with the use of sawdust.
Okay,
I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, sir. and that would be answered by a research coming from our either faculty members or from students who are in this conference. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
that very good suggestion to make
I
it
have to
a bit
add, no,
more
I have
artistic.
to add that the ones you mentioned about the different ingredients and their amount, this is as far as I have observed and based on the ingredients that that are commonly used here in New Zealand. There's still a lot of things that can be improved, I guess. And so this is the beauty of research. We can always look into what is currently available and improve on it based on what is locally available.
Yes, sir. And speaking of that, sir, we have another question which is related to that. So the question is, it's we have a lot of questions. So can you give us other alternative components and its ratio, since the ones that you have mentioned, sir, the soilless medium that you have mentioned are quite pricey, especially here in the Philippines. So it's hard to obtain pumice and perlites.
Yeah.
So what's the alternative for perlites and pumice? But I guess you have mentioned it in passing in your lecture.
That's right. Okay, pumice or pumice, yeah, they call it pumice here, can be substituted by fine river sand, actually. If you say that pumice is better because it absorbs more water than sand, but if you have other ingredients that takes care of the property of moisture retentivity, then river sand can very well take the place of pumice.
How about your perlite?
Perlite, no, I don't usually use perlite because aside from being very expensive, it is really very light. It does not give weight to the medium. So the perlite is more used in hydroponics than in growing plants from pots. Okay. Yeah. So I don't. I wouldn't worry about perlite.
Okay, there are a lot of questions here. So can you consider the rice hull to be used in no soil gardening? The rice
Oh yes,
hull,
yes,
which
yes.
is abundant in the Philippines.
Definitely,
And
rice
other
hull.
Asian
Rice
countries.
hull is a very important ingredient for soilless mixes. And if you can turn rice hull into decarbonized rice hull, or what you call IPA, is that the one?
The IPA, yes, sir.
IPA. Okay, that would even be better. Okay, because it's I think more stable than the raw rice hull.
Okay.
We used a lot of that way back when we propagated plants in Visayas State University before. Okay.
Sir, another question. Everyone here is so interested into this soilless media, since after during the pandemic we were all into gardening.
That's right.
So another question, for fertilizer, which is more preferred for soilless media? Liquid fertilizer like concoctions, or solid fertilizer like Osmocote? I don't know if you're familiar with Osmocote, sir.
Oh yeah, Osmocote. Osmocote is controlled release fertilizer. Now I prefer that over the ordinary or the quick release inorganic fertilizers, because with inorganic fertilizers like urea and complete fertilizer, they tend to release the nutrients quickly, and there's a danger of the so-called salt injury. Okay, and with controlled release fertilizer like Osmocote, the nutrients are released slowly but over a long time, so the plants are safe. I mean, there won't be any salt injury. In fact, if you are growing plants in pots, it is generally advisable to use controlled release fertilizer rather than the granular fertilizers. I think you mentioned about liquid fertilizer.
Yes, sir.
That is also advisable, but then if you do that, you will apply fertilizer more often. Okay.
Okay, so the osmopot is more preferred than the liquid fertilizers.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, we have another question. I just want to ask if peat moss can be used in indoor plants.
Definitely. Okay. Definitely. The ones that I prepared using peat moss are the ones I use for my indoor plants. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir. The follow-up question is, can coco coir be used as substrates in peat moss?
That's yes, definitely. No, your coco coir can take the place of peat moss if it is not available in the Philippines, or if it's very expensive. And besides, peat moss, I think, does not make the medium acidic the way peat moss does. You know, peat moss to start with has a pH about 4, even lower. So coco coir can be used as a substitute.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. There's another query on his or her own experience when using coco peat mixed with soil. I don't know if it's still part of, but I found out that my plants are dying because of very fat big worms, and the big fat worms are not specified. If
Yes. One of the important characteristics of the soilless medium is that they are free from pests. They are free from pathogens that cause disease. But if you try to add soil into it, then you're also introducing some harmful microorganisms. Okay, so yeah, so my suggestion, if ever you want to use soil as part of the medium, if you can sterilize them, that would be good for your potted plants.
Okay, sir. This is another one, but it's more on water propagation. Are you practicing water propagation, especially to ornamentals? Is it more effective than other ways of propagation, or is it not?
Water propagation, I imagine striking cuttings in water to make it root. Is that
Yes.
I think that's the question. Well, that works for some plants. Like, for example, if you know nerve plant, is a very popular plant at the moment, nerve plant or Fittonia, that can be struck in water, and many other cuttings can be done that. But I prefer using using solid medium instead of water, because and if the cuttings do produce roots in water, you have the additional job of planting it in the soil medium, and your roots can be quite, they're very delicate and quite difficult to handle. So if they root in the medium, very easy to transplant them into a bigger pot with the soil in it. So there is less danger of the plants dying. Well, that is just as far as my experience is concerned. No, others may have a different experience regarding this water propagation that they mentioned about.
So there's another very interesting question, but I still have to look for it as I scroll down. Those are a lot of questions. I was looking for that question regarding, okay, here. So difficult to scroll down. Anyway, I made the screen bigger. Where's that question? Okay, that question is coming from Nepal. This question is from Nepal. So the cost of production or investment in such soilless media seems always higher than normal media cultivation, or what we call the soil media. So the preparation, adjustment, and management of nutrient solution requires some special knowledge. In addition, special care has to be provided to maintain the environment favorable in soilless media. this is the question, main question. So will the agriculturists and farmers be able to practice such methods for large-scale production without letting their benefit cost ratio go negative? So the you can answer that, sir. Or will such media's cultivation always be confined just for research works? So it's more on using the soilless media for large-scale productions or on the benefit cost ratio.
Well, that's a very good point there. No? That's a very good point there because when you do horticulture, horticulture is also business, and you'll be thinking about whether or not I'll make profit if I do it in a large scale. Okay, and the thing is, all garden centers, all big nurseries here in New Zealand are using the soilless mix, and these are big businesses. So they probably would have earned a lot from the practice. So there is, and I think there is. The use of the soilless medias are very well justified, even if they are quite expensive to start with. And the thing is, you also need to be selective of the plants that you grow. If you grow plants that are high valued, then you will really earn profit from it, especially now that there has been a resurgence in the interest of plants because of the pandemic. And we now have a lot of plantitos and plantitas.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure there's a market for the plants, but I agree with them. You have to look into the cost of the materials that you have and to do a good feasibility study to determine whether or not you'll be able to earn profit from the venture. So I'm sure this will be a very interesting thing, no, for our students.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. There are other questions, but we would be sending you the other questions, sir. Is it okay with you if we would be sending you the questions?
I'll be happy to.
We'll
I'll be
just
happy
post
to.
the answers
Okay.
on the web page of this conference. Okay, so now, thank you so much, Dr. Diputado. We learned a lot from your lecture. So may I now turn you over to Mom Kate or Miss Kate for the awarding of certificate.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the excellent presentation and for answering the number of questions from our participants, Dr. Diputado.
Thank you.
But before we proceed to the awarding of certificate, may we have a photo opportunity first?
Sure.
For the participants, you may open your cameras for the photo opportunity. Yeah. So, okay, let's wait for the others to turn on their cameras. Okay, there are still from Nepal. Mr. Joshi, may we request you to turn on your camera, please? Okay. Let's wait for a bit for others. Yeah. So I guess in 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 11 slides here, so another 1, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2, 3. Another 1. Okay. So yes. So yeah. Okay. We're almost 1,300 participants, but yeah, we were 272 here. So yeah, let's wait for others. Mm. Oh, okay. So thank you very much once again. So now, let's proceed to the awarding of the certificate. Mm-mm. Okay. Same citation is being given to Dr. Minzael T. Diputado for having served as one of the resource person for today's first international conference on agricultural revolution and sustainability 2021 ICARS 2021 with the theme greening agriculture and approach to the future proofing the agri-food sectors held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by Dr. SUC for President of CBSUA, Alberto N. Napere, PTA. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Diputado, for sharing your knowledge and for the excellent and technological presentation that you have shown us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
now, yes, thank you very much. Now may we proceed to our next speaker, I guess, is here now. Yeah. So our next topic would be the corn sprouts as nutritional supplement among dairy cows in transition period. So our speaker is an associate professor at the College of Agriculture and Food Science of the Visayas State University Department of Animal Science. He earned his Doctor of Philosophy in Animal Science with a specialization in animal nutrition and cognate in biochemistry at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna, Philippines on January 2021. He took his Master of Science in Animal Derived Food with a specialization in meat science at University of Copenhagen in Copenhagen, Denmark, where he had a scholarship from Erasmus Mundus Food of Life. Also, he has a Master of Science in Animal Science with specialization in animal nutrition from the Swedish University of Agriculture Sciences, Uppsala, Sweden. He also finished another Master of Science in Animal Science with minor in agronomy at Visayas State University at Visca, Baybay City, Leyte, which he received in April 2010. He finished his Bachelor of Animal Science from the same university in 2007, where he graduated as magna cum laude last April 2007. His research interests are focused on indoor forage production, feed innovation, ruminant and ingot fermentation, foraging, poultry, and other monogastric nutrition and meat sciences. Without further ado, may we have Dr. Manuel Datig Gakutan Jr. Sir, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Okay, I'll just share my slide. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to greet good morning to all attendees in this international conference. And I'm thanking the CBSUA for inviting me, especially Professor Angelo Atule, who is my former colleague in Visayas State University, and also all of the organizers. I'm also I have heard the talk of Dr. Diputado. He's actually a former professor in Visca, and I was happy to see him again, although he might not know that because I was young then. But anyway, so my presentation for this morning is about my dissertation. So it's about the corn sprouts as a nutritional supplement among dairy cows in transition period. So this is again a dissertation output, and this has been funded by Philippine Carabao Center of the Department of Agriculture, then also Commission on Higher Education, and also from the DOST, Department of Science and Technology. So let me just full screen it. Okay. Okay. So firstly, we have to know what is transition period, and the rest will be discussed a little bit scientific compared to the previous talk. Maybe there will be a lot of statistical figures that I will be talking here, because again, this is output of my dissertation. So the transition period in ruminants, particularly dairy ruminants, and we talk here about cows and buffaloes, this usually occur 3 weeks before calving and also 3 weeks after calving. Why is this so crucial? Why is this very important? So in the Philippines, this is often most neglected period in the management of dairy cows. And this is very important in the sense that at this particular period of time, the fetus is rapidly developing, because this will fall in the third trimester. And this is the period where the cows will about to give birth in 3 weeks' time. And because of the rapidly growing fetus at this period, relatively, the abdominal cavity will be limited in terms of the feed intake or dry matter intake. Because of that limited dry matter intake, the tendency is that the animal will suffer from a shortage of nutrient supply. So particularly at this period in time, the ruminant animal requires a lot of energy supplies, for example, glucose. And glucose can only be obtained from glucose source from the diet or from fermentation of the fibrous diet that is being ingested by the ruminant. So a little background about the volatile fatty acid that is produced in the rumen fermentation. We include the acetic acid, we have also the propionic acid, and also the butyric acid. So among these three volatile fatty acids, it's only the propionic acid that can produce or that can be used as a precursor for the synthesis of glucose. Again, the glucose is needed mostly not only by the developing fetus of the animal, but also for several purposes. For example, there is the mammogenesis, or that is the development of the mammary gland, because again, the dairy ruminant, the dairy animal at this point in time is about to give birth. Aside from that, there is also a high requirement of nutrients for body maintenance. And because the transition period occurs also or falls also 3 weeks postpartum or 3 weeks after calving, there is also that lactogenesis, and there's milk production. And milk production at this point in time is very rapid. And we all know that milk is composed of lactose, and lactose is requiring a lot of glucose for the synthesis, for its synthesis. So because again of the low dry matter intake, then there is low energy supply in the form of, for example, propionic acid, which will be converted later to glucose. So if there is not enough glucose, the animals suffer from hypoglycemia, or that is what we call as the low blood sugar. And as part of the physiological process that is happening in the ruminant body system, the animal has to metabolize reserves of energy. And the reserves of energy can be obtained from, firstly, glycogen reserves. It could also be obtained from adipose deposits or fatty acid reserves. So the animal has to catabolize fat deposits. And when fat deposits are catabolized, there will be production of several fatty acids in the blood. And if there is still a need of energy, then the animal has to resort on the catabolism of proteins or protein reserves. So the production of fatty acids in the animal's body, because of the deficit in energy, will produce a lot of acetyl-CoA. This acetyl-CoA is the intermediary product of the macronutrients. We have the protein, we have the carbohydrate, and also of the lipids. But majority of this acetyl-CoA is formed from the lipid catabolism. So if there is surplus of acetyl-CoA in the blood, it will promote the formation of the so-called ketone bodies. The ketone bodies are small molecules that can become a source of transient source of energy, and this can penetrate the blood and brain barrier and many cells of the muscles, many cells of the body, including the muscle cells. However, this is not efficient source of energy, and the animal might suffer from ketosis. And by the way, some of the ketones includes acetoacetone, we have the acetone, and we have also the beta-hydroxybutyrate. These ketone bodies can easily be observed when it is produced by the animal via smelling the exhaled air. So if these ketone bodies accumulate, then the animal might suffer. For example, it could also be fatal at some point in time. So what is then the method to ameliorate this effect of negative energy balance? So there should be provision of a high dense diet. So we have here some preventions. First, we can group cows according to their stages of lactation. So we can group those cows in the first trimester, those cows in the second trimester, those cows in the third trimester, so that we can synchronize the feeding management. We can also limit the body weight at dry period so that there will be reduced mobilization of nutrients, because fatty animals will tend to have or will produce more of this acetyl-CoA from lipid catabolism. And another, which is the heart of my study, is to supplement a high dense diet in a form of corn sprouts. So there you can see some short and long-term effects, and this is very peculiar in the tropical ruminant farming. There is drop in body weight of the animals. There's also drop in body condition scores. So that drop in body weight and body condition scores are all because of the metabolism or because of the mobilization of body reserves. There's also a consequent low milk yield, which is really concerning us as in the dairy industry. And in the Philippines, we take a lot of milk from buffaloes because of the PCC. Then there are also associated immunosuppression, metabolic diseases, poor reproduction in the subsequent breeding, and there's also a high consequences of culling rate. And the best way to prevent this is to capitalize on the transition period of the dairy animals. So my study is about providing high energy dense diet in a form of corn sprouts. So why corn? So typically it's not the popcorn, it's not the white corn, but it's the yellow corn, the feed grade corn variety that is very common in our country. It is locally available, it's cheap, and relatively it's like 14 to 16 pesos per kilogram. It easily germinates, it's high in terms of energy because of the endosperm, which is starch rich. It's very palatable, especially for ruminants. The large ruminants, they are typically the grazers and they do not browse, mean to say they're not selective. Then it is low in protein. However, when it is sprouted, there will really be a relative increase in protein. Not only in protein, it will also increase the profile of amino acids. And corn is known to be very low in the limiting amino acid we call lysine and tryptophan. Then relatively, corn is low in fiber. However, with sprouting, there will be dietary fiber, which is very useful for the normal motility of the rumen, of the ruminant animals. So what happens during sprouting? When corn seeds are soaked or steeped in water overnight, there will be activation of some plant hormones that will promote the catabolism of the stored nutrients in the seed endosperm or in the cotyledon. So among these catabolized nutrients are enzymes responsible for protein breakdown. We have the proteolytic enzyme, and this will liberate a lot of amino acids. There are also enzymes responsible for carbohydrate digestion in the seed and the sperm. So we have carbohydrases, and it will liberate soluble sugars. And of course, lipase, which will liberate also fatty acids in the seeds. As a result, the sprouting of cereal will improve the nutritional quality. It becomes a high-dense diet. It becomes palatable, even digestible, because of the dietary fiber, which is less at this point in time. And there will be a remarkable herbage increase. There is also a gut feel effect, which is promoting diet welfare for the rumen, because again, as I have said, the ruminant animals require fibrous carbohydrates for normal rumen physiology. Aside from that, we are familiar with eating mungo sprouts, the mung bean sprouts. Why we're eating this? Because really of the bioactive compounds that are found in it. So aside from this, when corn sprouts are grown in hydroponics, for example, you can control actually the feed quality. You will have a uniform quality all throughout the year. And because it is hydroponic scale, for example, you can produce the corn sprout any time of the year, may it be rainy season or wet season, dry season. Aside from that, there are some anti-nutritional factors associated to corn sprout. For example, aflatoxins and other types of anti-nutritional factors. This will eventually be removed when it is sprouted. It requires little space because you can do vertical farming when you practice hydroponics. It can be grown all year round, and you can produce corn sprout, which is pesticidal free and chemical free. So in this setup, this is actually the situation during the conduct of my study. It's a low cost, not really hydroponic technology because it does not involve recycling of nutrients. So this is still a laboratory scale or low cost scale. I just put a tray for the water to drip because if water does not drip, there will be growth of molds, which is really not ideal for this kind of diet. So the gap here of the research is that there are so many studies that deals with feeding dry cows and using cows, not buffaloes. And the period is not actually focused in the transition. And there are so many studies also associated with sprouts, but more they use barley, they use wheat, and this can be more from west side countries. So in the tropical countries, there are very limited studies, there are limited research done in sprouts, particularly in corn. However, this is gaining attention these days. There are many advertisements, there are many social media that is promoting the use of sprouts as a feed supplement to the livestock. So this is the study that I did. There are 4 studies. First is to determine the chemical composition and agronomic profiling of corn sprouts. And then in the second study, I did the metabolic effects on dairy buffaloes with corn sprouts as a transition diet. And then there was a study about the milk production performance of dairy buffaloes and economics of using corn sprouts as a transition diet. And the last part of this study is dealing about in situ degradation, rumen pH production, rumen pH, and the volatile fatty acid determination using corn sprout supplement. So it's a long study. However, I will try to squeeze this in given the limited time. So let's go for the first study. Here, it's about the chemical composition and agronomic value of corn sprouts. So what I did here is I collected samples of sprouts at different days or harvest days. So there was 3 days sprouting, 6 days sprouting, 9 days sprouting, and 12 days sprouting. And I took analysis on dry matter, crude protein, ether extract, ash, neutral detergent fiber, acid detergent fiber, and this one, the non-fibrous carbohydrate, and then the gross energy. So based on these results, for example, the dry matter, the trend is quadratic. So meaning to say there is a decline in dry matter, and this is basically explained because of the losses of the soluble carbohydrates or depletion of nutrients during the progress of sprouting from 3 days to 12 days. And because there is depletion of nutrients, you can see also that the non-fibrous carbohydrate is also reduced over time. However, there are changes in some of the chemical composition that is of interest in animal nutrition. For example, CP, ether extract, ash, and then this NDF and ADF. All of these increased over time. And that is basically because of the interconversion of nutrients due to the solubility, due to the depletion of nutrients over sprouting period. And this is a good indicator that the sprouts actually is a material or a feed that is of high quality when it will be given later to our livestock and even poultry. So in the next slide, you can see here the pictures of the sprouting. From day 0, there was no roots during that time, and day 3 there was already emergence of roots, and then day 6 you can see, and day 9 and day 12. So in terms of agronomic yield, the herbage yield actually increased about 3 or 4 folds, or 3 or 4 times when it was day 0. So, however, this figure, this increase by 3 or 4 times is relatively low when you compare this to the researches done using hydroponic scale, commercial hydroponic scale, because they even declared there 7 times or 8 times. That is the limitation of this study because this was done in a low-cost technology. So there is also a dry matter yield increase over time. There is a dry matter increase at 3 to 6 days. However, it is declining from 6 days to 12 days. And that is because, again, of the depletion of the nutrients over time. And you can see here, root length, sprout height, number of roots, and number of leaves all increase at this during this growing period because of this how do you call this one? Because of the changes, interconversion of nutrients. And these are also supporting that there is increase in dietary fiber because of the root length increase, sprout height increase, number of roots, and number of leaves. So for sprouting, the photosynthesis actually does not yet occur at this particular period in time. So there is no increase in carbon input at this point in time. So this can be explained by the decrease in the dry matter over time. So in terms of total production cost of different ages of corn sprout, we can see here that at 3 days sprout, the value or the cost of production per kilogram dry matter is 20.96. When it is 6 days, it's 25.41 pesos per kilo dry matter. And for 9 days, it's 32.48 and so on and so forth. That's 48.81 for 12 days. Relatively, this price is a little bit cheaper compared to the concentrates we have available in the market. The commercial dairy concentrate costs, like example, 28 pesos even to 35 pesos. And what I am doing here is actually, I am feeding the 6-day corn sprout, which is relatively cheaper compared to the commercial dairy concentrate. So when this corn sprout, the 6-day corn sprout was fed to the dairy animal in the transition period, the diet that I designed, the experimental treatment that I designed here, we have diet 1. So the diet 1 was fed from 3 weeks before calving and 3 weeks after calving. So at in this diet, the animals were fed only the basal diet or purely the pasture-based diet. However, after 21 days postpartum, or that means to say 21 days after they have given birth, they were provided already 3 kilograms of dairy concentrate. So the second diet tells us here that the animal was given the pasture plus an additional of 3 kilograms dairy concentrate in the 3 weeks before calving. And when the animal was already calving, the dairy concentrate was increased to 2 kilograms, making it 5 kilos. And for the diet 3, this is where the intervention was. So there is the basal diet, and there's also the supplementation of a 6-day corn sprout at that particular amount. That's basically 1% dry matter based on body weight of the dairy cow. And during the post-transition period, so the diet were already uniform. And these are the effects of these different diets were evaluated as carryover effects. So let us see the results of this study. So by the way, during the conduct of this study, the study has secured a permit from the Animal Care and Use Committee of UPLB, and everything was conducted in the Philippine Carnival Center, national headquarters, and some of the laboratory analyses were done in the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. So based on the results, we can see here that the body weight, and we can see here body weight and body condition score. So the body weight actually has no effect given diet 1, which is our control, and given diet 2, that's our commercial concentrate, and diet 3 with the corn sprout supplement. However, there is a relatively less decrease in body weight when there was corn sprout. And when you plot this over time, during calving, there was the highest decrease in the body weight among of all these animals that were used in the study, which is true, or which is confirming that the transition period will really result to a decrease in feed intake and also decrease in body weight. And of course, this will be explained at this point in time that the cow has already calved. So regardless of the treatment, all of the animals have suffered from decrease in body weight, and this has persisted even up to 1 week after calving. So they only regained they only regained stable body weight approximately 2 or 3 weeks after calving. And another, for the body condition score, relatively, the cows that were given only the basal diet had the lowest body condition score, which is not, if we talk about body condition score, apparently all of these animals in the 3 diets were still considered normal body condition score, but the least affected in terms of body condition score were those animals given the diet 2 and diet 3. The diet 2 was the concentrate supplemented cows, and then the diet 3 was the corn supplemented cows. And in terms of the body condition score over time, so there was again a obvious decrease in the body condition score over time because again of the expulsion of the fetus at this particular time, and the body condition score was stabilized from 1 to 2 to 3 months, a month after calving. So in the next slide, we can see here the effect of the diet on the calf weight. There was no significant difference among the diet. However, you can still see that there was a little bit higher when cows were supplemented with the diet 3. In terms of dry matter intake, we can see here that the cow had an improved or had a higher dry matter intake when they were provided the diet 3, or this was the corn supplemented dairy cows. And when we plot it over time, we can see that -3, or that's 3 weeks before calving, the dry matter intake was relatively depressed in all of the treatments, and it started to pick up 1 or 2 or 3 weeks after calving, and it began to normalize after 4 weeks calving. So in the next slide, we can see here the blood metabolites, and we can see that, as I have said, the non-esterified fatty acids are produced when there is catabolism of fat reserves. This is an indicator of the extent of negative energy balance. If the non-esterified fatty acid is so high, that means to say that the animal has exhausted or has catabolized a lot of its lipid reserves. So relatively, for cows that were fed with diet 3, and that is about the corn sprout fed cows, the non-esterified fatty acid was found the least, which is supporting our claim that feeding corn sprout can ameliorate the effects of negative energy balance. If you plot this over time, we can also see here that the non-esterified fatty acid increased towards the time when the cows gave birth, and it decreased when after calving or after giving birth. And this is because they have already started to pick up dry matter intake. And next table tells us about the beta-hydroxybutyrate. This is an indicator of the ketone bodies that is produced. The more ketone bodies that is produced, that also means that there is a higher degree of catabolism of lipids. So we can see here that there is lesser amount of beta-hydroxybutyrate produced when the cows were fed with the corn sprout supplement. However, there is no significant effect over time. In the next slide, we can see glucose. Again, the source of glucose of this ruminant animal at this point in time can either just be from the diet source or from propionic acid, which is the result of the fermentation of carbohydrates. So based on the results here, there is relatively higher glucose level in cows fed with diet 2 and diet 3, and those are cows fed with concentrate for diet 2 and cows fed with diet 3 given concentrate as well. However, there is no definite pattern on the effect of glucose over time. For the blood urea nitrogen, this is an indicator of the extent of the catabolism of protein in the animal's body. So amino acids are deaminized, and this deaminized fraction can be found in the urea. So relatively, there is less real urea or urea or nitrogen that can be found when the cows were fed diet 2 and also diet 3. So those are the data for the blood metabolites. So for the third study, it's about the milk production and economic benefits of supplementing corn sprouts in multiparous buffaloes from transition period to early lactation. So the same treatments were given. So again, for diet 1, we just remembered that the cows were fed a basal diet. For diet 2, more of basal diet as dairy concentrate, and for diet 3, basal diet and also the corn sprout supplement. So all the cows in this study that are used were milked in a parallel type milking parlor at the Philippine Carabao Center. So based on this result, so the green line represents the cows that were fed the basal diet, and then the red line represents the cows that were fed the concentrate diet, and the blue line represents the cows that were fed the corn sprout supplement. Relatively, you can see here a good shape of the lactation curve. So this is expected that the cows will have reached the peak lactation at about 5 to 6 weeks, or 4 to 6 weeks. And since they are multiparous dairy buffalo, we cannot assume really a high milk yield at this point in time. So the milk yield at this point, 6 weeks, was highest for cows that were fed the dietary or corn supplement at 63.71 liters of milk. And we compare that to the diet 2 fed cows, that's 55.57, and for the diet 1 fed cows, which is 54.82. So these translate to a higher profit out from the milk production. And you can see also that the cows fed diet 3 has reached the peak lactation at 6 weeks versus that of diet 1, which is only at 5 weeks. And this will indicate further a higher lactation persistence. Meaning to say, lactation and also the late lactation stage, they will still give a lot of milk when compared to cows given only diet 1 or the basal diet and also diet 2 fed cows. And because they have still high milk yield towards the end of lactation, well, that can be translated to also a higher profit. So in this figure, you can see the cows that were fed still diet 1, diet 2, and diet 3. For diet 1, you can see the milk yield is just on 30 days in milk. So the milk yield was still highest for diet 3 fed cows. When the cows reached the 60 days in milk, the cows that were fed the diet 3 got still the highest milk yield. And for the cows and for the 90 days in milk, it is the same. The cows that obtained the cows that were fed the corn sprout had still the highest milk yield. And in terms of milk composition, it does not vary actually for the different diets. However, what is interesting here is the next slide, which is about the somatic cell count. So in terms of somatic cell count, so the somatic cell score or somatic cell count, we can see here for diet 1 fed cows at 60 days, 90 days for representing the orange, and the gray for the 90 days. So the least somatic cell count was obtained still in diet 3, particularly in 90 days and also in 60 days. This is a good indicator that the animal has actually not suffered much from immunosuppression, as evidenced by low somatic cell count. And in terms of buying the milk in the Philippines, we are not only after of the milk yield or milk volume, but we also see somatic cell count or the quality of milk. So relatively, this milk is marketable, more marketable as compared to diet 1 and diet 2. And for cumulative net income, so for the still 30 for the blue bar, then 60 days in milk for the orange bar, and 90 days in milk for the gray bar. Relatively, you can see that the first 30 days in milk, there was a negative profit for cows that were fed corn sprout because, again, of the investment period for producing corn sprout. However, it started to pick up at 60 days, and profit can realize after 60 days to 90 days. And based on the pattern of the lactation curve, this income will even persist or will even be higher when we consider mid-lactation and the late lactation, as you can see here in the graph. So those are about the milk production and the economics. Now we go for the last component. Is about the in situ ruminal degradability, pH determination, and volatile fatty acid production in dairy buffaloes supplemented with corn sprouts. So in here, in the in situ degradability, I tried to put the corn sprouts, the different corn sprouts where my treatment 3 days, 6 days, 9 days, 12 days in a nylon bag, and subject this at different incubation time using a rumen cannulated buffalo in PCC. So the incubation time was 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, and 48 hours. So the same, the design was RCBD at that time, and there were like 3 sample nylon bags. And then for the rumen pH, so the cows were accustomed to diet 1, as I have explained earlier. So the diet 1 was the basal diet, and diet 2 was about the concentrate diet, and diet 3 was the corn sprout diet. So there was a adjustment period, and after a certain adjustment period time, then rumen fluid was collected and analyzed for pH, and also volatile fatty acid using gas chromatography. So based on the result here for the in situ dry matter degradability, so this is quite complicated data, but I would just like to inform you that, for example, a 12-day or 3-day or 6-day corn sprout, at 3 hours, they will be degraded like almost 50%. And then 50 to 60%. When it is 6 hours, it's degraded almost 50 to 60% as well. And for 48 hours, it's about 90 to 96%. And of course, the younger the sprouts are, then they are more digestible. In terms of this equation, this is a rumen dynamic from Orshkov formula. So what we can just implore here is that when we speak of A fraction, this is the rapidly soluble carbohydrate in the rumen. And for the B fraction, these are potentially degradable fraction. And if you sum up this, it's close to 9.9 or that's 90%. Meaning to say, regardless of these ages of corn sprouts, they are approximately like 90% or are apparently 90% digestible or degradable in the rumen. This verifies that the corn sprouts are really a highly digestible source of diet. And then this is also crude protein degradability. The pattern is also the same. And you can also see here that the protein fractions are also rapidly degradable over time, as represented by A and B fractions. And for the last here, you can see for the rumen pH, for cows that were given only diet 1, the rumen pH was 6.72. And for cows fed with the energy diets, the concentrate and also the corn sprout, then the pH was not really much affected. And this is still within normal pH. Otherwise, because they are very highly soluble carbohydrates, the animals might suffer from acidosis. So, but this pH data implies us that the pH is still within normal. In terms of volatile fatty acids, you can see here the blue graph represents the acetate production, and the orange for the propionate, and the gray for the butyrate. So in terms of propionate, this is what is interesting here, because the highest propionate production is actually obtained from those cows fed with energy diet in the transition period. So here 1.11 and 1.07, they're apparently comparable. And this is a verification that when you feed corn sprout, it will produce a higher proportion of propionic acid. And we all know that the propionic acid is a precursor of glucose. And when there is a surplus or when there is increase of glucose, this will ameliorate the effect of negative energy balance among cows in the transition period. So what is next for this? So maybe what can be done in the future is we can do the hydroponic technology, providing nutrient solution, providing nutrient solution, and with hydroponic technology, we prevent nutrient leaching. And there should be comprehensive analysis of bioactive components of corn sprouts. There should be, or this can also be done to other tropical cereals, which can be applied for livestock and poultry feeding as well. And if you have a vast pasture area, corn production can be integrated, and kernel or corn can be used for sprout production. And another thing is feed processing of cereal sprouts can also be looked into. And the last is it can be the effect on the animal health and the performance of the cows in the subsequent breeding and reproduction can also be explored. So with that, thank you very much for listening. I hope that you have understood a bit the concept of this study, which is actually very useful nowadays in our country, especially we are challenged with a very low milk production in our country, Philippines. So if you have a question, I'm very happy to answer for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaputan, for that study on corn sprouts as nutritional supplement among dairy cows in transition period. So, sir, there's a question here.
Yes, sir.
So, since your study is on in situ rumen digestibility, can you speculate on the fate of nutrients at the intestinal level?
Thank you for that question. So the in situ is only involving in involve only the obtaining data in the rumen level. So you have there the cannulated buffalo, and then you put there the nylon bags and analyze the degradability fractions. However, for in the intestinal level, that can also be done because there is also a cannula that can also be placed in the intestinal level, even in the small intestine or even in the large intestine. That can also be done. So there is specific cannula for that specific site of digestion.
So there's another question. Is there is it possible to do the same feeding practice to dairy goats?
Yes, I did also a seminar study in goats. However, I found out that goats are quite selective. So they are browsers and they only eat the succulent part of the sprouts. And they leave the hard part, which is the kernel and some of the roots, because their goats are very selective, or they're browsers. So, but if you mix this properly with available forage, fresh forage, that can also be maybe accepted by goats somehow.
Thank you so much, sir. I guess there are no more questions. So I now turn the virtual floor to Miss Kate. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Presbel, Professor Presbel. So before we proceed to the awarding ceremony, may we have photo opportunity with Dr. Gakutan. So you may now open your cameras for the photo op. Also, I guess, Dr. Kalalo is with us right now. We forgot to take a photo opportunity with her earlier. So again, now we have 12 slides. So wear your best smiles and we'll wait for I guess 1 minute for our committee on the photo documentation will be done. Okay, you guys. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Another slide. Okay. So still we have 5 slides more. Okay na. Okay, so again, thank you very much. So thank you for thank you very much once again. And also, thank you for sharing the comprehensive output of your research, Dr. Gakukan. And now, may we proceed for the awarding of certificate. Same citation is being given to Dr. Manuel Digakukan for being a resource person for today's international conference, given this day, July 23, 2021, via Zoom and FB Live, signed by our SUC President of CBSUA Philippines, Alberto N. Naperi, DPA. So thank you very much. So before we proceed to another speaker, may we have some reminders or announcements. The link for evaluation for this morning sessions or the presentations speakers will be posted in the chat box. So you may kindly fill out the electronic form, as this is one of the requirements to receive your e-certificates. Also, we will send the link in the chat box for ICARS 2021 website, where you can access all the materials being used in our conference now. So before we have our lunch break, I guess we have to may we proceed to our next resource person. Okay, so her topic will be the response to pandemic and ensuring food security through innovative pest management, the Pacific Island countries experience. So our resource person for this morning session is currently connected with the University of South Pacific at Alafua Campus, Samoa, as a lecturer in plant protection from 2018 to present. Her Doctor of Philosophy major in entomology at the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas, Laguna, Philippines, where she also received. She also got her professional teaching certificate at the UPLB UP Open University at Las Bañas, Laguna on July 2020. She also got her professional teaching certificate. She also received numerous certificates here and abroad, one of which is the international course on integrated pest management and food safety at Center of Development and Innovation at Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands, last June 2013. I hope I pronounced it correctly. She finished her master's degree at University of the Southern Philippines, Tagum City on 2007 with a degree of Master of Science in Agriculture, major in crop protection. She also took her Bachelor of Agricultural Technology in the same university in 2002, where she graduated cum laude. She has received several awards, and one of her notable awards is the Best Paper Award during the first symposium of the International Society for Tropical Root Crops Pacific Branch on April 24 to 27, 2018, held at the Tanoa International Hotel in Nadi, Fiji. Moreover, she was awarded the Erasmus Mundus Expert 3 program, Postdoctoral Mobility, European Union in 2013. And the same year, she received the Netherlands fellowship at the Netherlands government. She is also a Fulbright Fellow under the Fulbright Philippine Agriculture Advanced Research Award. She also conducted numerous researches as principal investigators and co-investigators, which also published in a peer-reviewed scientific journals. So let us welcome Dr. Leslie Torralba Ubao.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, here in Samoa, it's already 4:52, so we are 6 hours advanced.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, so I will share my slide. I'll take. Okay, wait a minute. So I don't. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I will be sharing our experience here in Samoa and Fiji, in particular, on the response to pandemic and ensuring food security through innovative pest management. Um, so the Pacific Island countries um, are composed of several island countries. These are Northern Marianas, the Federated uh, States of Micronesia, Fiji, French Polynesia, Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, Nauru, New Caledonia, and even New Zealand is also part of the Pacific Island countries. Palau, Samoa. There are two Samoa. We have the American Samoa and the Western Samoa, which is I am in Western Samoa, and then we have Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and the Wallis and Fortuna. So this is very isolated and sparsely located islands, and so in the lens of an agriculture practitioner, there are advantages of being isolated and being small, right? So Pacific Island member countries have a combined population of about 2.3 million people, which is spread across the unique and diverse region made by a hundred of islands and scattered over an area equivalent to 15% of the Earth's surface. This is not new to the Philippines because Philippines is an archipelago, but what makes it unique here in the Pacific Islands is that they have a sovereign government of like, and it's like the island are situated, or the countries are situated in a distance that is different from what we are having in the Philippines, in Indonesia, and other archipelago in Asia. And the best part is the population is only from the most populous country, which is Fiji, from 900,000 to the smallest, to the least populated island country, which is 11,000, the Tuvalu and Nauru Pacific Island countries. And then it is isolated from the large masses, and I think the the nearest landmass is Asia. The disadvantage, though, is its remoteness. So I mean, there is a disadvantage of being remote because we have trouble with exchange of goods. We have trouble with say transportation, medical response. And so they said, when I came first there in 2018, Samoa is a good country to work, but don't get sick. And then so before COVID, most of these island Pacific countries like Fiji and Samoa, actually the tourism industry is the major, or at least one of the major revenue earners of the countries. And just imagine how COVID restricted travel. So being isolated in the world, in in a glance, we are fortunate because the COVID has been like there is a delay of the passenger, or the transmission in a manner of saying. So, but not all, unfortunately, not all Pacific Island countries are free of COVID. So in terms of pest management, I used to tell my students that Samoa in particular is the Wakanda of pest problems. Maybe you're familiar with Wakanda, Black Panther movie. So I considered it a Wakanda because it's somehow its isolation protected the island countries from from the activity of exchanging of goods and other stuff, which results the transfer of pests and diseases from one countries to the other. So biosecurity is of course still a threat, and but quarantine is also is also being in place in every countries. So then again, another disadvantage is we are one of the countries that are um, vulnerable to climate change. So in terms of pest management, Samoa and Fiji, for instance, we are very we are very somehow yeah, we are vulnerable to invasive species. We are also vulnerable to changes in climate change and salinity and other factors. So in dealing with pest management, the thing that we need to take into consideration is the possibility of or I mean the making sure that whatever that we are using here in the Pacific Islands is sustainable and will not damage in any ways to the diversity of the island, and and for sure make the island uh, more at risk. Um, so what is now the COVID situation in Fiji and Samoa? These are two different countries in the Pacific Islands, but let us see Fiji. Fiji as of 21 July, the total cases is 19,352, and I heard it's increasing. The total recovered is 14,233. The total death is 125. People vaccinated is 78,625, which is 89% of the total population that is supposedly be vaccinated. In Samoa, so you see the differences. So in Samoa, as of the 21 July, there is no case. There's zero case. Meaning there's nobody has to recover and nobody has to die. And the people that are fully vaccinated is 17,000 only, 17,199, which is basically in terms of its population, it covers the 14.1% of the population, and I for one is vaccinated, fully vaccinated. But because of COVID, the borders are closed. So that's where the problem came. Now, in Fiji, there is approximately 28% arable land. It's a very small land that is intended for agriculture. The country is importing fruits and vegetables to meet the need of many Fijian and other expats in the island. The arrival from all countries has been banned on the 22nd of April 2021. This is the huge difference between the two countries. And then there is a reduced number of cargo vessels and restrictions in place at the ports on this day. Let us see how Samoa is faring. So compared to Fiji, Samoa has an arable land of only 29%. So meaning to come to to be able to get the supply for the people inside in the island, importation also is very high in Samoa. And so with the COVID coming, this is the difference. The state of emergency was declared as early as the 21st of March last year, 2020. They restricted all international travel. the cargo flights to Samoa are permitted to bring cargo goods every week, and any other passenger has to be approved by the cabinet unless the cabinet determines otherwise. That's good. That's good news. That's why until now we have 0 case. But in the lens of consumer that are very dependent to imported goods like vegetables, fruits, even meat. So we import meat. That's the problem come. So there is limited cargo flights, so limited supply from abroad, and so we have to do something. And this is one of the innovations, although it's not new. It's not new around the world, but in Samoa it's fairly new. So the use of protected structures under drip fertigation and hydroponics is new to Samoa, especially the drip fertigation. So I would cite a specific example that practices this. I think this is the only farm in Samoa that practices drip fertigation, and I am happy that before me we have another speaker who speak about soilless, so you can just relate his topic to this topic. So why use soilless farming system? Because Samoa, for example, has a very limited soil, limited space of soil that is arable. So we have to think of innovations or technology that is useful in order to be able to plant vegetables and other crops regardless of the space available. And Sunshine Farm in Tanong Malala, Samoa, established this farm as early as 2018. Remember, 2018, that is pre-COVID. So the owner of the farm is the owner of the largest supermarket chain in the country. So they have the vision of producing their goods. So it is the market to supermarket, the farm to supermarket system. So that's her vision. And so Duala, in 2020, COVID happened. So her vision is actually being applauded, that it's really is a good move, a bold move actually. So just to give you a brief background on this farm. This farm is actually managed by a Filipino, and then managed by a Filipino, which is my husband, and supervised by a Filipino as well, which is our student from the University of Southeastern Philippines, Tagum City. And I'm proud to say that we are doing this in Samoa, helping Samoan. So this is, as I have said, this is a privately owned farm, and they are now fully operated by rainwater. So they collect rainwater, and that rainwater alone feed the 8 greenhouses in the farm. So the farm itself is only 20 acres. That's very small, but they have able to do this to optimize the space. So and they are also now installing solar panels to use the solar energy for their farm. Yeah. So what are the crops that the farm is planting? They actually dive into the high valued crops, those crops that are usually imported from New Zealand, Australia, United States, and some are from Asia. So these are the tomato. So this is their actual farm. So these are, but however, not, unfortunately, the seeds that they are using are from New Zealand. The the I mean the growing media that they are using is they sourced out from Sri Lanka. Uh, that is their tomato. This is their capsicum, bell pepper, and that is their cucumber, and that is their lettuce. So their lettuce, they grow at least nine varieties. And during the pandemic, McDonald's of Samoa, we only have one branch of McDonald's in Samoa. They actually shifted from their source from abroad to the locally produced because of the restriction of traveling. And even today, as of today, there is now the government now placed uh, a what's this, a quarantine issues about importing tomato from New Zealand. So for now, we are the supermarkets are not allowed to import tomato because of several problems that has been reported in New Zealand. So the Sunshine Farm is one of the biggest supplier of tomato, not only in Samoa but also in Tokelau. So Tokelau is another island country that is 4 days by a boat. Yeah. So that's how important to have this vision. And this vision, well, I am not thinking that it's fortunate that we have COVID problems now, but at least the vision is there, and now it's we are right. They are reaping um the 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 harvest. Yeah. So now the problem is the limitation of what's this, the problem of dealing with these crops, whether it is planted in open cultivation or in protected structures, are pests and diseases. And further, so since we are isolated, there is a limitation of options of this problems. Limitations, I mean, of the solution, which is the pest and disease management. Uh, just say, for example, pesticides. Pesticides, there are limited available active ingredients, and for sure, we all know that having a limited available active ingredients, the tendency, the threat of building up resistance of these active ingredients is highly likely and very fast. It's also very expensive. It's from Australia and from New Zealand, so it takes heaps of money for the farmers to use pesticides. There is also, for now, there is also a poor regulations of registration, marketing, and distributions and disposal of these pesticides. So, which is in itself is a threat to the diversity and the already risky and vulnerability of the island Pacific countries, or Samoa, for example. So other options would be cultural practices and biological control. So what can we do as a lecturer in the only regional university in the Pacific? It is our job to try to mitigate or solve one problem at a time. So we are now focusing into this following measures. One is we are focused of using, of course, the biological control agents, and that's our hope, that we can isolate and we can mass produce. So there is, we have choices of these biological control agents. There are commercial available in the market, but the big chunk of our vision is the use of indigenous entomopathogenic microorganisms. So in the market, there is abamectin, there are BT formulated products. We can easily collect green moscardine fungus in the soil, NPV in the soil, and also my favorite entomopathogenic nematodes. And the third one is promote IPM and functional plant health clinic in villages. So these are the three things that we are currently doing now in as plant protection intervention. So currently we have problems. No, we have a research ongoing. So one is in Fiji. It is in collaboration with SCR. So we are doing identification, seasonal abundance and management of brood mite species in capsicum, on capsicum in Fiji. So aside from brood mite, protected structures are also protected structure grown crops are also vulnerable to aphids. These are the common pests and diseases that we observed in the Tanum Malala protected houses. So we have blossom end rot, which is due to, of course, water factor. So we also have a problem of rat here in the Pacific, rodents. We also have problems with brood mite, aphids, and anthracnose. So the common ones, these are common problems in Samoa in particular. And so now we are also doing a feasibility study on the commercial cultivation of high valued vegetables in Samoa under precision farming system. And although this one is later on, so this is another research that we're doing in the university, establishment of biological control laboratory and demonstration farm for the management of coconut rhinoceros beetle. And in the Philippines, we also are familiar with rhinoceros beetle. So let me talk about the different studies that we are doing now. So the major why we are doing this project in Fiji. Maybe in the Philippines we are just bear with me, because the difference between our countries in terms of technology is like maybe 10 years. So maybe the use of abamectin in the Philippines or in other parts of the world has been like it has been practiced for several years now. But in Fiji, it's available, but there is no records that shows that this type of products are used for a particular pest. So in this particular project or study, we are looking into its effectivity in combination with aerated vermicompost tea against brood mite. So, and then we do have we do identification and determining the seasonal abundance of brood mite. The second study is into the precision agriculture. So it's a multifaceted study, which includes economists, soil scientists, and other fields. So our focus here in plant protection is we are into developing, or we are into isolating possible indigenous microorganism to use as biological control agents. So it involves isolation and identification and mass production. Okay, so this one is I will talk about this particular project because it's a worthwhile noting why the use of biological control agents, particularly entomopathogenic microorganisms in Samoa, has been lagging behind, and we need to concentrate on isolating our own, producing our own, because COVID is real, and God forbid other pandemics will occur in the future. So it's very good to be prepared in some level. So I wanted to talk about what are the lessons that we've learned from the management of Oryctis rhinoceros in Samoa and in other parts of the Pacific Island countries, that we can take today and not to repeat it with other pest problems. So in 1909, so as early as 1909, rhinoceros beetle was introduced accidentally from our parts of the world. From Southeast Asia, it travels to the different parts of the Pacific Island countries. And so this particular problem has been there like ages ago. And in 2012, green muscardine fungus actually has been recorded and observed in Samoa as early as 1912. The problem is there's no worker then, or maybe there is, but there's no the system is not sustainable. So fast track to 2018, the problem of rhinoceros beetle is then again arising. So another biological control agents that they found and introduced in Samoa is the Oryctis virus, which has been introduced here in 1960s isolated from Malaysia. So from 1960s up to the early 2018, give and take 2016, the problem of rhinoceros beetle is manageable. Manageable meaning the insect pest is still there, but it doesn't cost economically damaging. But the problem is there is now reports from coconut farmers that it seems that the virus is no longer working. So a group of researchers from New Zealand and Australia got on board, and they made a study, and they found out that the strain they found that there's a new strain. So before the CRB strain, Oryctis rhinoceros strain is the Pacific strain. But now they have a new strain, the Oryctis rhinoceros Guam. So it seems that the new strain or the new biotype is no longer affected by the usual management, like the use of Oryctis virus and the green muscardine fungus. So in this part of the region we're in, it's very isolated, and there is a hardship or difficulty in importing goods from other countries, and when it is available, it's also very expensive. the notion of having a new biotype or new types of pests is very threatening, and it's a problem. So again, the lesson that we are learning from this experience is we need to have our own. We don't need to, and because COVID happened, so it opens our mind that we have to be self-sustainable. We have to produce our own in for the while the world is crumbling with the pandemic. We are free of COVID, but we need to eat. So though we are free of COVID, but our resources of food is limiting. So we need to produce our own to sustain our health. So in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and the Scientific Research Organization in Samoa, we are now working together to explore the isolation and mass production of uh, of these microorganisms. Maybe in the Philippines, maybe it's easy, it's quick, and it can be done because we have PCA, we have plant a Bureau of Plant Industry. We have all the arms of scientists and scientific organizations in the Philippines. But in the Pacific Island countries like Fiji and Samoa, we are limited. So what we can do is we have to start at the very beginning: collection, isolation, optimization, testing in the laboratory, and field testing. But there's another but. In mass production, the problem would be substrate. A very classic example is the mass production of Metarhizium anisoplay. So in the Philippines, we used to have this corn mixture substrate. But then again, in Samoa, we don't grow corn. They don't eat corn. Maybe just a very small chunk of population are utilizing corn in their diet. So what now? You plant corn. Where? We have limited land. We have limited piece of land. So then we have to think of some innovations. What is in the corn or what is in sorghum that is needed by the microorganism that maybe we can find in what is available in Samoa? So what is available in Samoa? Samoa is producing heaps of taro, which is which is also available in the Philippines. We also are producing breadfruit. We are producing cassava, heaps of these crops. And that's one of our focus now is to somehow mix or formulate a substrate that is suitable for the mass production of these particular microorganisms. Another problem, I am always stating a problem, but after the problem we have solutions, right? So another problem is in isolating microorganisms. One of the method, at least, is insect baiting. And in insect baiting, we used Galeria, which is greater wax moth. We also use lesser wax moth if we have, and then Tenebreo. Others would also use but Helicobelpa armerigera. So, but these are different. There are different results. So the most suitable insect bait for this for these microorganisms are the Galeria, so the greater wax moth. But we don't have here in Samoa. Even we are not allowed to bring in honey from Australia and from New Zealand because of this restriction. We cannot bring in other stuff from these parts of the region. What we have here, we have to use. So that's another problem. The solution is we have other insect pests in Samoa, like Helicoverpa armergera. It's very common. So now we are trying another path that we're exploring is optimizing and screening of a good candidate of an insect for baiting. So, as I have said, we are always looking for problem slash opportunity. So, I think that the bigger take of this, or the lesson that we have here in Samoa about this problem is about this COVID situation is we have to improvise. Improvisation is good. Only all you have to do is to think of the principles behind it. So if back in your laboratory or in your own country you have a level of a fancy equipment, but when you are in an island country wherein everything is limited, you have to think of a solution, you have to think of innovation. So that's one of the things that we've learned from this pandemic. Aside from research, we are also looking into the strengthening the plant health clinic in the country. So why it is very important, because with a very small population, there are also limited human resources, experts, if you may say. So it's one of the reason why we incorporate plant health clinic in our agriculture plant protection courses. So it is in collaboration with other national university in other island countries. Like, say for example, I am working now with the Fiji National University and the Solomon Islands National University. So we try to design a curriculum, even activity and learning activity that we focus on plant health clinic. We are envisioning that our students in the university, when they graduate, they are equipped and they are able to do basic uh, diagnosis, and they have a basic knowledge on management options. So because we have here in Samoa, we have students from Vanuatu, we have students from Solomon Islands, we have students from Tonga, we have students from Fiji. So when they go back to their country, it is at least they have the basic tools to do diagnosis. And if things like cannot be handled by them, then that's the time they will shout and say help, at least the basic ones. So these are the future agriculture practitioner professionals in each countries. um, Another thing is we have a collaboration between the Ministry of Agriculture as an extension arm of the ministry and the university. So what we are doing is we have this, just like the poster that you are seeing in the screen. We are accepting samples from farmers, wherein we diagnose in the laboratory. We go to the field if we need to see it for ourselves, and we are also extending the activity into training the farmers in their village how to do diagnosis. Very straightforward and simple diagnostic processes, because the situation in Samoa is the the transportation is also very limited. So the bus run not as often as as in the Philippines, the mobility of the people is also limited because of this, and we are in a village type of society. So, and these are villages from far-flung side of the island, wherein sometimes there is a difficulty of going to the town and ask for help. So by doing so, we are enabling them to do the diagnosis by themselves, and if they have enough time, then they can go straight away to our laboratory. So this particular initiative is also in collaboration the um, with the scientists from the University of Queensland. So I am working closely with Dr. Professor Forlong, and also the ACR projects, where we are aiming for a dependent and eligible someone farmers, uh, Solomon Islands and Fiji and alike. So that's the vision of Plant Health Clinic, and so that even we have problems in the island, uh, if it can be solved in the island, if it can be determined in the island, then that's a good move. Um, uh, so for the meantime, we are actually in the process of revising all of our assessment activities and learning activities online. So yes, it can be done, but how? We need to be very innovative, and somehow the feeling of isolation is good. Um, and this is my view in Samoa, our sunset and the island. Faafitai, Tililava.
Dr. Bao, here
Yes.
for the question. I guess there's
Yes.
a raised hand from Zoraida Abad. Ma'am Abad.
Hi, Zoraida.
Go ahead, Zoraida, Miss Zoraida. I guess there's another question, ma'am. We're ready with another question. This is coming from Facebook from Dr. Ravindra Joshi. The question is plant. Okay. So plant health clinics have been in Solomon Islands for at least 10 years, introduced by Dr. Graham Jackson. How different are the plant health clinics now? So
Okay.
we would like
So
to
actually, yeah. So actually, Dr. Graham is part of the collaboration of this activity. So our basic our aim actually is for the students. We are now focusing on the students because we believe that these students would be soon to be the agriculture extensionists back in their country, and we feel that for the past few years now there is a sort of a disconnect of the university and the farmers, and the university has a very limited resources to go into the farmers, and so we have to take the bridge, and the bridge would be the ministry. So in short, our goal is to prepare the students, our future graduates, to be highly equipped to do the plant clinic themselves when they graduate. Yeah, so that's the thing that is happening now. plant agricultural extensionist in the Pacific Island countries is very limited.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. So I guess is Miss Abad here with us? So I guess there are no more questions. Are there still questions on FB, on YouTube? So ma'am,
Maybe they're hungry.
maybe they're hungry, or they really understood your presentation already. So I guess it's time for lunch. So thank you so much, Mom. And Mom Nessie is quite disappointed. There are no more questions, but
no lunch for me.
No lunch for you. But we'll still have our photo ops, and we'll be giving you your certificate of recognition. Okay. Okay. So okay, please open your cameras. Your cameras and wear your best smiles. It's okay. So this would take, I guess, long since we have participants. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. Another for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another slide. 1, 2, 3. So wear your best smiles or freeze your smiles. Okay, are we done? We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we now on to the awarding of the certificate of recognition. Thank you so much, Dr. Leslie.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Ubaob, for the very informative presentation of yours. Okay, so let's proceed to the awarding of the certificate of appreciation. Same citation as given to Dr. Leslie, certificate of appreciation with same citation is given to Dr. Leslie T. Ubaob for being one of our resource persons this International Conference on Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability 2021, ICARS 2021, with the theme Greening Agriculture, an approach to the future-proofing the agri-food sector, held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live. So signed by our SUC President for Alberto Enapere, DPA of CBSUA Philippines. So
thank you
very much, Ma'am. Thank you very much. So before we proceed to our lunch break, we will just be having some announcements. The link to evaluate for this morning session's presentation and speakers will be posted in the chat box. So kindly fill out the electronic form, as this is one of the requirements to receive your e-certificates. Also, we will send the link for ICARS 2021 website in our chat box, where you can access all the materials being used in our conference now. So yeah, and it's 12:39. We will resume our conference at exactly 1 p.m. So you have a 20 something minutes for you guys to have our lunch. So we'll back at 1 o'clock in this afternoon. Happy lunchtime, everyone. Also, may I just remind everyone, the participants, that the background of our conference was already sent in your email, respectively. So you may use it for the photo documentation purposes yeah, as it is also one of the requirements for this conference. Also, please do change your name in the Zoom conference. Please do type your country underscore organization slash affiliation underscore your surname, such as PH underscore CBSUA underscore Manlangit or underscore De La Cruz. And for those attending via FB Live, you may type or comment your country underscore organization slash affiliation underscore your full name. And this will serve as your attendance to the webinar or conference for today. Thank you.
A 100 years ago, Mount Isarog witnessed the start of today's celebrated history. It was 1918, the year when a farm school was born at the heart of the Bicol region. Then known as Camarines Agricultural School, young Bicolanos began learning agriculture as a science and as a way of life. The students fed their minds on modern farming and worked with their hands in massive lands.
Ang estudyante marunong magtrabaho, whereas pag lazy ka, wala kang place dito sa school.
The students undergo farming, planting rice, vegetables, or corn supervision.
Work is manual labor.
Lalo na kung harvesting corn, ay naku, sunod yan, harvesting rice, planting rice, o maong nani kung may classwork, taday ngayon leksyon. Pag leksyon talaga yan, ha? Pag classwork, trabaho yan talaga the whole day.
You will farm 1 hectare before you graduate. Yan ang requirement ng principal noon. 1 hectare rice field. Ikaw ang mag-aararo, ikaw ang lahat.
You have to be industrious. You have to study very well. And then at the same time, you have to grow yourself as a student.
Through the years, the school has grown and made names in Bicolano households. It has become a place where young men and women from across the region come together and call it their second home.
Throughout Bicol region,
Represented yan.
may taga-Sorsogon, kung saan-saan.
Lalo itong mga masbate, may mga darayan bulpin siya.
Apart from learning and self-discovery, the school also became a place to make friends and fun memories. A place where everyone belongs as brothers and sisters in one community.
A sense of community, as if we are brothers and sisters. Ang magayonon dyan, tayo mga eskwela, nagdadarayan mga balo, ang katong kung ano-ano na lang din.
As an academic institution, the school exemplified leadership in research and instruction while helping nearby communities. As the school has made progress, so did the people it serves.
Every Saturday, lahat na teachers dito po, ang teachers are giving their extension services sa kanilang barrio, sa barangay nila. May mga summer classes kami na ino-offer. Kaya interested persons may enroll at 10 pesos per subject.
We expanded our horizons and shed hope to even more constituents. As one community, we develop shared learnings and shared values.
I have to learn with the students. The students learn from me, and I learn from them.
I learned researching, I learned extension, I learned quality teaching.
The professors are hands-on. They really live up to the expectations of the students. They teach the students to be resilient, to be adaptive, to be competitive, and hardworking.
The value of hard work. Wherever you go, you will be known for hard work.
Well-rounded sila, pati sa trabaho, pati sa isip.
Year after year, the institution has produced outstanding graduates who rippled learnings and values to their countrymen. It has become a training ground for future leaders and catalysts for social change.
Dahil sa mga tinukdo na halik sa CBSUA, sa mga nanukdan ko, dahil kung nagkaaraw kayo na magkaikuan sa direng negosyo na mapagayon din ang pagbuhay niyo, hindi lang sarong paratan.
Bukod sa mga subjects na kailangan mong pag-aralan, natuto ako na gumawa ng garden, natuto ako magtanim, gano'n, natuto ako mag-alaga ng hayop. So, malaki yung naitulong sa akin para ma-develop yung aking pagmamahal sa agriculture.
The institution has stood the test of time. We made triumphs and we suffered from downfalls, but we never stopped the quest for excellence.
The CSA community really worked hard to realize that dream of becoming a university.
We work from the time this school becomes a state college. We work hard.
The faculty were very much material in making it a university. With the non-teaching personnel, the students who also help us. Night and day, we talk about how we prepare that. They work it out so hard enough.
Through the years, we have made huge steps in reinventing CBSUA as an agricultural university. We became more responsive to the needs of our constituency by moving to new horizons of teaching, innovations, and engagements.
We are thankful because today the passion and dedication of our predecessors have paid off. And we are even more grateful that the current constituents of the CBSUA community, the faculty and staff, the students, the alumni, our farmers and partners are sharing one vision. We are coming together to make CBSUA a leading university in agriculture.
Today, we look back to a colorful past, celebrate the present, and envision a brighter future.
Celebrate the farmers, celebrate life. Happy 100 years, CBSUA!
Congrats sa lahat ng estudyante, faculties, at sa lahat ng staff na bumubuo ng CBSUA. And more anniversaries to come!
Happy 100 years, CBSUA! Happy 100 years, CBSUA! Congratulations, CBSUA!
Happy 100 years!
Despite the challenges of today, CBSUA will stand with great pride as we write our story for the start of a new journey.
Hi, mga kasama. Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Lalong-lalo na sa mga nanonood at kasali dito sa ginaganap na international webinar tungkol sa pag-aalaga ng ating stingless bees. Ibig ko din pong pasalamatan ang organizer nitong activity na ito sa pamamagitan ng CBSUA at Rugby Call sa pamamuno ni Ma'am Lilia Pasiona at sa kanyang mga staff. Welcome po dito sa aming farm, 3G Farm. Ako po, si Henry Rafael, magsasaka at magbububuyog. Kasama ko po sa grupo ang aming mga kasamahan. Kaya nga, ang grupo namin ay tinatawag na 3D Farm. Hindi lang sa akin, and may mga member kami. Nung kabataan ko, halos 3 lang ang alam ko sa mga bubuyog. Unang-una, ang sakit, paano ma-sting ng bees. Pangalawa, yung takot habang ina-attack ng libu-libong bees. Pangatlo, yung sarap ng lasa ng honey kapag na-harvest na ang honey. So yun lang ang alam ko. Tumagal yun sa aking pagkakaalam ng napakahabang panahon. Ang pagkakaalam ko na hanggang 3 lang pala ang tungkol sa mga bubuyog ay biglang nabago nung ma-imbita ko sa isang pagpupulong na ginanap sa CBSUA, Central Bicol State University for Agriculture, noong 2003. Doon ko nakilala si Dr. Stoles at si Professor Ruiz. Sa kaganapang yun, doon ko nalaman na hindi lang pala 3 ang dapat kong malaman sa mga bubuyog. Hanggang sa yung mga pinag-usapan doon sa seminar na yon, isinakatuparan ko at nagsimula akong mag-aral ng pag-aalaga ng bubuyog. May potential pala na pagkakitaan ang pag-aalaga ng bubuyog. Kahit na nga ang pinag-usapan doon ay yung mellifera or yung galing sa ibang bansa, sinubukan kong i-adapt sa ating native na bees ang teknolohiya sa mellifera. So, nag-triumph naman ako sa aking pagsubok, ngunit biglang nawala sana ang tagumpay ko nung dumating ang isang napakalakas na bagyo dito sa aming lugar. Taong 2006 nang biglang nawala sa isang iglap ang naipundar kong mga bubuyog. Sa mahigit 35 bahay ng bubuyog, isa lang ang natira. Kaya malaki ang aking panghihinayang na malapit ko na sanang abutin ang tagumpay sa pag-aalaga ng bubuyog ay sa isang iglap na wala. Noong panahong ding yon, bago naghagupit ang napakalakas na bagyo, ay nagkataon na mayroon din akong isang bahay ng stingless bees. Doon ko nalaman na ang stingless bees pala ay may kakayahan na maisaayos uli ang kanilang nasirang bahay kahit hindi tulungan ng nag-aalaga. Doon din ako nakapag-isip na mas maganda palang alagaan ang ating stingless bees kumpara sa ibang honeybees. So agad-agad, plano ako para sa paghanap ng mga parent. So may kinausap akong isang kaibigan para ihanap ako ng nasabing bahay ng mga bubuyog at nagkasundo kami na babayaran ko siya ng 100 bawat colony maihanap niya para sa akin. So doon na bali nagsimula ang aking malalimang pag-aaral tungkol sa stainless base.
Regano ka dito. Carla Jenny speaking. Ha?
Bali, nung nagdesisyon ako na mag-aral na sa stainless base, may kinausap akong kaibigan na mag-hunting ng feral colonies. So bali, dito lang siya sa lugar namin ng hanap kasi marami talaga dito sa aming lugar ng mga feral colonies ng stainless base. Nakakolekta siya ng aabot sa 15 bahay. Kaya agad-agad nagkaroon siya ng income na para sa ganong bilang. Kalipas ng isang taon, nagkataon na may isang proyekto ang Bicol University College of Agriculture and Fisheries na pinamagatang Rehabilitation of Coconut Farmers Devastated by Typhoon Riming sa pamumuno ni Dr. Leilani Pabilando as project leader. Kami bilang recipient ng nasabing proyekto, nag-organisa ng isang grupo. Dito na nagsimula ang 3G Group taong 2008. Kasama nito sa project, kahit na nga nakatuon sa pagtatanim ng mga high value crops, pinakiusap ko sa project leader na isama sa aming mga proyekto ang pag-aalaga ng bubuyog. Agad-agad namang tinanggap ang aking pakiusap, kaya gumawa kami ng paraan na bawat isa sa kasapi namin ay magkaroon ng starter colony. So, bali, ang grupo namin ay may bilang na 23. Doon na naorganisa ang 3G dahilan ang proyekto ay 3 taon lamang. Tapos ng 3 taon, nag-focus na kami sa pag-alaga ng bubuyog. Noong panahon na yon, habang nasa loob pa kami ng proyekto ng Bicol University College of Agriculture, maraming bumisita dito sa aming farm. Doon
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess everyone had already a great lunch. But before we proceed to our first speaker for this afternoon, there are some comments in our chat box asking for how to fill out form. So once you click, so we'll be showing here in the screen. Once you click the link that we have just sent you. So yeah, you made your full name. So for example, yeah, one of our colleagues here typing her full name and then trying to fill out the form for you. So type your full name. You're going to choose first whose speaker are you going to evaluate. For the first one, of course, the Dr. Gilbert Sigua. Then after that, you may proceed to the next slide. For the session 8, for the objectives, so you may click the button if you strongly disagree or strongly agree. Yeah, you may choose 1 to 5. 1, strongly disagree. The 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a strongly agree. So for another one for the session topic, if it is relevant, and then yeah, this Down po. And for the resource person, knowledge and mastery of the subject matter, we do have the legend for it. For one, strongly agree. Number two, disagree. Number three, not sure. Number four, agree. And then the five is strongly agree. So we have the A, B, C, D. Yes po. And yes, you have to click the button from the top to the bottom, of course. And you will be, one of the questions here is, did the conference in general meet your expectations? So kindly answer it yes or no, hopefully yes. Then the aspects of the activities that we could further improve, and the other comments and suggestions that you want us to provide as the organizer. Then you may click the button submit. Once you click that button, there should be another suggestions for you to link to another. So you're not going to click this what you're seeing, this link every now and then. Once you're in the slides, what will you do is just submit, and then after that, there should be a icon that will ask you to proceed to submit another response. Then you may proceed it from Dr. Gilbert, and then to another resource person from the top to the bottom. What will you do is you submit, and then after there's no need to type, or there's no need to click every now and then the link that has been sent to you. So yeah, so that's it for the evaluation link. I hope we helped you, provided the information that you needed for you to access it and to submit your response easily.
Magkuha ka man yung ano, di ka magdirekta dyan, samahan man ako. Para yung kayo ng puson. Si Joris.
Okay, I guess we're ready now to proceed to start for the afternoon session. So to begin with, allow me to introduce our speaker for this afternoon. He is a technical, actually the first topic is about farming system. So he is a technical advisor for partnership of CIRCA. Prior to joining CIRCA in February 2020, he served as scientist 2, agronomist at the International Rice Research Institute, based in IRI Myanmar office in Yangon from 2014 to 2017. He was consultant to 8 IRI projects from 2007 to 2014 and 2008 to 2020. Also, he was a university researcher and affiliate faculty at the Agricultural Systems Institute, College of Agriculture, University of the Philippines at Los Baños from 1980 to 2014. Also, he Okay, sorry, I was muted for a while. Allow me to proceed. He was the program leader of corn-based and rice-based farming systems program, Agricultural Systems Institute, College of Agriculture, from March 1989 to March 2014. He was also an affiliate faculty from June 1989 to March 2014 and taught courses on Agri 195 research methods in agriculture and food science. Agri 31 and 32, Fundamentals of Crop Science 1 and 2, Agri 111, Introduction to Farming Systems. The awards and recognition he received includes RRI Scientific Achievement Team Award, Agronomy and Post-Harvest Myanmar in 2017, the Gawad Saka Outstanding Agricultural Scientist Finalist, DA Philippines 2013, Ho Chi Minh Medal for having great contribution to the cause of agriculture and rural development 2012, Society of the Philippines CSSE Achievement Award in Technology Development in 2011, Honorary Fellow in 2019, and Achievement Award in Extension in 2006. Also, Golden Grain Award in 2008 and Most Distinguished Alumnus in 2007 and Alumni Achievement Award in 1997 of Central Luzon State University CLSU Alumni Association. And Outstanding Researcher given by the UP System Research Extension and Professional Association in 2006. He has authored and co-authored books, articles, and referred journals and specific proceedings and published monographs, pamphlets, and techno-guides. So we can share his link for all the achievements that or work or published work he has already published. So without further ado, may we have Dr. Romeo V. Labios.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that very kind introduction. So let me upload my presentation. And this afternoon, I would like to thank everyone for inviting me, especially to Dr. Lorena Ferrer Hernandez for this kind invitation. So this is an important conference on in agriculture revolution and sustainability with the theme greening agriculture, an approach to future proofing the agri-food sector. So this afternoon, my presentation is entitled Back to the Future of Farming, Innovations for Transforming the Agri-Food Sector. I would also like to congratulate President Alberto Naperi for these great initiatives. President Naperi and his executive staff visited CIRCA a few months ago. And before I give my presentation, let me show first a short video about CIRCA and how the center can be of service or partner to everyone listening here this afternoon, especially the students, faculty, and researchers. Sorry, there's no audio. I have to click it again.
Which is articulated through three. Fiscal year 2020-2021 marked the beginning of CIRCA's 11th five-year plan, which is articulated through three core programs, focused on 7 priority areas to contribute to the UN SDGs. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the challenges in agriculture in Southeast Asia. CIRCA helped address these challenges through programs geared towards 5 outcomes for agricultural and rural development, or ARD. CIRCA forged partnerships to build the capacity of individuals working in ARD to pursue graduate studies and professional learning, and empower and equip higher education institutions as drivers of agricultural innovation. Training for development activities were carried out mainly through the Solve platform in collaboration with other institutions. Circa knowledge events facilitated wide sharing of best practices, technologies, and lessons learned among ARD stakeholders. Circa carried out 12 high-impact projects in support of policy and program advisory relevant to CMEO member countries, as well as research for ARD that are of national and regional relevance that will lead to transformational change. Circa also supported development of knowledge platforms intended to create an enabling environment for agricultural innovation. Circa collaborated with higher education institutions on various agricultural innovation projects to link innovation and technologies to farming communities and markets. Circa also partnered with key institutions and engaged with farmers and students to develop and promote next step agri-technologies. Its solid track record in project development and management enabled Circa to embark on projects that contribute to modernizing agriculture. Circa also invested in various grants to advance agricultural innovation. Moreover, Circa conducted projects to improve food production and transform mindsets on food consumption that promote well-being in terms of food and nutrition security. Circa's work for Southeast Asia was carried out in partnership with various institutions for a greater reach of its services and impact of its activities, all towards elevating the quality of life of agricultural families in the region we call home.
Okay, so that's the accomplishment of Circa for fiscal year 2020-2021, and I'm sure you will be asking questions later on. So let me proceed with my presentation. So this is a background of Circa's United Nations Food Security Summit Dialogue, which was held last 18 May 2021 with the theme, Breaking Silos, Transforming Agricultural Education and Research Towards Sustainable Food Systems in Southeast Asia. The top recommendations from various stakeholders include the following: focusing on family farmers, farmers' approach in addressing gaps in the food systems. Second, including family, culture, and resources in the context or narratives of food systems. Third, focusing on younger generations, and that's you, the students here listening today, entice the youth to engage in farming, ensuring interconnectedness of academia, policy, research, and governance to provide holistic approach on food systems. Fifth, recognizing the need for resilient food systems, future-proof agriculture, establishing collaboration for all actors in the food systems like the farmers, processors, businesses, governances, policy, research, and academia, with focus on value chain, and finally, investing in key public interest in making sure that the research, development, extension toward together gaps in the food systems, generating support, and must be inclusive. The question for the youth who are listening today is that what will be the role of the agri-food system want to take in agriculture? Maybe you're asking why I take agriculture also. My story on why I choose agriculture may be the same to many of you, especially during our earlier generation. Born from a poor family, my parents were not able to go to school, but did not stop them to support the seven of their children get education. My father was a hospital helper in the provincial hospital in Santa Cruz, Laguna, with very minimal salary that time. So with this extra time after work, we tend to growing any crops from the farm that we do not own and raising chickens, pigs, and other animals that could provide additional income to support us. From the very young age, we were taught by our parents on how to grow different plants, raise animals, and sell them as well. You know, during the old days, maglako at suno ang bilao o basket during weekend. Otherwise, wala kang baon sa eskwela. And taught us the value of money that we earn. So I said, there is money in agriculture. After high school, my parents said they cannot send me to college anymore. But luckily enough, I got a COCOFED scholarship and was able to enroll at CLSU in 1976, up to 1980, of course. That is the start of my career where I am now. So being poor is not a hindrance to be successful in your chosen field. Now let us start with you, the youth who are listening this afternoon. As future agriculture professionals, you have a key role in transforming the food system now and in the future. As students, pick your field of specialization and be expert at it. Do your research. Be curious on the science and practice of agriculture. Taking an agriculture course is not mere cultivation of soil, rice, other high-value crops, but more. What are the different fields of specialization if you take agriculture and related fields? So you could see in the slides a number of specialization, another field of specialization and expertise that you could venture on. So the different fields, even those beyond agriculture, are important to transform the food systems. This is no longer about agriculture. We need other fields to achieve a sustainable and resilient food system. For example, the College of Agriculture of UPLB joint course offering with a culinary school in Manila, where students are also taught on importance of growing quality crops that they include in the recipe in many more different fields. As students of agriculture, you need to be aware of the current and future challenges of the food system, how to produce more safe, nutritious, and affordable food to feed the growing population. So what CIRCA aims to do are the following. The food and nutrition security challenge of the Southeast Asian region remains to be perennial concern, now requiring decisive systemic actions. Any discussions on transformative actions towards achieving sustainable systems must be scaled, systemic, science-based, society-focused, and sustained. We envision strengthening of major food systems in each country of the Southeast Asian region operationalized by integrated innovations in taste, process, markets, and people. So that's the 4 P's. How to achieve this? We need urgent innovations in research and education. Why? Increase the efficiencies across the supply chains, massive promotion of responsible consumption takes pride of the Southeast Asian culture and lifestyle. So this slide shows to you the different value chains of food system. The above mentioned field of specialization in the previous slides in agriculture and related field has a big role in this value chain. Example, the producers, the production stage, like in this chain, the producers, what major fields are needed here? First, the agronomy, plant breeding, horticulture, animal science, agricultural engineering, and social scientists, with especially those working with farmers or family in the community. In terms of the post-production and marketing, as part of the value chain, of course, the ag engineering or engineering, even the electrical or mechanical engineering, the food science, ag economics, the agribusiness management, example of the specializations working on this food system value chain. So that means there's a goal of the different specializations in agriculture. This slide shows the impact of COVID-19 to the value chain. The value chain shows the linkage between the supply and demand in agricultural food system. And due to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic resulting to lockdown, mobility restrictions result to quantity reduction in farm labor, which if continues longer would translate to overall reduction in agriculture activity. Agricultural production reduction is also caused by farmers' limited access to farm inputs and access to markets to sell the produce, which may result to profit losses and wastage of farm produce. The loss of income and economic slowdown would result in decrease in demand, particularly among the farmers and farming families with no safety nets. What is shown here are the different programs and initiatives across the supply chain in response to COVID-19. All these initiatives have wide coverage spanning from the mobility restrictions mobility restriction impacts on farmers, on processors, and producers and distributors due to lockdown and community quarantines. Some retailers may have experienced increase in food prices due to unpredictable markets, thanks to price freeze during state of calamity declaration. On the other hand, COVID-19 have resulted in change in consumer preferences. So at CIRCA, in our 11th five-year plan, we saw the need to think how we approach things, particularly in terms of how we view agriculture, how we view food, and how we view food production, the agricultural systems, the food systems. We arrive at this theme, which is accelerating transformation through agricultural innovation. Clearly, there is a need for an accelerated transformation of the agriculture sector so it can be fully maximized for human well-being. We strongly believe that systemic and integrated innovation here would require a new mindset where farming is viewed as a sustainable agribusiness. This is in contrast with the traditional view that farming is merely a production. So we want to push for ecosystem thinking, for circular value chains, for future fruit products and services, for low ecological footprint, agriculture 4.0, the need for next culture and rural development as formative leaders for the Philippines. And I'm talking about the youth today. However, we do not want our farmers to be just agripreneurs. In this age of technology, we have also realized that the transformation of our farmers would require them to innovative agricultural entrepreneurs who can effectively and confidently use modern technologies and innovations benefit the people and the country who rely on them for food security. And for this to happen, our new farmers need to have access to the next generation of agricultural technologies and innovations. We want them to be transformers. They are agripreneurs who are using disruptive technologies. With all these challenges, opportunities, innovations in the agri-food system, let's go back to the youth. I challenge the youth to be innovative, take risk, and keep learning about your course or your courses, degree program, learn from your classmates, teachers, alumni, of course, and maximize online learning during this time of pandemic. You have YouTube where you can learn about demonstration videos on innovative farming technologies. I just saw a video a while ago from the farmers on bee culture, stingless bee culture, which is good good entrepreneur we follow by the students here. So you can also do hydroponics and integrated farming systems. The best method of let's say this vertical farming method. These slides, I would like to show you an example from your university, the CBSUA students and teachers, on how to promote agriculture and how to engage the youth in agriculture. This is an entry from CBSUA during the Circa Youth Co-Video contest last year. And this is one good example on how we can use digital technologies such as videos and social media to promote agriculture to the youth. So let me play this one.
It has been 8 months since the COVID-19 pandemic caused a staggering attack on the globe. Implementation of community disruptions, causing a shift in the way of living of every Filipino household. The demand for readily available food in the market has increased due to panic buying and limited transportation of goods. Various programs in the generation and distribution of commodities to the most vulnerable communities were conducted, yet this is not enough to sustain the everyday need for food. I am now here at the Bicol region, where the type of yellow mushroom with high amount of nutrients needed by our body is being grown literally inside a house.
Since we have this pandemic, and this is one of the reasons why there's a lot of changes that happens in our lives. Mushroom is a kind of fungi that being utilized as food. Others use it in medical purposes. One of the best thing that can be harnessed from mushroom is its benefits in terms of pharmaceuticals and micronutraceuticals components. For instance, this particular mushroom may boost immune system, and it also has antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and different benefits in terms of health. So I believe that utilizing mushroom as food is simply utilizing food and medicine at the same time. So by boosting your immunity, mushroom can be an ideal substitute for medicine.
The active involvement of the youth in agricultural innovations brings hope amidst these trying times. Together, let us fight this pandemic by locally growing our own food. It has been 8.
So yun po ang isang entry na na-receive namin sa CIRCA, and I'm sure marami rito mga estudyanteng nakikinig na marami ring ganong sample na magagawa. And when we'll have another call for this year video contest or co-video contest, that we look forward for your entries. So these are the CIRCA websites where you could check, and the Facebook page for more details about the CIRCA, our publications, our scholarships, and how you can engage us. And for more information, you may contact me at this email address. Of course, to Mr. Sunny Pasiona, who is our Senior Communication Associate under my unit, the Partnership Unit, and our youth lead for this youth program of CIRCA. And Sunny is also from Partido Camarines Sur, and we're very proud to have him in our center. So you could contact him also at this email address. So I guess that's my last slide. Mas mabalos sa Indo-Gabos, maray na hapon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Labios.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, Dr. Labios?
Yeah, I can hear you loud. I can hear you loud. Yes, please go on.
Dr. Labios?
I can hear you.
Okay. Sir, so thank you so much for that presentation. So right now at CBSUA, we already have efforts on youth for agriculture, and unfortunately, it's I can say that Mr. Pasiona has been part of our CHED IDIG project. So we've learned a lot from him, but we still have questions here on youth for agriculture. One, sir, is studies in the Philippines reveal that youth are no longer interested in farming as a viable profession. Is there also the same study, or is it also prevalent in other Asian countries? This thinking of the youth, is this also the same thinking in other Asian countries?
Yeah, thank you for that nice question. Well, actually, as you said, this is not only happening in the Philippines, but in many countries. But as I've said, during this pandemic, and there's also a benefit of that, because even the parents, even the policymakers, have seen agriculture as a potential or as an asset in terms of providing some support to this pandemic, and so they see the importance of agriculture, and that is why you could see that not only the young ones, but also the younger generations are now getting involved with the agriculture. And in the Philippines, you could see this plant program of the Department of Agriculture. That's also not only for the young ones, but also for the youth. And you could see there's a lot of youth programs supported by Department of Agriculture. So in other words, there's really a trend of decline, but there's a potential to encourage all the youth with all these things that we have now. And that's one part of the program of CIRCA, to really encourage the youth. And so the program of co-video contest is an initial one, and we look forward for more participations of the youth. So my presentation is really focused more on the youth, because I understand this is for the students, and I'm hoping that they will be encouraged more to get into agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that answer. Another question, sir. What can higher education institutions or universities do to imbibe to the youth a sense, especially those who are into agriculture, to imbibe to them a sense of pride in the agriculture profession?
That's a good question. Taking from experience, why I take agriculture. So as I've said, at a young age, because of that background, I engaged in agriculture. And I understand that the university are now trying to modify some of their curriculum. As I've said, not only focusing on production per se, but more on the agribusiness or agripreneurship aspects. So that will definitely entice the youth to enroll or to engage or enroll in agriculture, because if they see that there is a business in agriculture, whether what kind of specialization they will take, then that will also help them to improve their career and at the same time help the economy of the country.
Sir, so as a follow-up question, sir, in what programs of CIRCA can we collaborate with you, especially the universities or higher education institutions? What program of CIRCA?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, your president was in our center a few months ago, as I've said, and we discussed a lot of collaborative areas. But in general, CIRCA has now this ongoing project with the CHED, and that includes particularly with the State Universities and Colleges Association and ACAP. So we are partnering with the association, and I think the president of that SUC ACAP is President Tulin of DISCA, and I'm sure your university is a member of that SUC ACAP. And I saw actually in the ongoing leadership training program of CIRCA, there's a lot of staff or professors from CBSUA who are attending that one. So that's one, definitely. So we work with different donors so that we can engage the different higher educations in this kind of undertaking. For the research, of course, depends on your priority. You could check our website, and if you could find a common areas of interest, we can discuss that. Actually, after this session, I have another meeting with Canto University, and then after that with the University in Indonesia, similar to that kind of interest on how they could partner with CIRCA. So the interest is there because, as I said, agriculture is one area that everybody is looking forward to work with. I hope I answered your question. So please visit our website. So not only in the academy, but anyone who are interested to partner with CIRCA. And being the head of the partnership units, you're welcome, of course. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So this is there's another question, or it's on, as the technological way of farming is advancing, which is leading to less workers needed on the field, how can we still help them, referring to the farmers, or provide them other ways or sources of income?
Okay, that's a very good question. In CIRCA, we have this new department, Emerging Innovation and Growth, where we really have to work with these new innovations in agriculture. So those who are interested, and we have some ongoing collaborative projects with different universities, particularly on agri-innovations. And definitely you know that one because that's part of the Department of Agriculture program and Department of Science and Technology program on agri-innovation. So we're moving to that one. And in my presentation, I made mention about this digital technology, and that's really the way to go forward for that one. Thank you.
I guess thank you so much, Dr. Romeo Labios.
Okay.
I think there are no more questions on the chat box and in other platforms. So we enjoyed your presentation and we hope for collaborations with CIRCA in the future.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you're welcome, and you're welcome to visit CIRCA. Well, I visited many times Camarines Sur because during the time that I was with UPLB, I have a lot of collaborations with the Department of Agriculture. I saw in your video, Dr. Elena Santos, actually she's one of my collaborators that time, and Dr. Faye Liza. So you could count my age already if they are already retired.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're still
okay. Thank you very much.
Agriculture. Thank you so much. So I now turn the virtual floor to Ma'am Kate for the awarding of the certificate of recognition.
Thank you, Ma'am Presbel. But I guess before we proceed to the awarding of ceremony, may we have a photo opportunity with Dr. Labios. Dr. Labios, yeah. So may I request everyone to please kindly open your cameras for the photo opportunity. Sir. So yeah, kindly wear your best smile for a minute. Yeah, we do have 10 slides here. Mm. Okay, thank you very much. So let's proceed to the certificate of appreciation. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Romeo Villabios for having served as one of our resource person during the first International Conference on Agriculture, Revolution, and Sustainability 2021, ICARS 2021, with the theme Greening Agriculture and an Approach to Future-Proofing the Agri-Food Sector, held on July 23, 2021, via Zoom and FB Live, signed by SUC President 4 of CBSUA Philippines, Dr. President Alberto N. Naperi, DPA. Thank you very much, Dr. Labios, for providing a very useful information, knowledge, especially to our youth participants.
Thank you very much too. Looking forward to future collaborations again.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And for the next resource person, he will be tackling the comparative genomics among Alternaria species to gain insight into pathogenesis. Yeah, so he is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Plant Breeding at Visayas State University. He also joined the Plant Breeding and Biotechnology Division, Philippine Rice Research Institute, from 2008 to 2009 as a Science Research Assistant Supervisor in the projects entitled Breeding Rice Varieties for High Temperature Tolerance and Implementation Plans to Disseminate Submergence-Tolerant Rice Varieties and Associated New Production Practices to Southeast Asia, PhilRice IRRI, funded by Ministry of Japan. He is also a focal person of the LSD Location-Specific Technology Development Program in the same institution from year 2010 to 2011. A field test supervisor that's spearheaded the projects on the utilization of wild rice species as gene source for drought tolerance and other traits, and the deployment and validation of high beta-carotene rice varieties in the Philippines and Bangladesh to combat vitamin A deficiency from 2011 to 2014. Aris lead researcher on the project Wild Rice Outcrossing Development of Parental Lines with Increased Outcrossing Rate and Novel Trait Discoveries and Incorporation of Genes for Bacterial Leaf Blight, Brown Plant Tupers, and Stripe Virus Resistance into Korea elite cultivars using genomic strategy from IRRI and RDA Cooperative Project at Novel Gene Resources, Plant Breeding Division, International Rice Institute, RRI. He is currently a university researcher at the Institute of Plant Breeding University of the Philippines, Laguna, and about to finish his master's degree this September in plant breeding and genetic resources in Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. A plant breeder and inventor, no other than Mr. Reynaldo F. Diocton, the fourth. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time trying to put the background, so kindly bear with the background. I'm in the lab, so yeah. If you would mind, I'd like to share my presentation. Mm, yeah. Can you see the screen now? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. This study is my thesis work at Wageningen University. So basically what it's dry dry lab thesis. So I was working on different genomes of Alternaria. So basically I compared all the available genomes of different Alternaria species. So we could have an insight on the pathogenicity of this specific species. So why Alternaria? Alternaria is a ubiquitous fungi. It's around 250 species. I think those are the ones that are identified taxonomically, and they're saprophytic and plant pathogenic fungi. So when you say saprophytic, they feed on decaying matters, and plant pathogenic because they infect more than 4,000 different hosts, include cereals, wheat, fruits, and vegetables. And this is typically the disease symptoms of Alternaria once the plant is infected. And the genomes of the Alternaria is around 29.6 to 41.8 megabase. So basically, this suggests that the different hosts of Alternaria, the diverse host and the different genome size of Alternaria suggests that Alternaria species use different modes of infection, so they can invade their host organism. So what we would like to know is how this plant infects, no, the pathogen infects. So basically, fungi, they have effectors. Effectors are molecules that are secreted by fungi to establish host compatibility and alter the host cellular processes and modulates the physiology of the host organism. And they suppress the defense and or immunity mechanism of the host organism. So among them are small secreted system-rich proteins. So one of them is this PEP1. PEP1 is a effector which suppresses FOX12 immunity gene in maize, and PEP1 is effector from fungi Humidis. And another form of effector is small secreted RNAs. Basically, the fungi secretes small RNAs and they attach to argonauts, which are the RNAs, the small interfering RNAs in the host organisms. And then what they do is they guide the hijacked RNAi, and then they look for the complementary defense genes, and then they splices the defense genes or the immunity genes of the host organisms. Basically, they are suppressing and they're targeting those genes that helps the plants in their immunity and defense. And so if you could see, these are the two examples. So this one and this one. And most noticeable among these effectors are secondary metabolites. Secondary metabolites are metabolites that are not necessary for growth, development, and reproduction of the organism. Basically, if you remove these secondary metabolites, the organism can grow. In the case of fungi, they have a lot of secondary metabolites, and they have these host-selective toxins, which are secondary metabolites, and most of them reside in conditionally dispensable chromosomes. These conditionally dispensable chromosomes are basically non-essential chromosomes. What we find out is there are conditionally dispensable chromosomes that are in pathogenic alternaria, and in some alternaria they don't have this dispensable chromosomes, and those alternarias that don't have these CDCs, they are non-pathogenic. So we'd like to know also if what are those secondary metabolites present in these dispensable chromosomes in those pathogenic fungi. So with that, we came up with an objective for the study. So we would like to find out the different effector candidates and other determinant factors for the pathogenicity of alternaria species. And so with the study, we have different genomes. We have around 41 genomes, and we would like to identify, narrow it down, and so we could identify different clades of Alternaria. And from there, we'd like to also to identify different lineage-specific regions in Alternaria. When I say lineage-specific, they're only specific to a particular species, and that suggests that it's only exclusive to that specific species. So for the materials and methods, what I did initially is to do the phylogenetic analysis. And first I did a database for all the 41 genomes. And then I set up a query for the 41 genome database. And basically what I did for the query is I have a set of genes. So I can check for the alignment of those genes using BLAST database. BLAST database is a basic local alignment research tool. And so what you could do is you can check for the different genes and see if it's present there. And once it's there, what I did is extracted all the different sequences of those genes that are present in all the 41 genomes. So some of the sequences are not how would I say it, are not contiguous in such a way that there are indels and insertions and deletions. And so what I did is I merged all those contiguous reads, and after that I did the massal alignment from all the different genes. And from there, from the alignment, I did phylogenetic tree analysis using IQ3 analysis. Basically, these are different softwares that I use for the phylogenetic analysis. And these are the genes that I used. These are conserved genes present in Alternaria. So I did found all these genes present in the 41 genomes, but there are variation among the 41 genomes. So after that, I did the comparison of the genome. So first, I did a Nookmer alignment. Nookmer alignment, what it does is it looks for different segments of the genomes that are unique but are the same with the reference genome that you're trying to compare. And from there, you extract the regions that are the same with a high score based on the Nookmer alignment. And then we extract those regions and we get the score. And then we divide the different segments. We divide the different segments of those regions and we get the coverage if it's present in one or in all of the different genomes. And we extract those regions, and then we check for the candidate genes if those candidate genes that we have identified are also present in those regions. So basically, these are the workflow that I did. And so for the multi-gene phylogeny, this is the result of the phylogenetic tree for the 41 different genomes. And if you could see, I was able to put it in 3 different clusters. And these are the different hosts of these different species. So if you would notice, they are really, really different. And the genome size reflected in these pictograms, you would see that there really is different size of genome. So this suggests that they really use different modes of infection. Context and scaffold, basically the number of reads and contigs and scaffold that were assembled into one genome. So if you would notice, there are some that is very high and some that is just very low. And N50 is a genome statistics that we use also to qualify the quality of the genome. If you have an N50 that's high, around 4, that would be very good. So we always prefer the ones that's very high. N50 basically is a measure of the size of the contigs. Half of, like 50% of the contigs in genome assemble is that higher compared to the rest. So these are also the predicted genes of those different species. So we use also different software to predict the genes of these assembled genomes of different alternarias. So these predicted genes are coding regions, regions that code for a particular protein. So those are the predicted genes. And so from there, we were able to select and narrow down the candidate species that we would like to do our comparative analysis. So what we do is we select based on the variety of hosts and the quality of the genome and the size of the genome and other parameters. So what we would want is to make a very good representative of the entire species. So that's why if you would notice the stars, those are the ones that we selected. So we can have a more diverse panel for the comparison of the genome. So from there, we narrowed down to 20 different genome. And then if you would notice these 3 different colors, the yellow ones suggest for the core genome. Core genome are those regions that are shared across all these species. And then the red one are cluster specific, those regions that are only shared to a specific clades or groups of the species. And the blue ones, these blue ones, these are species specific. These regions are only exclusive to this species. So they suggest that these genomes likely they have the conditionally dispensable chromosomes that are conserved in that specific species. So, but not all have that big chunk of region that are species specific. So the ones that I highlighted are the ones that are the ones with the star are those that have a very, very definitive segment that are species specific. So this one's the blue ones. So it's very, very obvious. So from there, I use the Alternaria solanae as a reference genome for the comparison. And if you would see earlier that there were 3 groupings also from which followed the same groupings from the original phylotree. So A. solani is from this clade, and if you would notice, there is a big curve here. These regions are the ones that are shared by Solani, and then it's also reflected in the hierarchical clustering, which is this one. This region is basically this one. So this segment of the genome is shared with these different Alternaria species and shared with Solani also. So from the reference genome which I use, which is Alternaria solani, we found this region is the blue ones is the core genome, and we found around 7,000 plus effectors and different secreted proteins and so on. And these 30 effector candidates are effector candidates that were identified by my supervisor. And what I did, I checked it if these effectors are located in different regions. So I did found 3 out of the 30 in the core, and then I found 7 in the cluster specific region, which are shared by only 6 species and the Solani. And I found, interestingly, in chromosome 2, 8 genes. These genes, though, are yet to be tested if they are effectors, and we have yet to do more wet lab experiments so we can confirm if these genes are effectors. But the thing is, most of the effectors, they are located in repeat-rich region. The repeat-rich region usually are found in the ends of the chromosomes. So basically, those regions that are towards the end, they're repeat-rich region, and most of the effectors are that we found that were studied usually are found in this repeat-rich region and are very active. So there's always expression and transcription of those genes that are present there. However, we need to confirm it more so we can claim that these candidate effectors that we found in these regions are really effectors. And so just to summarize, we did found secreted cysteine-rich proteins in the cluster regions, and also 35 secondary metabolites. These metabolites are these three ones that I just categorized them into these threes. And we did also found host selective toxins. These are the ones that are found in the conditional dispensable chromosome. So we found this also in other Alternaria species. So this suggests that other species also have, likely they have also CDCs, conditionally dispensable chromosomes that are present in their genome. And lastly, so using Alternaria solani as the reference, we found that the core genome for Alternaria is around 15.2 MB, and 17.2 MB is clustered, shared with other species, but not all. And in the case of Alternaria solani, the one that I found in chromosome 2, it's around 86 KB, that is only specific and exclusive to Alternaria solani. Yeah, so that ends my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chocon. So, sir, we have a question here. The question is, I'm not quite familiar with this.
Go ahead.
Okay, so are there jumping genes in Alternaria? And if there are, do they differ per species as to mechanisms and effects against pathogenicity?
I've not checked for transposons. I'm assuming it's transposons, jumping genes, because what we know so far for the effectors of Alternaria, we categorize it into three, the ones that I mentioned earlier. I cannot confirm myself. I have to check first if there is transposons. It's likely that there are transposons because transposons are ubiquitous. They are present in all organisms. So it's likely that it's also present in Alternaria. But how it works, if Alternaria has transposons, I have no idea yet. So I have to check on that. So maybe it's good for discussion for some session some other time, maybe.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
That's a good question.
Are there other questions from FB? So, no more. So I think there are no more questions. So let's have our photo ops. So let's have a one minute smile. So are we ready for the photo ops? Okay, and we request our participants to please turn on your videos for the photo ops. Okay, and 1, 2, 3. One more. And 1, 2, 3. I guess there are other participants who have not turned on their videos. Okay, 1, 2, 3. More. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Fifth slide. 1, 2, 3. More slides. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And the last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so may I now turn you over to Ma'am Kate.
Thank you, Dr. Diokon, for very
Um,
scientific.
Sorry, I'm kindly. I'd
Oh,
like
yeah.
to correct. I'm not doctor. Sorry.
Oh, sorry,
Just
sir.
address me
So
as.
thank you, Professor or Mr. Diokton,
Yeah, Mr. Dupanan.
for very scientific yet very informative presentation you've given us. So let's proceed to this certificate of awarding of the certificate of appreciation. So the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Professor Reynaldo F. Diokon for having served as one of our resource person this afternoon session during the first International Conference on Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability 2021, ICARS 2021, with the Agri-Food sector held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by our SUC President for CBSUA President Alberto N. Napere, DPA. Thank you very much again, Sir Jokton, for your time. July 23, 2021.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. So now, for our next topic for this afternoon, which is identifying support needs for student research in plant pathology and nematology. So our speaker for this afternoon is an assistant professor at Benguet State University, University's Department of Plant Pathology. Currently, she is the Director of Higher Education Regional Research Center, and also the President of the Philippine Phytopathological Society, Northern Luzon Division. She also received her PhD degree at Catholici University site, Leuven at Leuven, Belgium. I hope I pronounce it right. With a PhD in bioscience engineering, major in plant nematology in 2012. She finished her Master's of Science in Nematology at Universiteit Gent, Belgium, where she earned her Bachelor of Science in Agriculture major in plant pathology degree at Benguet State University in 2000. Moreover, she has several research undertakings, one of which is her recent research on the Arabica coffee R&D program in the Cordillera Administrative Region. She has also published numerous researches in reputable research journals. She also presented researches in the local and international arena and has won several awards, most notable of which are the Best Presenter Award under the research category during the joint four-card and CIEERD 10th Regional Symposium and the Best Paper Award during the 17th International Conference organized by King Mongkol's Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand. No other than let's welcome Dr. Nerdaline B. Pedroche. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for your generous introduction. Okay, good afternoon to everyone and to our online participants. I believe we have most of our participants are students, right, ma'am? I just entered the room, by the way. So let me, hello. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you, but maybe we can request you to a little bit louder, please. Maybe the audio.
Okay, so I will be sharing my PowerPoint to you now. So I also would like to apologize because we have a stormy weather out here and our internet is slow, so I might have to turn off my camera shortly. So uh, can I share my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Okay, here you go. Are you able to see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Mm, for the screenshot. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it clearly, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And then can you hear me also clearly? I really apologize because
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have storm here right now and
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you now po.
okay. Okay. And sorry, I will have to turn off my camera just to increase my bandwidth. Okay, if okay, here we go. Okay, this is my presentation, identifying support needs for student research in plant pathology and nematology. I would like to actually use um, this press on the grounds that your students,
Tulog
our
na,
participants
boy.
today, are hello, ma'am, are practically students, and it's anchored in your practicum as well. And so I would like to share our experiences here at Benguet State University, particularly at the plant pathology department, for what we do in our research and then in our courses, for our courses. Uh, Nematology is actually it's a new science. It's just been here for about 100 years. So 100 years is quite new. Hello, ma'am. Um, hear some feedbacks. Okay, may I continue?
Yes, ma'am, you may continue na po.
All right. So as I was saying, nematology is quite a new science. When we say 100 years, that's still quite new because most of our research were anchored on centuries of studies already. And what you're seeing here is the interactive multimedia already for teaching nematology. This is in the 1990s. So in 1990s, what does interactive mean already for them when they are teaching nematode studies? Okay, in the universities in the US, it was only started in some departments as a general course or basic course or under a core course. That is in the 1970s, and now here in the 1990s, what we're seeing is already an interactive. When we say interactive, if you're going to browse through this note, okay, it's actually available online. You're going to browse and you want to identify some nematodes, you just have to flip it. So it acts like a flip chart, so that if you want to go on to the second classification or characterization, you just have to click this arrow, and then it will lead you to um, more discoveries or more species, showing you some more characterizations. Okay, but let's now fast track into okay, into this era. We call this one as the era we're in the growth. There were already some form of growth and diversity in terms of the studies of nematodes. So if you're going to see here, during that time, there are only 3 journals which provide information for nematological studies. And you can also see here that it's just started when we have discovered the DNA. So that's in the 1950s. And then pretty much later, we are getting a lot more studies. And that's also during, we've placed here the um, important events in the crop protection history. That's already when we have read the book by Rachel Carson on Silent Spring. I'm pretty sure you are all familiar with this one because I believe that you are agriculture students. Okay, and here it was also this time that we've seen the use or the rise in the use of chemical nematicides. We know that this is a part of the Green Revolution. Okay, and then pretty much later, we were already looking at most of our studies for nematodes are traditional taxonomic studies. But later on, we went into also molecular taxonomy. Okay, and then let's fast forward 20 years. Okay, 20 years later, what do we have now for studying nematodes? So most of which are web-based approaches. We have a lot of web-based approaches, and this will allow us to guide and to mentor our students while they are looking at new organisms or organisms that are not common to them. And we also have multiple scientific practices wherein we are able to integrate our research experiences into also our own courses and our own subjects. And usually they are student or instructor driven, but what we want to do is to veer away from this particular method, so that what we are practicing now is that we put students right at the center of our education, so that we want it to be more student-centered. And so we are able to develop these types of learning wherein it's project or problem-based, okay? Project or problem-based. There's a difference between project-based and problem-based as well. I will be explaining that shortly. And this is what we were able to find, which is more helpful in understanding our subjects in crop protection or plant pathology. This is the abbreviation is actually CURE or CURE, CURE. It means it's a course-based undergraduate research experience. Okay, course-based undergraduate research experience. It means that whatever we do in the research sector, the results that we are getting, as well as the methods or the practices that we have developed, we try to integrate that into our laboratory courses as well as lecture courses. And what are the things that we were able to modify using this CURE form? This is a form of method of teaching. What we want to seek is, of course, I will give you some questions. These are our guiding questions while we go through using this research-based instruction. Okay. Number one is, does the method and principles administered for learning in the last 20 years still hold true for nematology? So practically, I will be emphasizing on nematodes. And how do students accept changing some areas for learning and ways by which these methods are being employed? What are the chances that these methods will contribute to the improvement of the performance of students? And what are the new methods for learning nematodes? I was just stressing here nematodes, but practically you can use this for any organism, such as bacteria, fungi, viruses, phytoplasma, and so on. Okay, but about this subject, so going into this nematodes, uh, you can just tell me, you can put it in your chat box. You let me know if you have already countered nematodes, or you are already studying nematodes, or you are doing research for nematological studies. Just let me know in the chat box. Okay, so that we can become a little bit more interactive. Okay, so we know that nematodes are the most numerous animal, okay, most numerous animal, and perhaps they are the second most numerous species, second to insect, of course. Insect are the most abundant species. Okay, and mostly they are microscopic, but some animal forms or animal parasitic forms are macroscopic, or they're quite big or large, so that you can actually see them with your naked eye. So we have here the longest one, is 26 feet, which you can find in blue whale or sperm whale. That's the Placentonema gigantissima. So the name itself also would tell you that they are quite big. They have simple morphology. They don't have circulatory system. They don't have also a respiratory system, and even no skeleton. I am not seeing any answers to my questions earlier. Okay, and about 6,000 known species already for plant parasitic nematodes. Okay, so quite a lot of species for plant parasitic nematodes. But if you're going to add in everything, because they are the most diverse, we have bacteriovore or bacteria-eating nematodes, fungi-eating nematodes, and even predators and so on. Um, mostly, perhaps we already have more than 30,000 species already identified, okay, for this group of animals. Okay, they are practically present in all ecological niches. Sometimes, if for the kids, you can even find them in school children. Okay, they have some parasites in their bodies, especially if they were able to eat dewormers. They attack almost all plants. Okay, and then they can cause 10% losses to crops. But there are some reports wherein from 30 to 90, that crop losses can also be seen. Okay, that's the global report for the crop loss for nematodes. They reduce ornamental growth, and then they can become serious turf problems, and they can also become big problems on crops. So what we do in phytonematology, okay, that's the study of plant parasitic nematodes. Here are our experiences. Okay, so what we want to do, or what we are trying to do now, and previously, but I would like to tell you that this is a pre-COVID. Our experiences that I will be sharing with you are pre-COVID. So they are research-based, diagnostic, and we also do practical approaches wherein we try to ask them to go out and scout uh, a lot of diseases, and then we bring them to the lab, and then we identify them together. For problem-based learning, what we try to do is to ask them to go back to their communities, because most of our students are residing in the rural areas or farm areas of our region, Cordillera region. And so we ask them to go back, okay, during their weekends and so on, so that they can ask around. They're going to scout and ask around what are the problems being encountered by the farmers, okay, in their area. And then they will go back to us, and then we do some sort of brainstorming. And from the brainstorming, we also ask them to create also, or to come up with solutions to the problems of their communities. Okay, so this is called as problem-based learning. So most of the time, this is a group activity. Okay, so that they are able to collaborate also with their peers. Okay, on the other hand, problem-based learning, project-based learning. Project-based learning is anchored to scientific procedures, which are already known by the instructor. For the problem-based learning, both the instructor and the student don't know what will be the result of their experiments. For project-based learning, practically the instructor already knows it because of previous experiences and also of reports from scientific articles, okay, or publication. But you can also input this into your own thesis. So what we try to do, but project-based is also it's also done in groups, while thesis for us in our university, it's done in individually. Okay, it's done individually. Okay, they can incorporate also either problem-based learning or project-based learning or cure when they want to work on their thesis. Okay, I will give you examples of my own research work to concretize this theory or concept or ideas. Okay, this is the base learning part of research, wherein we were looking for the host status of plant parasitic nematodes in the tropics. Okay, in the tropics, but particularly we are looking for nematodes here in the Cordillera, okay, for semi-temperate vegetables. So here are our studies, incidence of plant parasitic nematodes associated with select tropical plants, morphological and molecular identification. We usually do taxonomic studies, morphologies, and morphometrics. But when we go into molecular identification, this becomes part of their thesis work. Okay, it becomes part of their thesis work. We also look at the damage potential. When we are able to search for an important plant parasite, we look at the damage potential. And it's also given as a thesis topic. And on the other hand, we have population dynamics. If you want to look for long effect of plant parasites in the soil. Okay, so that's why we divide it into phases, because of the population dynamics. It's just one cropping period. It has to be done in several cropping periods. And of course, we try to develop or design suitable management practices so that we can address also the problem of nematodes. Just to show you how we do it in the laboratory. So both field or laboratory. So they try to go and collect soil and plant samples, and then they bring this into the laboratory for morphological and molecular characterization. And once they were able to extract the organisms, we also try to do population count. And then pretty much later, we want to know how they infect different crops and different varieties of these crops, and we look for resistant and susceptible varieties. And then, like I said earlier, we also try to look for management options. Oh, sorry. Here. Okay, and here is an example. I've seen this earlier with the presentation of Ma'am Laila. She mentioned about entomopathogenic nematodes. So in Duque State University, we were also able to find several species of entomopathogenic nematode. And this is their life cycle in a nutshell. If you're going to see here, this one, the brown on your upper right corner, um, this is a cadaver. This is a cadaver, and the white masses that you can see around it, these are entomopathogenic nematodes. They have already eaten the hemocoel or the internal organs of the insect, and they are now ready to look for or to search for another host. So they have already come out of the cadaver. Okay, this is practically their life cycle. So they enter a new host, a fresh host, they infect, and then they come out, and then infect again another host. But if we're going to look for its behavior for foraging, there are two types of how they look for their food. One is called the ambusher, and one is called the cruiser. Okay, when we say ambushers, they just sit around, they wait for their host, while for cruisers, they try to search actively for their host. Once they're able to get inside their host, then they can start killing. But mind you, the nematodes are not eating the organism. They actually a symbiont. They have a bacterial symbiont. I'm not so sure if it has been explained earlier, but they have bacterial symbiont we're in. This bacterial symbiont, once they are inside the insect host, they will be released from the nematodes. So when they are not feeding, the bacteria are inside the gut or the esophagus of the nematode. And once they are ready, they go out and then multiply. And what does the nematode feed on? Actually feed on the bacteria also themselves. So like a give and take relationship. Okay, so here we have two types of EPNs. Okay, by the way, we call them as EPNs or entomopathogenic nematodes. Okay, EPNs. One belongs to the Steiner nematidae, and the other one belongs to Rhabditidae. Okay, you can see both males and females are present, and they are the most efficient. Okay, among the EPNs, the two genera are the most efficient. So Steinernema and Heterabditis. There are those which are also reported as EPNs, such as Osceus or Neosteinema, but these are the minor ones. Okay, and they emerge from their host again or another. And these are important as biological control mechanisms. And this is the result of our study on EPN. We don't have here in the Cordillera, we don't have the Galleria. Okay, we don't have the Galleria, but what we have is actually the lesser wax moth. We don't have the greater wax moth, that's the Galleria. What we have is the lesser wax moth. And we were able to culture them. We use this as the bait. Okay, the bait organism wherein they're able to multiply. So what you're seeing here is a magnification magnification of the organism. The white ones are already coming out. So we were able to capture just when they're about to come out of the cuticle. The brownish one, that's the cuticle of the insect. And then the whitish part here, those are the EPNs already coming out of the system in acquired Grisela. This is our own result from our research experiences. So we try to magnify them, and they look like this. Okay, they look like this. So they are worm-like. Of course, they are worm-like. They are nematodes, and then you can see their proper organs within their bodies. Okay, not only nematodes, we are not only concentrating or focusing on nematodes, but also we are searching for many crop diseases. So this is a very common disease in the Cordillera. This is Phytophthora in tomato. So Phytophthora in potato, whatever semi-temperate crops that we have here. So we go and ask the students, you go around and search for whatever you can find, and then you bring it back to us, and then we will help you identify them. We will identify them. We will be identifying them together, and then we guide them every step of the way. Okay, so that's for the tomatoes. Have cabbages, cabbage, carrots, broccoli, and so on. Okay. And of course, we have strawberries. Okay, strawberries, one of our main crops here in La Trinidad or Benguet. And we have the main diseases here. This is botrytis. We also have Cercospora and Fusarium wilt. Okay, we have Fusarium wilt, and recently there's if you're going to see this area here in the middle, the leaves. We have the leaves here that show mosaic-like pattern. Okay, mosaic-like pattern. So previously we identified this as mosaic virus, but using molecular tools, this was actually identified as a new organism, new new report of this disease in the Cordillera and even in the Philippines. This is the necrotic shock virus. Okay, it's called the necrotic shock virus. So um, all of these things they try to document, okay, document and also bring samples into the laboratory. Okay, and this is our what we use as our teaching methods. So previously pre-COVID, of course, we have the typical lecture discussion, and then we perform also lab exercises, field exercises. But what makes it different is this one, course-based undergraduate research experience, and we integrate here group coaching and individual coaching. So how does it work? Well, of course, if you try to implement it, you must also assess the performance of the students, so that we must also do this classroom observation, student observation, even document analysis. And one important thing is that after all of the experiments have been done, we must perform a survey, okay, like a tracer study or a survey, and then assess whether or not they were able to appreciate their exercise. Okay, I will be showing you also actual sampling sites for students. We are here in the mountain range of the Cordillera, so you see mountainous areas here. This is on coffee. So any crop that they can find suitable, um, we use that. The students actually use it for their problem-based or project-based learning. So they try to collect whatever they can in these fields. But if we can, we also go with them in these areas. Okay, so they bring the soil into the laboratory for this kind of research. This is actually a problem-based research. So the students do not know what is present in that soil. I also do not know it. Okay, the both of us will try to figure out whatever is in there. And after extraction, they're going to check for the results. Okay, so nematodes inside. So previously, of course, this was a collaborative. It's a collaborative activity. Okay, collaborative activity, and what's it particularly efficient is that the students can actually use their own tools. Our cell phones today, they're very good in capturing microscopic organisms. So they also do their own documentation, but at the same time, I document their work as well, so that later on, at the end of the day, we can try to compare our figures or our pictures. Okay, and what we also try to do is this is one very good tip pre-COVID. So field exposure. Okay, it's a very good experience for students to go into research labs. okay, or research institutes. So we have several research institutes here in Baguio City and Benguet, but we also try to bring them out of the Cordillera, go into UPLB, Manila, and so on. But of course, we cannot do that during these COVID times. Okay. Now, what will now be the result of their characterization? So what I provide is I provide them a certain template so that um, they will already try to look for these things in their work. Okay. And they characterize them using some indices. So I try to provide some indices, and sometimes also for them to search for or to become interactive, I ask them to look for new indices, and if they can find unique features, we add them here. Okay, so that this one is actually building up by with more information that we gather, we can build this up together. Okay? And here are the examples of their own. This is actually their own characterization, and then we try to identify them. So what I do is just to verify or to validate their findings. Okay? I will not be mentioning any of these things at first, but I have to verify so that we can put them again in the proper track, okay, in the right direction. So just to show you the results of the work of our students using the course-based undergraduate research, here are some of their works. I've placed here their family names, so these pictures belong to them. Okay, but you can see here I mentioned that they don't have blood, so they're actually colorless. But you see some red pigments here. This is a result of the staining procedures. So apart from the collection, we also try to perform some staining techniques or staining procedures. Okay, and here this is actually a root knot nematode found inside the root system, but this is not so clear. Okay, because it's supposed to be the nematode must be colored pink or must be stained pink, but what we can see here is just the silhouette of the nematode. But at least they can still see its silhouette so that they can differentiate it from the root tissues, and then they can actually count whatever is present inside the root system. Okay, so it's not perfect. You need really to guide them, and we don't expect very good results, but what we do is try to challenge the students. Okay, so the objective is not to come up with a very good with a very good samples or ready for publication. No, the idea is for us to challenge our students so that they can perform better in their next activities. Okay, while this one, these are eggs, okay, egg masks, we also find in the field. Okay. Also, the results of their identification, you can see here nematodes already trapped within the hyphae of a fungus. Okay, so it's we also use this later. They actually find significant or interesting results, so that if we want to pursue this, it could be another way to present it as a research proposal. And if we want to further this particular research, okay, and some nematodes which they have gathered. Okay, you are very familiar, of course, with the stylet. Okay, these are the basic features or plant parasitic nematodes. Okay, their own extract. And if we want to guide them into their thesis using also this cure or course-based research work, then of course you have to be there for them, like I said, every step of the way, so that they can actually create this figure. So they already can make their own life cycle, but we also teach them how to do it in such a way that it becomes scientific, so that they can present it in scientific formats or scientific presentations. Okay, so this is the result of the work of our thesis advisees. Okay, for root knot nematode. If you're familiar with root knot nematode, that's the clear globular structures here. And this is from the histopathology or study of the infection within the root system. Okay, that's the nematode. And then they also try, so we were actually surprised because they were able to capture also transformations of nematodes from one stage to another. Okay, like this one, the organism is shifting back to being a male. Okay, so there's actually sex reversal in these organisms, so they were able to capture that in their own research work. Okay, and they're already presenting it in this format. Okay, this is now the response to the survey. So we want to know if how did they fare in this particular experiment, and most of them actually found it as they said that they have learned they learned what they needed to learn from the activity, and they found activities which are useful in illustrating the concepts learned in the classroom, and they also found the techniques appropriate in learning the principles. Okay, but here you can see that only a few of them actually enjoyed the activities, perhaps due to the nature of this research, wherein it's really hard to fish out nematodes from using, of course, your bare hands. Okay, and we asked them their coping mechanisms in order to complete these activities, and then I try to put them into categories or sub themes. Okay, and I anchored it, of course, through our KSA, or knowledge, skills, and attitude. So according to them, they've learned these things like collaboration, self-help, or independent learning. They have also enhanced their research skills, and they have strengthened communication with their fellow students and instructors, and they have strengthened the capacity via practical applications. And this is also what I want, because they were able to manage their time, okay, because they need a lot of time in order to complete the course. And
Ginagamit ko sa
values
seminar.
orientation,
Sige,
such as
nagpa.
commitment, patience, and determination. Okay, and these are the activities that they have done, such as discussion with group mates, with assistance from the instructor, reading research assignments, and so on. Okay, the flexibility, and they really appreciated the flexibility in class activities. Okay, but what has been done is that they also work extra hours outside of class periods. Okay, this is one remark of the student while we are doing those activities, that they thought that subject was indeed challenging. It tested their way of working in the laboratory, and also tested how I managed my time. The subject was hard, but I have to admit that I learned many things that I will be able to apply in the future. It was time consuming, very challenging, and all, but it was also fun, educating, and I won't deny that I was able to learn lifetime lessons. So the words of the student. I did not edit this. The actual remark of one of our students. So in conclusion, the combined pedagogical methods or blended approach aligned toward based undergraduate research experience could lead the development of competencies such as the SKA or KSA, skills, knowledge, and attitude. So our recommendation is that we can combine research results, individual or group tutorial, and research-based activities which offered independent learning, practical and creative approaches to understanding not only phytonematology, of course, but also plant pathology in general. Okay, I've placed here some useful sites. So if you want to know how to extract nematodes, you can go to this website. This is a very practical extraction method. You can use it with just a simple tray and basket and so on. Okay, you can check this out. I've actually sent this paper to the committee organizers. You can ask for the paper if you are interested to know more about nematodes. I also placed here useful site for the developmental biology if you want to know more about how to characterize morphology of nematodes. And of course, this is a very good learning site, Introduction to Plant Parasitic Nematodes by APS. Okay, if you haven't visited this, I encourage you to visit this, and you can learn a lot from this platform. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. I hope that you were able to learn a few from this presentation. Okay, thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you so much, Dr. Pedroche, for that very interesting lecture. And I guess our students, especially our faculty members, learned a lot on ways on how we would be teaching plant pathology, specifically nematodes. So, ma'am, there are two questions here. One is, what are the common and recent methods in identifying pathogenic nematodes?
Okay. You can easily see whether they are parasitic. By the way, we call them as parasitic because they are bigger than most of the pathogens. They possess a stylet. When you see a stylet, you can already know that they are parasites. Okay, so that's one way to identify. But how damaging they are, you can of course perform pathogenicity test. Okay, the typical Cox postulate. Yeah.
Okay. So I hope the question was answered by Dr. Pedroche. Okay. And another question, second question is, this is very interesting, especially to our students. What are possible research topics related to nematology that you can suggest to our graduating students, or even to those who would like to conduct research on nematodes?
Nematodes. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we still have a lot of things to learn. Based on my readings, there hasn't been any report on nematodes in. You are in Bicol, right? So I haven't seen any report on pili nut. So the most interesting thing is that if you can look for a an important crop, and then you try to search for its parasites. Okay, I'm pretty sure there you will find a lot of plant parasites in those areas. It's just that nobody is searching for them. Okay, so if you want to perhaps know more about your own situation, if you want to assess your own areas, what you want perhaps is to look for the major crop in your area, and then try to figure out what parasites are present.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. So I hope this gave our students ideas on what research to conduct on nematodes. So there's another question. Good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to ask, how does nematocide apply and works? How does nematocide apply and works?
Yes, yeah. There are some nematicides. Okay, there are a few which are registered in our country, but the most common is carbofuran. Okay, we got rid of the fumigants. Only we don't use methyl bromide anymore. That's the most effective as nematicide, but that has been banned a long time ago. So what we have is the carbofuran. So if you have carbofuran, you can use that as a nematicide, but its efficacy is not that good, of course, compared even to biocon agents. So practically, there's no effective nematicide that works here in our country, but the closest you can get carbofuran. Yeah. There are
Thank you so
a
much,
lot of
ma'am. I guess
brands
there are
for
no
carbofuran.
question. Okay, we continue.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, there are no more questions on FB, on YouTube. Big question pa. So there's another question on. Okay. There's another question just came in. Good afternoon, ma'am. In specific species or plant type of plant does nematodes are commonly found? What specific
I tell
species
you,
or type of plants
a
can you
specific
find
species.
nematodes?
Commonly find. Like I would tell you, you can find nematodes in any plant, in any plant. Okay, you can just get any plant there. You try with proper extraction, you will find nematodes. Okay, they don't specifically search for any plant they like, whatever is present. There are some types. Okay, for example, root knot nematodes are general. They can prefer any plant which they can find. So we call them as host variable. Okay? There are nematodes which are host variable. So whatever plants are in, they're going to eat that. However, there are some species which are actually specific. For example, a potato. In potato, we have the potato cyst nematodes or the Globodera rostokiensis. They will not feed on any other plant except for potato. So it depends on whatever crop you have in your place. Then I'm pretty sure you can find any nematode. So the specific type of species, it depends on the population. It depends on the area. I can only speak for what we have found in the Cordillera, but not for other places, of course. So perhaps in your area, you can still try to you can explore and try to discover what species could be present in your area. But root knot nematode is quite common.
Okay, there's another question that popped up. Good day. How do wait, wala yung pop up. So, how do you classify the nematodes in particular crop plants, and how do you treat them? How do you classify the nematodes in a particular crop or plant, and how do you treat them?
Okay, so perhaps you are talking about association. So at first, we look for association. Okay, we try to associate them. So what we do is, in general, just collect everything, collect the plants, and then we try to associate them with the plant, so that we can classify them according to their own genera. Okay, so we usually can identify them based on the genera. But in terms of, there are so many plant parasites which can be classified, for example, into symptoms. Okay, into symptoms. If there are lesions in the root stem, then we classify them as lesion nematodes. Okay, but if you can find galls in the root system, then we classify them as root galls. Okay, so at first you can look for symptoms. Okay, then you can start from there by extracting, of course, the individual parasites. Okay, if you are able to see the individual parasites, just like what I've shown you, then we can identify their genus, and then we can put them also again, or search for a particular specific epithet. Okay, that's how we classify them. But how to treat them is still a big question. Okay, how to treat them? Like I said, there's no one effective nematicide. So you have to combine. What we're trying to look for is try to combine them. So it's like an integrated pest management. We are searching for biocon agents. So we look for biological control agents. We also search for biofumigants. So if you are aware, we have a lot of cabbage here, cabbage and broccoli, and then they emit a particular gaseous form called alpha tertinyl. Okay, like a fumigant, they act as a fumigant, and we use that also to kill nematodes. So in a way, that's how we treat them. It's not just one practice, but it's a combination of several cultural practices. I cannot give you one answer to that question.
Because it would depend on the classification or the association as according to your
Yes,
answer.
association. Yes.
Okay. So I guess there are no more questions, and it was quite interesting question and answer portion. So Let's proceed with our photo op with our resource speaker. Let's start. Okay. Please turn on your videos. Okay, and for the first slide, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, second slide, and 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next slide, is it the third one or the fourth one? Okay, and 1, 2, 3. The fifth one, 3, 2, 1, to the different. Okay. Then the sixth one, 3, 2, 1. Smile. 7, 3, 2, 1. Show us your best smiles. Then the 8, 3, 2, 1. Ninth slide, 3, 2, 1. And the last slide, 1. And 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Pedro, for that very interesting.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So I now turn you over to. Maybe remind the participants to please turn off or mic or mute. And also you may stop your videos right after the photo ops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you, Dr. Pedache, for another scientific, technical, yet very informative presentation you've given us. So let's proceed to the certificate of awarding of the certificate of appreciation. Certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Nordalen B. Pedache for having served as resource person during the first International Conference on Agriculture, Revolution, and Sustainability, ICARS 2021, with the theme Greening Agriculture, an Approach to the Future, Proofing the Agri-Food Sector, held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by our SUC President 4 of CBSUA Philippines, President Alberto N. Perry, DPA. Once again, thank you, Dr. Pedroche.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for having me also. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now for another, for our last, how to write a resume that stands out, a guide to fresh graduates. So, allow me to introduce our speaker for this topic. He is an alumnus of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. He is a graduate of BS in Human Ecology and MS in Development Management and Governance. He is a human resource professional for more than 9 years now and recruiting global talents for international organizations. He is currently affiliated at the Asian Infrastructure Invest Bank based in Beijing, China as HR officer, talent acquisition prior to A11B. He also served as HR at the UN Great Chinese Fund in Incheon, South Korea, and the International Rice Research in Los Baños, Laguna. He is a certified HR professional from international certification bodies. He finished CIPD Level 5 Diploma in Human Resources Management and awarded associate membership from the top. Okay. So apologies, I muted. So allow me to again to introduce our speaker for this afternoon. Is an alumnus of the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas. He is a graduate of BS in Human Ecology and MS in Development Governance. He is human resources professional for more than 9 years now and recruiting global talents in international organizations. He is currently an infrastructure investment bank based in Beijing, China as HR officer talent acquisition. Prior to IID, he also served as HR at the UN Green Climate Fund in Incheon, South Korea, and the International Rice Research Institute in Los Baños, Laguna. He is a certified HR professional from international certification bodies. He finished CIPD Level 5 Diploma in Human Resources Management and awarded associate membership by the CIPD, a professional body setting professional standards for HR and people development headquartered in London. He is also a certified global professional in human resources by the HRCI, a credentialing and learning organization for the human resources headquartered in USA. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Brian Carlo A. Hipolito. Sir, good afternoon.
Thank you, for the introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay. Magandang tanghali sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat for inviting me in this first international conference on agricultural revolution. And to the different avenues. I'll use the chat box if you have questions, if you have reactions, on the chat, read some of them as we go. So before we start, gising pa bang lahat? Can everyone write comments sa Zoom, sa Facebook? How is it so far? And all the topics. Ayan, nagising daw bigla si Paulo Mamansag. Ayan, very active ang ating Zoom chat. Also sa FB Live, if you guys are on FB Live, just yeah, si Oren, gising na gising pa daw, amparado. Okay, so you guys have discussed all different topics about agriculture the whole day. Now, why am I invited in this session? And why am I here? How can I help you guys? So in this session, I know a lot of you, I know marami sa inyo attending this session are graduating students, or maybe yung iba sa inyo kakagraduate lang last year or 2 years ago. My session would focus on dahil naihanda na kayo ng university in terms of your agricultural foundations tsaka agricultural background, it's now time to to apply them and be part of an organization. And when you guys start applying for jobs, the first thing
Sir
that
Brian,
you guys need to yes,
excuse me, may I just interrupt? May I
sure.
request po, if we can use English language because we have international audience
Oh,
here.
oh, okay. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was not aware that we have international audience as well. Okay, sure. Yeah. So as I was saying, the first thing that you guys are going to be doing after graduation or as soon as you finish your time in the university would be to write your resume for you to practice your field in agriculture. May it be an application in the academe, an application in a research center, an application in international organizations. So being an HR professional, with my experience in reviewing applications and interviewing candidates, I'll give you some of my observations and some of the best tips in terms of how your resume, your marketing document will stand out, especially in a very competitive and highly contested job market. So with that, let's begin. So for all of you in Zoom and all of you on Facebook Live and YouTube, can you guys use the chat box? And what do you think is the context of number 6 in terms of resumes or in terms of job applications? Any guess? There's no right or wrong answer. Any guess? What do you think is the number? What do you think the number? What do you think is number 6? 6, according to uh, uh, some Zoom comments, attitude, skill. So you need 6 skills. You need 6 pleasing personality. What do you think is number 6? Character. Those of you in Facebook Live, what do you think? Right. So let me reveal. So in the context of resume writing or job applications, there's to be interviewed for a job. And the answer is you close your eyes, you breathe twice, breathe deeply twice, and that's the time. On the average, recruiters and hiring managers will spend hopes and dreams before either tossing it to the rejected folder or inviting you to the next round, which is the interview stage or testing stage. So for those of you who will just enter the workforce, one thing is very clear. You need to find ways to stand out and you need to do it fast because you only have, on the average, 6 seconds. Now, I would like to give you an idea about the competition in the job market. So for this example, according to for this slide would show you the typical competition. This slide will show you the typical competition for jobs. So this would also depend on the popularity of the company, if it's a local brand or it's an international. For corporate job opening, you would have 200 to 300 applicants per job posting, let's say for mid-sized company, depending on brand. But let's say for international organizations or for bigger organizations, you can even have thousands of applicants per job posting. It can be higher, especially if the company would be very famous and the brand is easily recognizable. And the reality is that we only have all hiring managers, all HR professionals have limited time in reviewing or skimming a resume, because the reality is that there are a lot of applicants applying for each position. So out of hundreds, if not thousands of applicants, on the average, we can only invite around 46 top candidates for an interview. At the end of the day, mostly it's just for one vacant position. That's the competition. And that's the reality. Let's start with your resume. What is a resume CV name, or is it different? What are the different things that you have to include in your resume? Is there a format? How should you package your skills, your experiences? We will discuss all of those in this session. So before we begin discussing each part of the resume, let's start first with some definitions. I'm sure you're hearing resume and CV. Is that the same, or are those different? So let's start with the term CV. CV is an abbreviation of the Latin word curriculum vitae. This is literally translated to the course of your life. In Latin words, in English, it means the course of your life. You can look at the CV as a comprehensive description of everything that you've done in your life so far. So all of your achievements, you have to put in there, all the publications. You need to just list everything in a CV every time you accomplish something new academically or professionally. So meaning, whenever you have new work, you published an article, or you obtained a new certificate, you just have to list and update it. Usually, we use CV in the academe, or in the government, because usually academe, government, PhD or master's application or research application, their hiring process highly depends on point system. So meaning they would allocate a point if depending on the number of publications that you have, depending on the number of hours of training that you have attained. So in those kind of industries, we would usually use CV, like a comprehensive list. So usually academe people, PhD people, research people, they would, have 10, 15, I've seen like 50-page CV for some of the doctors when I was still recruiting at the International Rice Research Institute. Now, what's the difference of CV to a resume? Now, in terms of resume, for resume skills, which are only relevant to the job that you're everything in a CV in a resume, but that's the type of job or the specific job that you're applying for. So a good resume highlights only related activities that you have made in the university, practicum, internship, maybe theses, training, which show hard skills and learning that will be useful for the specific job that you're applying for. So that's the difference between CV and resume. But most of the time, and especially in the Philippines, we actually interchange the terms CV and resume. But the uh, for for a teaching job or a PhD or master's, those are the type of jobs that you would need a comprehensive list, meaning CV, you just have to list everything and you need to provide all of it regardless of how long the document would be. You would need the CV for that. So let's say 5 to 10% of jobs. But for all of you, almost let's say 90%, 95% of jobs in the workforce, you need a resume, meaning you need a resume and skills and your portfolio only relevant to the job or specific jobs that you're applying for. Watch an impressive resume. So tailor fitting or writing a good resume is very important. It's not only just a historical representation of your work history. You need to treat it as your marketing document, being your marketing pitch. Resume, I think, is the most important document that you will have in your professional life because you're selling yourself in that resume. That document will bring you to the dream jobs that you would like to pursue in your career. That will be your appraisal tool as well, or that will also measure your market value. Simply look by simply look at someone's resume, we can actually gauge how much someone is actually earning in a month. So don't underestimate the power of that document, the power of a good resume. But the biggest dilemma for fresh graduates would be I'm applying for jobs. If I'm a fresh graduate, I'm applying for jobs. Most experienced, most companies, if they would post jobs or vacancies, they would require experience. So where do I get that? How can I start? I'm applying, and then in the requirements, you're requiring experience for me to get experience. So that's where usually the gap is. But there's actually a technique on how to present yourself, like different activities, different skills that would eventually not just for hiring managers, not just to look at full-time work experiences, but to also recognize other activities that you've done while you're still in the university. And the biggest problem, not only in the Philippines, but I think globally, is that a lot of candidates are rejecting abilities to the roles that they're trying to apply for. I don't think the requirements of employers are unrealistic. It's just that the reality is that there are a lot of fresh graduates unprepared, unoriented before they join the workforce. So the question would be how you would package yourself, how you would see that in your resume that you're more than enough for the job that they're looking for. So we will actually look at a specific resume and we'll go through different parts of the resume, and I'll give you best practices on how to write your own once you're ready to join the workforce. But before we before we proceed with the writing part, you need to know first, what do you want to sell to potential employers? Are you selling yourself as a writer? an agriculturist, it's not enough that you're setting yourself as an agriculturist, because agriculture is still very broad. Are you plant pathologist? Would you like to specialize in entomology, soil science? There's animal science. There's very broad area in agriculture and also in any specialization. So you need to be very clear. What am I trying to sell here? You need to know first what you're trying to sell before you write your resume, because successful resumes don't just talk about your qualifications. You need to sell yourself as an ideal package. So without further ado, how to do it? let's just cut the chase and let's just proceed to how to really write your resume. I have here a sample resume. I will actually zoom in the resume. So use the comment section, Facebook Live, Zoom. Let's help Juan de la Cruz. This is Juan de la Cruz. He's a fresh graduate. He wants to apply for jobs. I want all of you who's still live, listening and watching this webinar session, look at Juan de la Cruz resume. Let me know if this resume is ready. Is this resume ready to apply for jobs? That he is a graduate of environmental planning. And that's a good one. So Tita Pao instantly spotted. She's confused what Juan de la Cruz is applying for. So that's a good one. Any other guess? Is this resume ready? Can he start submitting applications to companies, to jobs? So look at the different sections: information, skills, education. Some of you mentioned skills, education are important in the resume. Is this now okay? Are these sections ready? Any comment? You can use the chat box to participate. So one commenter from Cindy, remove objective po siguro. Okay, we'll find out later. So he's saying we should remove objective. So let's go to the second page. So second page, he listed interest, affiliation, internship, some references. Any other guess? Is Juan de la Cruz ready? Okay, so someone commented as well, I think experience first. So the internships, he's suggesting to put it on the first page. Someone said, this resume is not yet ready. Rodette said, yes. Rodette thinks this resume is ready. Now let's find out. Let's go through the parts one by one. Dina said email ad is not appropriate. Good. I noticed his email address, that cutie thingy, not ready. Someone said, yes, he is ready, but ... So this is so guys, this is a typical resume, uninspiring. This is not ready for job applications. If you have a resume that looks like this, or some of the parts that looks like this, I have some tips for you before you actually send that document, because we're not utilizing the different sections of the resume with this kind of presentation. So let's begin. Let's start with the header. So your old first item would be your old email. It may have been very funny when you were in high school or college, but a choice to represent your professional brand in the working world. Do yourself a favor, set up a professional looking email address that's reserved for your job seeking activities. I think the safest bet would be just to put your first name and last name, and that should be enough. First name, last name, google.com, Hotmail, Yahoo, and I think that will be safe. Then second, so what's wrong with putting my address in my resume? Okay, so in terms of your address, we have an we have privacy law now in the Philippines. You actually don't need to put your complete address because you're not looking for a pen pal. Maybe you'll be surprised. I think it's just enough to just put your barangay, community, province, and then that's it. Because employers or hiring managers and see if it's practical Bulacan. So future employer will ask that once you're hired. Anyway, so by just submitting an application, you can just the online presence present in the previous original resume of Juan de la Cruz. So especially LinkedIn. So if you don't have LinkedIn yet, LinkedIn is a professional social media site. It's like an online profile, online resume, wherein you can write something, you can share articles about your industry, you can follow industry leaders. So I encourage all of you to create a LinkedIn account. It's good for networking. It's a great place to build your professional brand and make connections. And all of us recruiters, HR people expect candidates. We can find candidates on LinkedIn. So make it easy for us to find you by including the link of your LinkedIn profile in your resume. Also, if you have other sites, like if you're blogging, like experiences, or if you're into photography, you have a site wherein you can showcase your skills online, then you can also put that on your header. So it's a good starting point in terms of looking for your online presence on the web. And the next item would be the objective statement. So someone already this up earlier. So good job. It can such as ambitious, I'm a self-starter, I'm a hardworking person, I'm punctual. It's not actually effective because it's not sending a specific message. So if you look at the objective statement of Juan de la Cruz, there's no targeted message being sent here. We don't even have an idea what is he trying to sell here. So he's basically giving just a bunch of motherhood statements. So employers know that all of these are just pure fluff, and objective statements as general as this are actually not impressive. So don't tell employers that you're a great team player. So show evidences that you are by showcasing activities. We will discuss that later. Now, I have revised Juan de la Cruz header. So of listing very generic statement, you can actually utilize that space in making a professional summary. It's like you're starting out your marketing document, sending a specific message, what you're trying to apply for, and the kind of career that you're setting for yourself, your career direction. So in setting your professional summary or your summary in your header, you just have to ask two things. First would be, why are you qualified for the position? So ask yourself, why am I qualified for the position? So when composing, answer that. Make a statement in your professional summary spelling that point that you are qualified for this position. So Juan de la Cruz would like to be a mapping analyst. So that's the first question that you need to answer. Second would be, what skill sets and experiences that you can bring, you are selling, that makes you a good candidate for the role. So those two questions, your header should answer. So why are you qualified, and what skill sets and experiences you are selling that makes you a good candidate for the role. This is just a professional summary, and it dictates the tone of the rest of the document if you do this right. By just reading this header, imagine first 2 seconds, header, then professional summary, then hiring managers would be excited to read further the rest of the document. So if you'll see the document, the revised version of Juan de la Cruz header, he mentioned here he's a recent graduate with theoretical understanding of compiling accurate information, creating detailed maps, high in-depth analysis. He would like to leverage analysis, visualization, modeling, data collection in a work environment. And he has an understanding area. So put it in there. What concepts, what tools that you have learned from the university that you think, even if you're interviewed, you can explain, you can explain and elaborate, to put it in there, because that's a selling point that you're trying to make in your application. So give them a good glimpse, a good appetizer of the rest of the document. So header is a good place to do that. So just a recap: professional looking email, no need to put your complete address, include customized links on your online portfolio or LinkedIn profile. You can delete your objective statement, but instead create a professional summary that answers 2 questions. Why are you qualified for the position? And second, what skill sets and experiences that makes you a good candidate for the role? So with that, we're good. You're in a good start for your header. Now, next item, education. So I believe we have been reading resumes every day at work for the last 9 years. I see a lot of candidates would present education like this. I'm not saying this is the wrong way of presenting education, but it's just not maximizing the space. It's not maximizing your your level of effort, your level of sacrifice, your level of foundational learnings that you have received, especially in your college, university days. Um, so this is a typical way for usually for fresh graduates listing their educational background. Now, I have a suggestion. Let's utilize this same space and make it more meaningful for hiring managers or HR professionals so that you will stand out. How to do that? Focus on your university because more likely than not, it's your college qualification or course that would be very relevant for hiring managers and HR people anyway. So hiring managers are interested in what you've done lately. It's not that hiring managers are not interested in what you have accomplished during elementary or prep or kinder or high school, but we all know that in universities, in colleges, right? And in the field, experiences in field or theses that took place during your university days, calling special attention to anything that directly supports your job goals. So if you'll see here, so we have the university, where's the university, what's the course? We have played with the size of fonts, the different kind of fonts, so that we emphasize what's the course, where university. Also, if you'll notice, I have managers or all HR people would know all the courses in all universities. Sometimes there are new courses that are being that one to two sentences. Don't overdo it. Just offer one sentence or maximum two sentences about the course, about the major. That then gives the hiring manager the explanation about your background, especially if it's really relevant to the post that you're applying for. So just give it to us, give it to hiring managers. One sentence description will go a long way. And of course, relevant courses, but don't overdo this. I also see some other resumes that would list all the courses that they have taken from first year to fourth year. They are totally missing the point. When we say relevant courses, Juan de la Cruz, we're helping Juan de la Cruz here to apply for a mapping position, for a mapping job. So the relevant courses that we have listed are the courses that are relevant to GIS, to mapping. So same goes with you. If your background is in agriculture, let's say plant pathology, you list relevant courses that would give evidences about your foundation in plant pathology, the different courses that you have taken about plant pathology. Then that gives you more focus, more straight to the point messaging about the kind of foundations, the kind of learnings that you have received in your university, in your college years. And then the last item is undergraduate fieldwork. We spend money, for a lot of sleepless nights in doing our final theses or internship, especially if that activity, further now with education, it's about mapping credit or an agriculture, let's say plant pathology or animal science graduate, you only list all consistent animal science sections of your experiences from header to education. And it's also good if, for those of you who haven't thought about your fieldwork or thesis topic yet, if you're now in a good position to really plan and think of the career that you would like to pursue after graduating, then it's good to pursue a topic that would support your career after graduation. But of course, if you're already graduating, then I'm sure there would be relevant areas as well that you can put in. If it's agriculture anyway, regardless of topic, just put your thesis in there. What's the title? What's the methodology that you have used? Because especially if you're applying for a research institution or an agency, your work would be one of the highlights of your educational, because that's the last activity that you will actually have to deliver before getting your diploma. So give it proper space, give it proper recognition. So put in there. So you see the difference from this to this, giving more concrete details about your background, the relevant foundational courses you have taken, and very consistent with the position, with the career that you're trying to pursue. So next item. And by the way, just continue writing reactions, feedback, or questions you may have at the Zoom chat, Facebook comment section. Don't wait for my last slide for you to ask questions. You might forget it, so that we can address those questions as we speak, as we discuss that specific section of the resume. Yeah, don't be shy. Feel free to use the comment section so we can discuss your curiosity, your question. So next section that we have seen in the resume, trainings and conferences. So we have, especially right now in the time of COVID pandemic, there are a lot of online trainings. There are a lot of, I'm sure in your 4, 5, 6 years in the university, I've attended significant number of trainings and online conferences. So the question would be, should I put everything? Should I list all of those trainings in a resume? So in CV, the other one that we have discussed previously, complete enumeration will work. So you do that in a CV, but in a resume, if you're applying for a specific job, targeting a specific position, especially corporate positions or private companies, international organizations, you need consistency and you need the most relevant trainings and conferences that would support your target position, your target, the target career that you would like to venture in terms of your career. So out of all the trainings and conferences that, excuse me, out of all the trainings and conferences that you have attended, which I know you have attended a lot, you have participated in a lot of conferences and trainings. Think about all of those trainings and conferences and think really hard which among those trainings and conferences, like top trainings and conferences that you think are consistent with the role that you're applying for. So previously, Juan de la Cruz listed all of these 6 trainings and conferences. So he has ArcGIS, he has values orientation workshop, Global Youth Summit. So he's very active. I'm sure a lot of you have more than 6 conferences and trainings. So in rewriting Juan de la Cruz resume, since he wants to be a mapper, and that should also guide you in the future trainings and conferences that you'll be attending, make sure it's not impressive that you have 100 or 200 trainings and your resume will be 5 pages, 6 pages because of all of those trainings, when in fact all of those trainings are not really relevant to the position that you're trying to apply for. It's a complete waste of space. So focus on trainings and conferences that are relevant. So in the case of one of those, he wants to be an entry-level mapping analyst. So we have listed here only those trainings that we think are really high value and really consistent, very relevant to that career path. And the other thing that you will notice as well would be not only we have listed what the training was all about and where is it and what's the date, we also added 1 to 2 sentences description of what the training is all about. Because who knows? In this technique is more effective. It will make you stand out. It's more eye-catching instead of listing 30, 50, 100 trainings, because this sends a signal to hiring managers, to employers, that you attended that training and you are able to, like in a sentence or two, able to summarize what actual learnings or what actual skills you have actually received and honed during that 1, 2, 3, 5-day training. And they might ask you further when they invite you for an interview, oh, this training or conference is interesting about field data management. Can you tell me more about how you have applied the learnings that you've received from this training or conference to some of your mapping activities? Then now we're talking. You're now getting the attention of your potential employers, of the interviewer, and in the interview you're able to elaborate very passionately what you have applied those learnings in these 2 trainings and conferences. So I think presenting trainings and conferences this way would be much more effective. So next item would be internships and affiliation. So again, just like in education, this is the same way most candidates in the job market, mostly fresh graduates, would present their internships and affiliation. I don't know why many people just like listing things without really expounding them, without providing more context. Us HR people, hiring managers, we're not experts in reading minds. We don't know everything. So remember, it's a marketing document. You should provide more evidences, more details, more context, so that you get attention. And listing is not, Juan de la Cruz just listed it and then that's it. When we revised it, it's actually better if, again, we give context, we provide context to the activity. It's important because you have spent significant time, significant effort, resources. Some internships are even unpaid, so don't just list them. Give them justice. Provide some details of of your outputs in that internship. For affiliation, I know you guys are a member of different campus organizations, different campus activities. So brief description, Cruz revised resume. In the affiliations, we have put the positions that we have uh, some description and some leadership positions he actually held during those time in the university. So without saying you have leadership skills, by putting some of your leadership positions in some of your affiliations, you're actually giving evidence about leadership skills instead of just saying you have leadership skills. You get what I mean? So provide more context and evidences instead of just claiming that you have those. Also in internship, so put the internship details on top and then again, context. We in HR, we don't know all the companies in the world. Of course, big brands, we would know, but small, medium sized organizations, companies, of course, we wouldn't know all the companies in the world, right? So just provide a sentence, one or two sentences description what the company was all about. And during that internship or on the job training, what are the outputs that you're able to deliver during that internship? So this section gives more elevated value of the relevancy of that activity to the position you're applying for, especially if the internship is again geared toward the consistent track that you're trying to pursue. So again, for Juan de la Cruz, it's very consistent. It's again all about mapping. So be consistent in every section and provide context, provide evidences. And aside from that, extracurricular activity or volunteer work, don't say it's work experience. Lead and represent. You can call it extracurricular activity. So again, Juan de la Cruz is not paid doing volunteer mapping, but it's highly relevant. It shows that he's very passionate about mapping. He even volunteered and did some activities in different communities. So again, I know you guys have a lot of activities, a lot of organizations in your time in the university. You are capable of presenting something like this as long as they are consistent and relevant to the position or to the career that you're working on. So tip for those who are not yet graduating, it's good opportunity for you to plan all of those activities so that in the end, the activities that you associate yourself with are all relevant to the career that you're actually pursuing after graduation. And last few items would be these two items. So personal information. I get depressed when I see personal information in resumes because it's not relevant. Your place of birth, your date of birth. I mean, we have an anti-privacy law, and internationally there are, so you don't have to actually disclose all of this information because all of these are discriminatory information. Like, why would you put height, weight, sex, religion? I mean, height and weight. Why would you need the height and weight, right? So, marital status. So what if you're single? We're not a dating company. We're not gonna give you boyfriend or girlfriend in the company. So all of these are not relevant. Okay. Once you're hired, there will be a personal information sheet from HR, and all of these will be collected and will be stored confidentially. So you don't have to include this in your resume when you're still just applying. So yeah, if you have drafted a resume right now and you still have this, just delete that document and promise me not to use that document ever in any of your job applications, because there's no value that it will give you in terms of your application. And next, skills. Skills, it, it's okay to put skills or interest, but make sure these are hard to provide context, you provide evidences in the activities that you have listed. It will show that you have good communication skills or you have leadership skills. So don't just list them. Send a message that would actually prove that you have them. Enjoys and excels working in groups and individually. That's very vague, right? What does it bring to the employer? Everyone can claim that they enjoy working in groups. So Adobe Photoshop is fine because not everyone knows Photoshop, so that's fine. But MS application, I know when you graduate, at least in college, you would easily have experience doing MS Word, PowerPoint, and the different MS applications. So you're not standing out by saying you know MS application. Guess what? All of us know MS applications. So it's not one of a kind. So what can you put instead? For example, if it's MS Excel, you have advanced Excel skills. In Excel, you can do a lot of in those different kind of things. Or if you know programming, if you know design, or let's say whatever, it will help you become successful in that position you're applying for. So those should be the ones that you're packaging, the ones that you're including in your resume, but not these kind of, these are, can work under minimal supervision, hardworking and punctual. It's very lame, right? So don't include these items in your resume because it's not effective and you're not standing out. Also interest earlier, which are relevant to the career Juan de la Cruz would like to pursue, but putting things like this, like listening to music of various genre, some would even put they like punk, rock, like why? Why would you put that, right? Watching anime or K-drama or Asian series. These are actual acts that I've seen in resumes. I just put it in one presentation. Believe me, I've seen it. And I've seen other work items. Those are automatically just, I don't know, not impressive. And deserves an attention, deserves a spot in this presentation. So, right, going to places, to different parts of Laguna, other provinces of around Luzon. Wow, and hashtag blessed, hashtag traveler, hashtag uh, and last item would be references. So if you don't want to include references, then just get rid of the references section. First and foremost, you'll just say available upon request, because there's no need to include this item in your resume in the first place. Some would even put email address, mobile number of their professors or their internship supervisors. When you're still applying for a job, HR people won't call your referees right away. we would still just assess you as a person. So if you're impressive enough, then you'll be called for an interview. Once you're interviewed and we really like you, that's the time we call your references, but not at the time that you're applying for at the onset of application. So you can get rid of this. You can remove references for now. So just a recap, we're now done revising or looking at Juan de la Cruz resume section by section. Just to recap, I would like to show you again the old resume because we did a makeover, right? So this is the old resume. So slowly, like to show you the different parts. It's very uninspiring and boring, right? So from this, ta-da, one page, and very consistent from top to bottom. It's about mapping. So let me zoom this in. I would instantly hire this candidate. So see, header, social media site, proper email. Oh, sorry, the address, I failed to edit it. Don't put house number, just put your barangay, province, city. And then look at the primary. You have in terms of arrangement, education, you can put education first before any other things. It's up to you. What matters most is the content, mapping activities, mapping courses, mapping training in terms of to present yourself in a concise manner. So down to our final points. Here are some key points in writing your resume. Resumes. Powerful resumes. It's 3C. It's very clear. Presentation is very clear. Contexts are clear. Not heavy in terms of text and descriptions. As you have seen, maximum 1 to 2 pages for context. That's enough. Consistent from top to bottom. It proves why you are qualified to the job and what skills and experience you're bringing to the table, you're offering the employer. And it's concise. It's one page. So play with fonts, play with the spaces. So help employers, help HR people see not only that, not only what you're responsible for, but how well you did, why it mattered, and how you can make that success happen for them. So how much are you worth to employers? Your resume inspire their first best. So make it stand out, make it impressive. And always communicate the impact of what you've done. Don't just list their communicating impact, meaning provide context of the courses. picture. Someone asked about a picture earlier. So should you put picture or not? Again, my take, it's up to you, but don't put picture this big, like half of the resume. You look, you don't want to look funny in pictures as well, right? So yeah, but for me, my resume doesn't have a picture because I have included in there my link, LinkedIn link on my header. I have a picture on LinkedIn, so they can just click that, just in a picture, then I can save space for other items in my resume. But it's up to you. I don't want employers to hire me because I'm good looking. Wow, not no. I just want employers to look at my credentials and let it speak for themselves. But again, it's up to you. There's no hard rule. Layout. You've seen the resume that we have drafted. We have utilized the space, awkward white space. It's not impressive that you have 3 pages, five pages. Just don't make it, double. Make a good layout, so you can play with different layouts with number of pages. Again, if you're a fresh graduate, it should be 1 page. No reason for you to have more than, let's say, more than 3 pages of resume. 2 pages, fine, but it's sizes. You can play around with it. So it looks really presentable and formal and very professional. Keywords. Make sure you speak the language of the profession. You know the buzzwords in agriculture, so make sure it's going to be found in that document. Action verbs. Yeah, it's safe to make it third person perspective. So just avoid using I. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. Only include relevant information. It's your resume. Unless you're doing a CV that you will list everything. But in resume, only relevant to the position you're applying for. And most importantly, do not lie. It's very important that everything that you put in there are truthful. Now, before we conclude this session, I would like to give like a few minutes about social media as well. So a lot of people are asking me, should I clean my social media, etc. It's not 100% that all companies would be looking even their social media accounts, but to depends on company. Of course, understand that certain companies, certain they don't want to try to be mindful in you. So for pictures or different posts, or even let's say controversial topics, maybe this or posting it online, just because recruit your online presence on different sites. Now, to emphasize this point, there are advanced technologies in terms of background screening, which includes social media check. I would like to ask the organizer if they can play the 1 minute video. It's just 1 minute out of, I think, 20 minutes YouTube clip. If you're interested, you can go hiring. I'll show you a 1 minute clip about the discussion about social media. So can we play the video, please?
What about an AI review of the way we express ourselves on social media? Could that be a window into our compatibility for a job?
And with DeepSense, essentially what we build this meta profile, a behavioral profile of every individual.
Amarpreet Kalkat's company is spearheading another trend in hiring, a move away from judging people based on their resumes and skills towards decisions based on people's personalities. His company, DeepSense, uses applicants' Twitter, LinkedIn, and other social media accounts to do more than just check for questionable behavior. DeepSense says that it runs scientifically based tests to check for people's underlying personality traits.
I'm just a little skeptical that from a Twitter feed, you can determine my personality or anyone.
It's not perfect, but now let's remember, everything is relative.
And you don't need to tell people.
This is public data.
Is it legal?
Well, that is all public information, so yes, it is perfectly legal.
So with that video clip, it's just one use of artificial intelligence, machine learning in screening, checking personality traits of candidates, of applicants online, because especially, for example, in the Philippines, we spend like minimum 6 to 8 hours in social media. You won't spend that much time in social media if the activities doesn't represent your likes, your personality, things that you're interested about. So it's actually a lot of tech companies talk about it. Gauge someone's personality. So it's very activities as well, because again, I think online background screening tools, which ones would be looking at public data, public social media data about you before they hire you. So it's good that instead of winning your advantage. So this is my LinkedIn account. All my credentials are presented there. People that I've worked with previously, my experience, their experience working with me. You can also share articles about your profession. You can write your different commentaries about certain advances in your own field. So it's actually using social media to your advantage, to your online presence, so that when, let's say, an international organization or a big company would search you, they would see all really industry-specific information you about your activity. To interviews, and resume is just half of the battle. having a good interview is the other half of the battle. But presenting a resume would of course, you need to present a good resume so that you can get attention, because without a good resume, you won't get invited for interviews, get the job that you are applying for. So a lot of you are in your 20s. As my final point, once you land in your first job, consider that job as a learning journey to get to know about yourself. The purpose should be to grow as a human being, to discover what you're good at, what you love to do, and what you don't like to do. Discover your why, and you'll become more passionate in life. So maximize your 20s, because that's the defining decade of your career. Surround yourself with the right people that could lead you to more learnings and more opportunities, and dream big. Conquer the agricultural industry. I know you guys are going to be the next scientists and the next researchers of the coming decade. So dream big, and good luck with your journey, final days in the university, or first few years in the workforce. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Brian. Lecture how we would be sexifying our resume or CVs. Okay, sir. So this is the first question. Is there a specific paper size, font size, or font type for resumes and CVs?
Okay. I think normal 8.5 by 11 or 8.5 by 14 should be fine, because most applications nowadays are done online anyway. So it's very rare. I know there's still some few companies that would ask you to submit physical papers, but most of it you need to send online or through email. So yeah, I think 8.5 by 11, 8.5 by 14, then convert it to a PDF file. I think that would be better.
Also, in terms of the font size, could we use Comic Sans?
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of font size, there are more professional looking font size that you can play with. The likes of, actually, Times New Roman is a safe bet. Calibri is a safe bet. Arial is a safe bet. And in terms of sizes, you can play with the different sizes. If you're providing a description, you can use 10 or 11. If it's the name of your university or course, probably you can make it 12 and then bold it. The description, italicize it. So play it visually, because it's also a test of presentation skills. So that's the first, indication to employers that you're capable of presenting concise information. If you're unable to present a document, a one-page document about yourself clearly, concisely, and consistently, then maybe you're not really the right person for the job, right? So, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for that information. That's one of the questions bugging our students. So another, do employers really visit web pages like the LinkedIn, the blog sites of applicants? Do you really visit these web pages?
For me, like for example, when I worked with the United Nations in South Korea, with the UN climate change, when we have final candidates, it's part of the background check step actually. If a candidate has already passed the interview stage, usually look for online footprints on the web, may it be LinkedIn, may it be other sites, because there are organizations that are very protective of their employer brand. Of course, there are companies, there are organizations who prevent like certain personalities or certain like risk groups. We call it risk profiles. So it's more of a preventive measure. It's very easy to to get involved in cases in online scandals nowadays. Of course, the organization, you don't want employees are ambassadors of the organization, so you want to make sure everyone that we hire has actually good reputation. So we really check that, especially in big international organizations. We're very protective about our brand. And some people can even get fired about certain violations in social media activity. Usually in international organizations, there are rules about social media activity. There are things that you cannot say online. There are things that you can say online. And if you violate those and you get caught, that's actually a valid reason for termination or suspension. So it's very serious.
Okay, thank you for that. So we really have to clean up each accounts, especially the students who were being hired. Even us professionals, we have
Yes,
to really clean our, and we have to be very careful when posting it on
yes,
social
it's
media because it could ruin our
true. And it's
reputation.
very easy nowadays. Like the video I showed you, there are a lot of vendors nowadays who can, no matter how creative you are in terms of renaming your Facebook name or Twitter, there are certain indicators because of location, because of where the account is situated. There are different ways how to find someone's profile online. So let's be very careful and use it to our own advantage, right? You can use it to your advantage and promote the causes, the activities, the different interests that you have instead of ruining your reputation online.
To make use of you market yourself by means of social media, and
Exactly.
this is also being used even by professionals. You could put on social media your professional engagements, your even the publications. You can share about your
Yes.
publications. So I can also have, sir, we also have to refresh our resumes and CV.
Yes.
Okay. There's another question regarding the keywords. So we have mentioned about keywords. So how do we use the keywords? In what part of the resume should we be putting the keywords?
In different parts, as we have seen in the example from Juan de la Cruz, as early as the header page, keywords, the different skills that he thinks that he can offer, even in the education page. We've seen, I've showed you some examples how to put a lot of relevant keywords, the different courses that you have taken, the different methodologies in your area. So the key thing here about keywords is that you should know your profession. What are you need to ask yourself, what are the important keywords? For example, if I am an economist, probably I need to know econometrics. I need to do cost benefit analysis. If HR people or hiring manager won't able to see that in your resume, maybe you're not the right person for the job because you're not speaking the language of the industry. So you need to research. You need to research about the industry. What are the keywords? What are the different skill sets? The keywords are usually skill sets, methods, tools, and different topics about your particular industry. So when we say keywords, those are the different things. And all of those should be found in your profile to make sure that you make a point that you're the right candidate.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So there's another question regarding if you have a private account can you still fill the background check? Can the company still check your background
Okay.
if it's a private account?
Exactly.
Can you still check the background?
Okay, here's the thing. I mean,
If you're aware.
different social media accounts. I mean, I think IT people can answer this. Different social media accounts would have different security settings, right? And think about this: Facebook, LinkedIn, these different social media accounts. You can actually sign up to these social media platforms for free. How do they make income? How do they make money? By it's not really selling data, but more of going to employers that they have this wide reach of people within their platform, and companies can start advertising. Companies can start suggesting different content in your account depending on the activities that you have. So the answer is that it's not a straightforward yes or no, because at the back end of it, we just really don't know. It's a discussion between the IT kind of world, and be mindful that if with the video that we just there are IT companies who are able to develop AI technologies who can trace and find specific people based on online presence sites, then that should give us an indication that maybe there's a way that they can really track us, right? But it's not always going to be a straight yes or no or how, because deep in the web, whatever you have posted online, wherever, it's going to be remaining in the web. Where it's going to be stored, we don't know, right? Even we delete some of it, some sites would still retain the information for a few days. So I'm not an expert in terms of IT technologies and stuff, but on HR side, as 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 we are in the task of hiring people, we're actually in touch with these kind of technology vendors. And I'm telling you guys, it's possible. And it's a requirement in some big organizations to really look for information for people online. You don't want to hire criminals. You don't want to hire people who are associated with criminal activity or libelous activities or any scandalous activities online. So that's what we're trying to prevent. That's why we engage with those kind of companies, right? Like big companies would engage in those kind of companies. So there's no reason for us to be super afraid. I mean, I still have my social media. I post, pictures of friends, where I eat, where I visit. So it's just, how is it? You know how to use proper social media versus using social media for controversial kinds of activities.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. So, Sir Brian, there's another question. What's the best format for resume? Is it chronological or is it skills-based or functional?
It depends where you are in terms of your stage of your professional progression, like professional career. If you're a fresh graduate, it's good that it's going to be skills based because you don't have a lot of experiences to sell. So you focus on, like Juan de la Cruz, it's a fresh graduate CV. We focused on educational activities, on the trips, on the internship. So we're focusing heavily on different activities, different extracurriculars. Those are not full-time positions, but different activities that would tell employers, even I don't have full-time experience, but I've done it in different forms and shapes. So you should hire me. Now, for those who have been working already in the last couple of years, chronological format would be better. So present from the most recent employment down to the last and put context, put some of your achievements and context about the organization, then of course, what are the high level skill sets that you have attained in your last 5, 10, 15 years of experience, in your top publications or top articles or top achievements? You should also depends where you are. So resume, even my resume is still, not final. My resume is always tailored depending where I am, like where I am applying. So you should always update. Don't be lazy, because if you don't update it, if you don't tailor fit it to the position that you're applying for, most chances you won't get invited for an interview.
Okay, so this would be the last question. Will there come a time when the resume is no longer in written form, maybe in video form? Is that already the recent
Good.
of doing resume?
A good question, actually, because there are also new technologies. Some companies have started doing it already, that it won't even ask you to upload for a resume. You just answer an online form, and then after that, you need a camera and a microphone, and you start answering questions popped out on the screen, and employers will just listen to your recordings and they will review your application based on that. So yeah, there are technologies already available using that format, but it's not yet 100%. So for now, resumes are still very much used, especially in the Philippines. So yeah, maybe technology is very fast nowadays. Maybe in the next 5-10 years, that's going to be the trend. So we can just throw our resumes, we can just perfect our speaking and language skills. Maybe that's the future of job application. But that's a good question.
Okay, I said it, that was the last question, but there's another question that popped up. So what if you are posting political topics? I guess this is for social media postings that makes you take stand, or taking a stand against a current oppressor. Would that be okay?
It depends. Again, it's not a straight it's not a straight yes or no answer, because it really depends. What are you trying to achieve in that online activity? I mean, and also it depends on your industry. Are you applying, are you a political scientist? Maybe you're a political scientist and you would like to be associated with, let's say, Octa Research or UP or any political science firm. So in your online blog or Facebook feed, you might post political topics because that's your industry. So and that's the main source of your career. You're expected to talk about politics all the time. So yeah, there's no straight yes or no answer. The key thing, it depends. The key thing would be, if I post this, just ask yourself, if I post this online, is this how is it gonna benefit my friends who will see it on my timeline? How is it gonna benefit me as well? Is it value adding in terms of additional knowledge? Is it value adding in terms of making people aware of just a commentary with no basis and would put myself in danger? So you just ask yourself, are you doing such online activities? And if it's helping you and your friends in your online activities, then yeah, go ahead. There's no straight yes or no answer. It really depends.
Would depend on
Objective.
your goal or objective.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so sir, this has been a very interesting lecture. So I guess it's time for our graduating students to start preparing their resumes and for us professionals to start freshening up our resumes. So thank you so much, sir. So may I ask our participants to please turn on your video or your cameras for the photo ops. Okay, wear your best smiles. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. Second slide. And 1, 2, 3. Third slide. And 1, 2, 3. I guess some of you are not opening your cameras. So we're only taking a picture of your names. Okay. Anyway, there's someone smiling. Okay. Okay. There are some students smiling. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. 6 slide. And 1, 2, 3. So 3, 2, 1. The 8th slide. 3, 2, 1. Then 9th slide. And 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, sir, Mr. Hippolito. So I now turn you over to Ma'am Kate for the awarding of certificates.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Hipólito, for the very comprehensive presentation you've shared to us. Actually, we are being enlightened, both the young ones and the professionals ones, who are with us right now. So, again, thank you very much. So, allow me to read the citation for the awarding of the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Brian Carlo A. Hipólito for having as resource person during the first International Conference on Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability ICARS 2021 with the theme Greening Agriculture, an approach to the future-proofing the agri-food sector, held on July 23, 2021 via Zoom and FB Live. Signed by our SUC President of CBSUA Philippines, President Alberto N. Perry, DPA. So again, thank you very much, sir, for your time and for your knowledge that you have shared with us, and your expertise as well. Thank you. Okay, so before we conclude our conference for today, may we have our dedicated and supportive Dean of the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources of the CBSUA Philippines for the closing remarks, Dr. Marilyn B. Balderas.
Okay, wala akong video. Na ano ba yung aking video?
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po.
Hindi ko maano yung video ko. Na ano ba? Ng host. Kanina kasi open yung aking video. So is it okay kahit walang video? Stop daw ng host yung video. Is it okay?
Ma'am, we're trying to fix it in a while. Dean, can you open your camera na po?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Kate. Okay, thank you, everyone. Once again, good afternoon, everyone, especially to our participants and our resource speakers. And for those who are watching from the Philippines, good afternoon. And maybe for those who are watching from other countries, it will be already an early evening. So likewise, a pleasant good evening to all of you. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for staying with us through this time, despite of stormy weather and interruption due to some internet connectivity. First and foremost, on behalf of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, through the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude and commendation to all our speakers in this first international conference on agricultural revolution and sustainability, on greening agriculture, an approach to future-proofing food sector. To Dr. Gilbert Sigua of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, South Carolina, for sharing his expertise on biochar technology, how our local waste materials can be used, recycled into usable materials, and become valuable inputs to improve crop productivity and soil health. Also to Dr. Phil Macalalo of the College of Agriculture and Food Science of the University of the Philippines Agricultural Extension and Advisory Services, in the technology transfer and the evolution of extension services and modalities. She also stated that technologies generated by universities and scientific communities should harmonize with the farmers' developed technologies, making technology transfer effective at community level. Also, to Dr. Misael Diputado of the Open Polytechnic of New Zealand for sharing his expertise on soilless media cultivation, its uses or application of the different soilless culture media, and suggesting possible research topics for our faculty and students. To Dr. Manuel Gakutan of the Visayas State University on his developed technology of using corn sprouts and dairy cows, discussing the advantages of corn sprouts over other sources of feeds. Also to Dr. Leslie Tiubaub of the University of South Pacific Samoa Campus for introducing to us the Pacific Islands, Samoa and Fiji, and how this country innovate their agriculture in response to climate change and COVID-19. Likewise, to the different interventions employed by this country when it comes to pest and diseases management. To Dr. Romeo Labios of Sherca for emphasizing the importance of agriculture and encouraging the youth to participate more in agriculture and the opportunities that Sherca could offer to all of us. To Dr. Reynaldo Jocon of the International Plant Breeding of the UPLB, Institute of Plant Breeding of the UPLB, for his discussion on the genomics of Alternaria, letting us understand the pathogenicity of this very destructive plant pathogen. To Dr. Nordalyn Pedroche of the Benguet State University on showing us the importance of the science of nematology and how this field of study came to be and the recent development in nematology. Also, for showing us the practices or approaches in phytonematology and possible research topics for our students. And of course, the last but not the least, to Mr. Brian Hipolito for enlightening us on what current employers are actually looking for their potential applicants and how these employers are obtaining background information of their potential applicants. Of course, we also thank you for sharing valuable inputs to our students or potential graduates on what or how they should be writing their resumes. So thank you so much for sharing your expertise to us. Then the CBSUA through the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources shall continue to perform its mandate, the instruction, research, extension, and production. The present administration is doing its best to achieve its vision of leading innovations, building resilient and sustainable communities, from the leading University of Agriculture and Asian region, the CBSUA changed its mission to become an agricultural research university of global standards. Right now, we are facing a lot of difficulties and challenges brought about by this pandemic, but we need to turn these challenges into opportunities and to become more innovative in our approaches in instruction, extension, and research activities. And holding this e-practicum and webinar are just few examples of those approaches in our attainment towards the attainment of our goals and still providing excellent services to our students and constituents. This is the very first international webinar hosted by the college, and there will be more. I hope there will be another coming, and I hope that you will be there again to join us. And of course, before we formally end this activity, I would like to thank people behind this successful event. Of course, to our faculty and e-practicum coordinators, especially to Dr. Lorena Hernandez, the main proponent of e-practicum and ICARS. Likewise, to Mr. Joseph Nieva, Mr. Andrew Aureliano, Dr. Amelia Nicolas, Dr. Alan Del Rosario, Ms. Leia Banastao, Professor Angelo Francis Atole, Ms. Winilyn Nilo, Ms. Dindy Orit, and Ms. Lisalyn Villano. Congratulations to your team for the very successful event. I salute your dedication and efforts in making this event very fruitful. We are also grateful to Ms. Idlin Cateman Langit for hosting this event, to Ms. Presbel Presto, our moderator, and of course to Ms. Jancel Cañares and Ms. Sayla Hila for helping us in some logistics. The Extension Services Division, also headed by Director Vladimir Foronda, for sponsoring this webinar. Our BSA Program Chairperson, Dr. and Ms. Leah Pacau for their support. And once again, our distinguished experts and resource speakers for their time and unselfishly sharing their knowledge and expertise. Thank you so much. Also to our e-practicum students, to all our participants from different colleges and universities, local government units, Department of Education, and other public and private agencies, entrepreneurs, agriculturists, researchers, and faculty members coming from the several parts of the Philippines and from other countries. Thank you once again. It's been a pleasure meeting with all of you today virtually. Good day, everyone, and keep safe.
Thank you very much, Dean Balderas, Dr. Balderas, for the closing remarks. So for the announcement, allow me to proceed to the announcement. Certificates will be issued again only to the registered participants who will accomplish all the post-webinar evaluation that is already attached in your confirmation email and in our chat box. So after the training, you will be given only 2 hours to accomplish the said post-webinar, and it will be closed at exactly 7 p.m. today. Please also double-check submitted information, as the organizer committee will not be responsible for any incorrect data submitted. Participants who will accomplish the post-webinar evaluation will be cross-validated using the list of officially registered participants. Also, the e-certificates will be sent to your respective email of the validated participants 3 to 5 working days after the webinar. Also, we have sent the link for ICARS 2021 website in our chat box, where you can access all the materials used in our conference now. So again, thank you everyone for attending today's webinar. First International Conference on Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability, ICARS 2021. On behalf, again, on behalf of the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Extension Services Division, and the faculty members and the organizing committee of the CBSUA, would like to express our gratitude to you all for joining us today. We hope that we can see you all again, hopefully, to our second International Conference on Agricultural Revolution and Sustainability, ICARS, prayingly, hopefully next year. So again, thank you everyone. And please, there's a follow-up announcement here. Please write your email correctly because if you don't have write it correctly, we cannot send your e-certificates to you directly. So again, thank you very much. God bless you all.